When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack,
He shot himself.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Hello, my hair is a mess. How we doing, folks? Oof. I look sleepy. I swear I tried to look good today, chat. Whew. Doing well, always good to hear. Ugh. You started stream right as my power came back. It was meant to be, Jazz Dog. It was meant to be. Hello, everyone. Let me get YouTube chat set up here. How am I today? I am stressed but thriving. I had to get a lot of stuff done. Let's open up YouTube chat. Because I'm a little disorganized today. A blahage on every couch, indeed. Why? Why? Here we go. How we doing, folks? Let me just finish getting everything set up. I can pay proper attention to all you fine, gentle people. Or rough people, you know, I don't discriminate. You still look great? Yeah, I tried some new product in my hair and it didn't really pan out. Meh. Happens. So floofy. Why is my... Oh, it's raining today. That does tend to floof my hair. That explains a lot. Hello, Icy Squirrel. Hello, Nightlight Plushy Jesus. Hello! Orion's End. Hello, Erica. Hello, Lauren Alexander. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Zach Fletcher. Hello, what? Hello, Alan Eris Dresner. Hello, Gokuja. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Underground Uncle. Hello, Micah. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Werix. Hello, Sticky. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello. Your hair's really shiny. Good. It's just like weirdly frizzy, and I was doing my best to avoid the frizziness. Whatever, it'll be fine. It's fine. I could also just put it up. I don't know. Should I put it up? It would look good up. I don't know. Hello, Death Died Today. Hello, Horizon. Hello, Hit the Mad. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Jess. I almost said Jack because I was reading your comment as I said Jess. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Hello, Plant. Hello. Oh my god. We need to... The things aren't working today the way they should, and it's very irritating. Hello, Moofy. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Malachi. Hello, everyone. Yes, we're doing an early stream, just like I said we would. You like your name now that you changed it? Hell yeah, Lauren Alexander. I like it too. It's a good name. Playing Stardew Valley. Excellent use of your time. If you put it up, you can cosplay Miss Frizzle. Here, let's give it a shot. Not really liking it down today. Your skin is stunning. Thank you. I moisturize. It's incredible what like doing skincare actually can do. Oof. There, how's that? Sides are messy, but we going on a field trip? We getting on the magic school bus, Horizon? Whew. All right. In about 40 minutes, y'all, we're going to be talking with Arian Childrey, and it's going to be a real good conversation. And I'm hoping I got the pronunciation right. We'll check with Ariane. How we doing? I received different intel about how to pronounce the name. I said, wait, now I'm confused. Yeah, I said Dildry. I saw there's an interview. There is an interview, indeed. Well, Underground Uncle, you could always dress up. I won't tell anyone. Childry, well, okay. I received different intel prior to stream. I thought maybe that was not 100%, but I got it correct now. Childry, there we go. You you did fail me slightly later in club, but that's okay. Gotcha. It's all cleared up now. Let's see. It's okay. We got it right before the segment started, so no harm done. Let's see here, folks. I'm also terrible with names, Lauren Alexander. No worries. Hoping the next bill won't be at 1 a.m. too. Let's hope so. I don't know if you guys, after the interview, still want to go back and watch the rest of the deliberations on like the on the bill that was being discussed at 1 a.m. last night, the budget bill. I know a lot of you guys were pretty invested in that. We can go and finish that, but it's up to you guys. Like, where are you guys feeling? It dropped the Dow by 800 points this morning. Yup. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. How you doing? Let me see. You know, what is a good piece of news, just for those of you kind of keeping score here, Mike Johnson originally wanted this budget bill passed by Thursday this week, and hey, guess what? He pushed that back. Now it's on Monday. He wants to get Congress convened on Monday, Memorial Day, in order to try and push this through. And so that's kind of where they're at. I need to check. I'm trying to find the results last night. Yeah, the House Rules and Means Committee last night was debating it. That's what we were watching, right? And I'm trying to see what the outcome of that was. They worked through the night. A lot of people are not talking about what the outcome of that was. I'm guessing that they moved it through committee, but
All right, we begin.
Nope, didn't need that. Should put on my headphones though. Congressman Frost mentioned hundreds of amendments. Well, yeah, that's why it's over 1,000 pages long. Here, let's see. Okay. So basically, House Republicans are, well, the hardliners in the House that want deeper cuts are seemingly blocking the bill. Ooh, the yield for the 30-year Treasury bond market hit over 5% today. That is fucking bad. I always keep forgetting live chat as well, comrade girl. But now it's fixed. Ay. Before the tax package can proceed to a vote on the House floor, Republicans on the Rules Committee must vote to adopt. Oh, okay. Okay. So the Rules Committee didn't actually vote on the rules yet. That's interesting. So yeah, basically this seems like it's kind of devolving into kind of a gigantic cluster fluff. And that's good. Last night we were watching the debate in front of the House Rules Committee. Egg eat egg, don't scare me like that. I've already made mistakes this stream. You don't come into chat telling me that I named this stream the first trans city. No, I named it correctly. Imagine if they don't get it through before the break. I hope they don't get it through before the break, because that gives us so much more time to like show up at their town halls and make like a unholy stink about it. The progressive frequency. I don't know what Niara is. Oh, transgender VTuber. I follow Niara VT, who did trans information videos, got canceled by Asmongold. Well, that sucks. However, I just want to throw out there that like Asmongold does not have the power to cancel any single one of us. He can send like bullies to try and harass us, but he can't actually cancel us. We can only hope. My brain is extra spicy today. Please forgive me if I'm uncool / annoying weird. Being uncool / annoying and weird, that's all right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Hello, Amber Brains. When did we get started? Like 30 minutes ago, but technically only like 15 minutes ago. I've been chatting with folks and trying to wrangle around what has happened in the intervening, 12 hours since we stopped covering the passage of this bill. God, I hope that basically what winds up happening is just the different factions of the Republican Party just like collapse into each other around this bill. It's not inconceivable. The what it is calling on our country to do to people is unconscionable. I thought Asmongold was pro-trans and gay. No. The bullies worked? Well, that sucks. Well, keep in mind, Kiwi Bird, last night was a 6.5 hour block of time to debate the bill, but they, I guess they finished that period, but the intent was to try and, I believe, to try and vote on it today, and that just did not happen. So, that's great. Speaker Johnson has moved back his timeline until Monday, and frankly, I hope it doesn't pass on Monday. Just keep delaying it until they have to go back to their districts. has been ashamedly oblivious due to landlord BS, that's okay. You got to take care of yourself first. It's all right. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I should tweet out that this is happening. We got this. Man. Okay. We are live. Gonna be talking. Arian Childrey in about 30 minutes. Oh man. Oh boy. I'm gonna blow a gasket. Um about all the AI crap that is making autocorrect in phones so much worse. All right. Get in the boat. There we go. Nailed it. Yeah, it bloats out your phone, it slows it down, it makes wrong suggestions, it it gives you bad information. Like it's just bad. It's cuz they're incorporating like autocorrect with like AI large language model tech, and it sucks. Been trying to find an apartment so I can finally move out. You got this. I'm closeted at work. Just found out I can be fired for sexual harassment if I ask someone to use anything other than my biological pronouns. So that's fun. Oh Jesus! What state do you live in, Yanrat? If you don't mind me asking. I take it I have not watched all the Google AI stuff from last night because frankly, I'm just like fingers crossed hoping this all this AI garbage like collapses in on itself like a dying star, because it's genuinely disgusting to me. That happened to me. I wanted to search my computer for drivers and it autocorrected to Derinigunus. Well, why wouldn't you be searching for Derinigunus? AI is going to be everywhere for better or worse. I genuinely think that there is going to come a tipping point where all this stuff like collapses. Because remember, it's not just like, oh, it like it's just like a program on your phone or something. It's literally like dependent on communication with like these colossal data centers. Like the physical infrastructure and the costs that are required to run them is astronomical. And like there's no benefit. Like all these companies are trying to convince you that like this is going to improve your life, it's going to make things easier, and like fundamentally it's not. And the thing that is propelling this more than anything else is like this dream that all of these capitalists have, all these business owners have, of functionally eliminating 99% of their workforce and just having AI workers, and it's just like that's just not possible. Like, the studies that are coming out now show that people trust companies less that rely on AI. They show that AI has all these negative external effects on the environment. Like, they show that like AI frequently hallucinates. And keep in mind, like, the data sets that are training AI are going to degrade and get worse and worse over time as more and more AI garbage floods the internet. And so it's just kind of like, I don't see this as sustainable. Like, it's cannibalizing the information put on the internet for temporary private gain. I fully recognize that, but like, it's not sustainable. Yeah, like, you're still gonna have AI in the sense of like search engines, in the sense of like, niche scientific applications, of course, but like AI in the sense of like these large language models that act as like personal assistants or whatever. Like, nah, it's not gonna happen. Yep, sorry you're blue. We talked about that yesterday. There were 3 days yesterday to leave comment on the COVID booster restrictions that the government wants to pass. There are now 2 days to get your comments in. And yeah, here's a Sorry You're Blue is kind enough to provide the link. I'll just link it again in all the chats. Please go leave a comment if you haven't yet, saying that, hey, you as somebody under the age of 65 would like to have the option to get COVID booster shots, please, because you don't want to be permanently maimed by, a long COVID complication. Uh, 1 second. I have to take this, but I will be back in approximately 5 to 10 minutes. BRB.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. About as shallow as a grave, we're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage, and Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. 13,000 strong, and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain, here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, oh, oh. I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain, here we come, oh, here we come, here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the man knows he's got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scab for the bosses. Don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
Hello, hello, hello. Is there a link to the break time playlist? Yes, here you go. Boop. Hello, hello. In about 8 minutes, we'll be talking with Arian Childrey. I'm real excited. And I think y'all will be too. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Letters and spaces and tones. Oh my. How we doing, folks? Still loving and envious of that amazing blazer? Thank you. It's from oh god, what's it called? What's the website called? I don't remember. Sorry. Saying there's been too much focus on vaccination? I disagree. There's been a concerted effort to get people to not vaccinate. That's why there's been a focus on vaccination. Let's see. Arcade and bowling alley carpets are awesome when they're not caked with. Wow, I leave for a couple minutes and all right. Cool. We're all just saying things now, huh? The Orion's End, the Imogen Olivia lingerie launch has not happened yet. It's happening in June. We're aiming for June 1st. So, still in the works, still very much happening. By the way, wanted to ask all of you, send me or just shout out different like if you have any kind of like niche like places that might sell lingerie, like kind of mom and pop stores, small businesses in your local areas, shout them out, because my partner and I are looking for different places to potentially sell wholesale to bring them to your neck of the woods. So, yeah. Let me know who you think we should reach out to. Swear I'm being good? Nice. What's my favorite color? Green. but like specifically the green of like the sun through grass on a sunny day. Can't wait for the launch. It's going to be great. Yeah, go support Moss. I agree, 100% Banana Brains. With that being said, let's get Ariane on the line. Whew, here we go, folks. Right. Just gonna start it on mute. Hello, can you hear me? I can hear you. Other folks can't hear you yet because I'm gonna fiddle with the camera, get you on screen. Go. Let's pull you up. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
I'm really excited for the chance to talk to you, Arian Childrey, I've been told.
You are correct.
Awesome. I apologize for messing up your name earlier in the stream.
Oh, it's okay. Everybody does. So
Well, it's an honor to have you on. You are Ohio's first openly trans city councilwoman for the city of St. Mary's, right?
correct. And it actually makes me one of only two openly trans people in politics in office in the entire state.
Yeah, the other one is Dion Manley, who's on a school
Yes,
board, I believe. Um,
correct.
and I don't know if you want how you want to order this, but I was thinking maybe we could talk a little bit about maybe your kind of what led to you becoming city councilwoman, and just kind of talk a little bit about your policies and stuff like that. But
Yes, absolutely.
yeah,
Whatever direction you want to go, I am good with. I'm an open book.
all
So
right. So my understanding is you've been like a long time activist in like the LGBTQ movement. Can you talk about kind of how you got involved with that just to begin with?
yeah, so a lot of it was just kind of looking around. I transitioned 7 years ago. And at the time, I really thought things were bad. And wow, I mean, that seems like a golden age compared to currently. Um, but I actually started getting involved with like school boards. I brought people to see, we had an issue at a local school board where they were going after trans kids, and a lot of people weren't paying attention, at least not in the LGBT community. And I felt like a lot of the things they thought were happening other places, not here.
Mm.
So I convinced a group of them to start going to those board meetings, even though I knew they were horrible. I knew they were traumatizing, but frankly, some people in the LG and B need to see what is really going on to shake them to get into action and stop with the pride as a party rather than pride as a protest mentality. So that was what I was hoping for, to try to get people shook up. So we did that. I started speaking at local events on LGBT issues, started getting political circles that maybe people who wouldn't otherwise really hear about the trans community, that they didn't have much of an option because I was going to keep running my loud mouth until someone listened. So that kind of got me involved in it until I started doing more directly involved in the politics.
And did you have a lot of success with like getting like kind of the LGBs into the room and kind of seeing like, oh, this is what's happening. This is not just something we can ignore. Was that successful?
Yeah, it was. I mean, we started out and we only had a few people that showed up at the meetings. But the thing about it was when they saw it, when they got to hear that these people weren't like using code words in the middle of a meeting, these are people using slurs against trans people openly, proudly, and I should say not just trans people, but a kid.
Yeah.
So when those people went, even when it was just a few, they came back and they're posting on social media, wow, you wouldn't believe what I just saw. And it started getting more and more people, involved and realizing what was going on. And I am in a very conservative part of Ohio. I'm actually in the most red district in the entire state of Ohio. So we unfortunately get to see a lot of this. And the big thing I've been trying to push when we see it is it's not an opportunity for us to like shrink back into a closet. This is the moment that we stand up. If they're going to talk about us, let's make them talk to us.
And like I wanted to ask this later, but I'll just ask it now. Like I know you're like the only Democrat on the city council. And I imagine that must be difficult, both being the only Democrat, but also being like an openly trans Democrat in, again, one of the most conservative parts of Ohio. And so I just wanted to kind of ask, like, what has that experience been like? Is that been, do you encounter a lot of people with preconceived notions about you and you like kind of have to tear those down? Or are people more focused on like, one of the things I noticed in a lot of your interviews, you talk about potholes and like, everyday issues.
Yes. So it really is kind of a mix because, I'm sitting in this very localized seat, but I've been a candidate for the state house and I will be a candidate for the state house again. So I've also got a background, on some larger statewide issues as opposed to just municipal. But thankfully, the fellow council members themselves, despite our disagreements, I will say I've had nothing but respectful encounters with like my fellow council members. So I mean that I'm very appreciative of, and we do our best to work bipartisanly because I do believe when it comes to things like potholes, there's not a Democrat or a Republican way to fix a pothole. There's not a trans or cis way to fix a pothole. There's just a damn pothole. So I think we're able to work through that. But I will say, yeah, when I first got into office, there were a lot of people in the community messaging, wanting to talk, wanting to know, where I stood and was I coming in with an agenda, which I always think is so funny because if you have to ask a politician, do they have an agenda? The answer is always yes. Of course we do. That's why we're in politics. But my agenda on the local level was to focus on local issues, to make sure that their trash was getting picked up in a timely manner, to make sure we're taking care of the roads, to make sure we're not wasting their money when I have one of the most impoverished wards out of our city, to make sure that we're not wasting their money on something silly that's of no use to the average member, of the average citizen of my ward. And that's what we've been focusing on, reaching across the aisle and seeing where we can find consensus on these local issues.
And like, have you been able to kind of, and I know it's maybe hard to like gauge, but like, are people who reach out to you concerned at all or upset that you are a trans woman? And or are they more like curious, I guess? Because like I know that for a lot of people, like they've just never met a trans person, or at least someone that they know is trans. And
Yeah.
so I'm just kind of curious about your experience in that regard.
So it's kind of a mix, to be honest. How to clarify how I got into office is, as I said, I did run for state house, and the person who held this seat on the city council actually ended up. They were a Democrat. They ended up having to resign for health reasons, and they both nominated a person to fill the seat, which was me, and the Democratic Party got to vote to fill that seat. So, I was brought in as soon as that announcement was made public. Honestly, the first 24 hours, it hit a whole lot harder than I thought it was going to, because I thought I was used to it, but you get a little bit of a break. I just came out of an election from November, and then this happened in late January. So I think I'd gotten my mind out of that for a bit. And we got a lot of pretty vicious attacks. Some people were just flat out offended. There was no political position I could have held.
Mm.
I could have been, it wouldn't matter. I could have been a Republican, could have been the most conservative person. They were still going to hate me because of who I am. And it wouldn't have mattered. But there were other people who were willing to kind of meet with me. I met with one constituent in my ward who, the first time I met them, they were decked out in their MAGA gear, and I met them for lunch, and point blank they told me, "I think you're bringing an agenda." And I said, "Well, if that agenda that you think I'm bringing is to use your money responsibly and to make the city run as smooth as possible, then yes." And you know thankfully some of those people have been able to see beyond this is a trans candidate, and see, number one, I am, a council member who I struggle from paycheck to paycheck. I know what it is to have to do without. I know what it is to struggle. I want to make sure that, if anybody's asking them to pay more in taxes, then we better have a really good reason for it, or you're going to get a no vote from me. I'm looking at what's going to be in the best interest of people who struggle from day to day, because my philosophy is, that as a city, we're going to be judged, from my perspective, based on how well we are doing by our poorest and our weakest member of our society, of our city. So
Yeah, and I wanted to kind of ask a little bit more about kind of your background, where you come from, because I
yes.
know you've mentioned a few times in a few of your interviews. I was trying to do my homework for this interview, and you've talked about being like the granddaughter of coal miners, and I just wanted to ask kind of like about you and like growing up, like what's your background, and like how that then led to you like realizing you're trans, because I know that that's
Yeah.
like one of the hardest experiences I've ever had to reach that point, and I know that's true for a lot of other trans folks too.
Yeah, I grew up in Virginia, in a little part of Virginia that's right near the Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, and North Carolina borders. So right there in coal country. I am the daughter of a coal miner, the granddaughter and the great granddaughter of a coal miner. As a matter of fact, my little token I keep here with me is a piece of coal script that came from the coal mines that my grandpa actually worked at. So back when they worked in the little coal town, and everything in the entire town was owned by the coal company, including the very house you lived in. Um, so I grew up, my dad, for part of my growing up, was he worked in a rock quarry, then he worked in as a welder, and then he worked in the coal mines. And we didn't have a whole lot. We managed to make it work. My family is overall incredibly religious. I come from a mixed background, and my mother's family are Pentecostal. And so I grew up with a lot of different influences there, but my mother's influence and her family was pretty strong. So a very conservative Pentecostal church. And one of the stories I tell that's kind of related to my transition is, I have these weird memories, and most of your memories when you're going far back get really, really blurry. But then you have those one or two things that really stick out. And one of the ones I remember was right before I was going into elementary school. And my parents had always let me keep like semi shaggy hair, which was honestly like a security blanket for me. You used to be able to tell I had one side that would always curl because when I was nervous, I'd just sit there and do that all the time. Um, but right before I was set to go into school, my parents decided that I needed a traditional boy cut. And I wouldn't, even as a little one, like I threw a fit. We had a friend that did hair. They waited until I fell asleep. I call it my Samson moment, if you know the biblical story of
Yep.
Samson and Delilah. And they cut off my hair while I was asleep. And I woke up and I looked in the mirror. And I remember telling my parents, and my grandmother used to relay the story because it broke her heart. But my words were, I'm not pretty anymore. And I kind of account that as the moment when, even though I didn't have words for it, I knew that there was something different about me and it wasn't okay from my family, from their perspective. So I went through a lot of years trying to figure things out, a lot of internalized hate. I always say the first transphobe I had to confront was myself, because when you're in that environment, you just internalize all of that hatred and you turn it inward. And it was miserable. So I moved to Ohio, and at age 34, I was getting to the point to where when I laid down at night, I hoped that was the night I wouldn't wake back up. And I decided this is definitely got to change. And I started going to a therapist, started talking through things. And that was when ultimately I decided that I had to transition. I transitioned while I was a manager in a retail, I won't say which retailer, but let's just say it's the world's largest retailer. And I had like 300 associates that answered to me when I transitioned on the job. So it was a very kind of awkward time frame. Um, but that was kind of the background. Told my family. Some people were supportive, a lot of people weren't. And people can definitely surprise you, because the most supportive person in my family was actually my dad. And you'd have to see my dad to get it, because my dad is this little old redneck guy whose idea of formal attire is when his camo shirt matches his camo pants. And he is like the biggest ally and advocate. He doesn't really do a whole lot with the internet. So when I came out, the only thing he knew was to go on and watch I Am Jazz, which I had to like correct him on some things. I'm like, well, some of that stuff doesn't really apply to me, but he was doing anything he could to try to learn. And he's still like one of my biggest supporters.
That's beautiful. And like it does kind of like can I ask what made you choose to move to Ohio?
Honestly, a lot of it. So I took care of my grandmother. My grandmother was the biggest influence raising me when I grew up, and she died of cancer. And I took care of her throughout all the way to the end. And I really wanted to get away, and a large part of it was, I had started looking up subject matter about, you know, trans issues, because I was struggling with what I was feeling inside. And I knew I just did not have really the freedom to even attempt to figure things out when you're around all the people who have known me my entire life. It's a very, conservative coal mining area. It's not all that open. Good people, in other respects, but not in that. And so that was a big influence on why I decided to move. I came to Ohio because I'd lived here for a short time as a teenager. It was my first big outing on my own when I moved away out of high school. And then I moved back and took care of my grandmother. So this was a place that like I somewhat was familiar with, and I was able to transfer jobs. That was the good thing about being with a large company is I could find another store and transfer there and not have to move and then go looking for a job. I already had one.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. Like I totally relate to a lot of your story. It resonates with parts of mine too. So I feel like I understand a bit better where you're coming from. And thank you very much for sharing a lot of that. I know it can be,
Okay.
you know, hard, but I appreciate the insight. Um, and what was it that caused you to make the leap from kind of more activist circles into running for public office?
Yeah, good story on that. So, or at least I think. Um, at we have a local pride group here that puts on a pride event every year. They have since 2020, I think, was when we first did it. And so one of the years, the year before I ran, so I think it would have been 2023. Yeah, in 2023, our pride event got protested, and it was religious protesters who were carrying signs about, let kids be kids and say no to drag, and neo Nazis. And I watched as the person who currently holds the office that I was running for in the state house stood just a few yards from neo Nazis protesting an event in her own district. And it took her a good month to even lightly distance herself from the neo Nazis that were just across from her. And then she turned around and she introduced the Ohio drag ban, which, if you had read the text then, some of you might be familiar with it. It's not just a drag ban. It actually defines by its definition of drag. If I crack a joke and you find it entertaining because I am dressed in a way that is not in accordance with my gender assigned at birth, they would call that drag by their definition. So in a lot of ways, it really criminalized not only drag but trans people. So I organized a protest because she was the primary one. And the news showed up and they took statements from everybody. That's kind of what you're doing with a protest. You want to get that attention.
Hmm.
And after it was over, my what became my opponent actually had posted about the protest, and she had referred to those protesters as adults, quote, fighting for the right to twerk and gyrate in front of your children. When she put that little statement out, that was the night that I called up some of my friends and my allies, people I'd worked with, and said I'm running. Because if she was going to do that, if she was going to basically try to sick the community, her followers, on people that exercised their right to protest something that was frankly a stupid bill and a horribly written one at that, then she was going to have to take on a trans person. So I jumped into the race and ran. I'd been asking for months, is somebody going to run against her? And I kept getting crickets. Nobody had anything. So finally I decided she can't run unopposed. So if nobody's going to do it, then I'm going to do it.
And one of the things I did want to ask, and I did read some of the like the like personal testimony. Your opponent you're talking about is Angie King, I
Correct.
believe, and some of her testimony, it is truly unhinged. Like she like comes up with like a hypothetical about like, what if I take my children to the park and there is someone doing a strip tease? Like that doesn't happen, and like there are already
No.
laws against doing a strip tease at a public park. Like
Yeah,
it is
but she
completely manufactured.
defined. Well, some of these performers that we had, were actually, some of the drag performers are actually gymnasts.
Mm-hmm.
So, so they're dancing. They're, in my opinion, nothing inappropriate. No clothing is coming off of anybody. Ironically, most of our drag queens, the very year that my opponent came and protested, the drag queens had on a whole lot more layers of clothing than my opponent did standing out there protesting. And so there was nothing inappropriate. But my whole thing is if she thinks what these drag queens are doing in a public park, because we know that drag can be raunchy
Mm-hmm.
at times. That's why those performances happen in a club, just like comedy. I wouldn't say that kids should be present at every comedy show. I grew up watching Richard Pryor. Trust me, you probably shouldn't be watching that underage. But but you also had very family friendly comedy, and that was the same thing that we had. We had very family friendly drag. And if you're going to go after it, then you have absolutely no reason to not criminalize cheerleading in the state of Ohio, because that's a whole lot more indecent than anything the drag queens were doing at those events.
Mm-hmm. One thing I wanted to ask you about was, what's your sense of why there was no one else running against your opponent?
Well, for one, we are the most red district in the state of Ohio. And so, a lot of people get caught up in electability. Can I win? And if I realistically don't think I can win, what's the point? And I have a very big disagreement with that, because I think there's a lot of good reasons to run whether you can win or not, especially as a trans person, because whether I win or not, I'm getting out there, I'm getting visibility, and people are able to see, see trans people as a multifaceted person, not just the caricature that they've seen
Mm-hmm.
on Fox News. Um, but I think that had a big influence. It was seen that, Angie had the race locked up, and a lot of people didn't want to bother. We also have a very, very vicious demographic within our community that does everything they can to make LGBT people, anyone who might be seen as progressive, to attempt to make them miserable. We have a very, I call it a hate group, a private Facebook group that's ran by a local hate preacher who very regularly misgenders and dead names and calls LGBT people basically groomers and all of these things. So, there's a lot of people that get scared off by that. Um, and unfortunately for my opponent, I'm not one of them.
uh, how do you deal with like that component of that, unfortunately kind of goes with the territory of being like an openly trans public figure or politician? Like, how do you deal with that? Because I feel like, you know there's a big difference between maybe dealing with trolls on the internet and with like, a smaller core group of people that live physically in your area who are in a maybe more real sense than a troll on the internet out to get you.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not always. I'm not going to say I always do the best at it. It's always a work in progress. Sometimes something will hit me the wrong way. 9 times out of 10, I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at comments that are left by locals on news reports and things that I hear. And usually, the thing that I'm most offended by is the fact that they have yet to come up with a new insult. Because frankly, I'm sick of hearing the old ones. At least entertain me if you're going to do this. Um, but I also have a different approach to this. So whenever I'm going into an event, whenever I have a speaking gig, whenever I'm going to a protest, I do exactly the thing that generally I would not recommend most trans people doing in that. And that is, I sit there and read the hate comments. And because for me, it's fuel, it's gasoline to my fire. So, every time they throw one, they deserve a special thank you when I get up there and do one fiery ass speech because they help make it happen. Because I'm not going to let them control it. So it's about having a good support team around you, knowing who you are, because I know who I am. They can talk about me, they can misgender, they can do all this stuff. I know who I am. I frankly don't care what they think about me. I care what my family thinks about me. I care what my husband thinks about me. I sure don't care what the hate preacher one city over thinks about me. So at best, it's a nuisance. I mean, that's it. So, I try to put it in the right place. I try to look at what's being said from the sense of a motivation. And in some cases, I look at it and learn, even if they're coming from a really bad place, what the misconception is. And can I use that to maybe help educate some people? Probably not the person who left the comment because they're probably so far down the rabbit hole, but there might be other people sitting on the fence that are thinking the same thing. So it gives me a little insight into what's going on.
Well, that's fascinating. I know that there are a lot of people watching right now, and a lot of people in my community who have been struggling a lot with what is happening, both on the federal level with the Trump administration, as well as like in their individual states with legislation being passed. And I know Ohio, in particular, has been pretty rough when it comes to trans people on the state level. Um, what do you have to say to like trans people who, maybe aren't built to be able to like read all of the hate comments and like fuel up on that? Cuz I relate to that a little bit. Like I get people in my live streams all the time telling me horrible things, and it fuels me. It makes me more powerful. But like other people aren't built necessarily like that, and like what do you have to say to them to like kind of keep their fire going?
Yeah, well, first, there is nothing wrong with knowing your limitations. And if it's not going to be good for you to read those comments, don't. There is no need to put yourself out there into a situation that's going to, test your own mental health. I mean, it's serious and it's something that should be taken seriously. So I might do it. That doesn't mean I'm recommending it. What I will tell our trans community and our allies in the LG and B part of the LGBT community is number one, we got to stop sitting back and start standing up. And I mean standing up more. We've got to be loud. We've got to be unapologetic. We've got to recapture that Stonewall spirit. We got to understand that if you're doing a pride event and there is nothing, you're trying to avoid anything political at your pride event, I want to first tell you with all due respect, you're doing it wrong because you cannot separate the politics out of pride. Sylvia and Marcia did not stand on a street corner and say, pretty please. They threw a damn brick. And so we have to get active. Sylvia and Marcia picked up a brick. You can pick up a ballot. You can send an email to your representative, especially here in Ohio. There are ways to track legislation in the House so that you know when it's coming for a hearing. You can submit anonymous written testimony. Now, I'm not going to tell you that that's going to change the gerrymandered right wingers sitting on that committee. But I'm going to tell you this, that goes in the record. And keeping our history is as much a part of this as anything else, because eventually we're going to win. Doesn't mean we're not going to go through some hard times to get there. But I sincerely believe that, as MLK said about the arc of the moral universe, I believe that's true. I believe it's going to bend towards justice. It's just going to take some work and it doesn't bend on its own. Sometimes we have to do it till we nearly break it. But we want to still be submitting testimony. We want to be voting. We want to be getting active. Um, and I even say, if you, I'm not telling you what political party to affiliate with, but if you do happen to affiliate with the Democratic Party, get involved with your county party because they're not necessarily hearing your voice either, and they need to hear your voice to know. So, for those people, there are a lot of different ways that you can still get involved. You can show up for events, you can provide support to one another, get involved with your local LGBT community center that may not be out there like protesting and neck to neck with neo-Nazis, but they're providing services to people in our community that need it. They're operating food banks. They're having clothing closets for people who have transitioned and need the outfits. They're providing financial support. So there are so many ways that you can get involved on a level that you're comfortable with. But if you are comfortable being the loudmouth, scream it because it's time they start hearing this.
Excellent. I loved all of that. Thank you very, very much. Um,
Yeah.
I think more people need to hear that. Like, it's something that I talk about quite a bit, and I think it's something that is important to talk about because I think a lot of people don't realize just how much agency and how much space and how loud that they can really be and exert in their communities. And so I 100% agree with that entire message.
And if you're able to look at running for office, I will tell you, running for office, even if you don't win, if you're an activist out there and you talk about something and you want to push, here is the thing: running for office is a wonderful way to force people to pay attention. So if you're able to do that and you're comfortable, learn how to do that. There are a lot of places, your local parties can help you, and run and, get out there. And if you're comfortable being out and it's safe for you to do so, then be as open as you're comfortable with because that helps to dispel all the myths and all the misconceptions people have about us.
Yeah, do you have any like beyond getting involved with like your local Democratic Party, do you have any other advice for people who might be looking to run for office either in their town or on the state level?
Well, number one, I'm going to tell you, as a trans person, have a serious sit down and before you make any decision, and actually think about your life and your background, because I want everybody to go into it with eyes wide open. So, is there something that somebody is going to pull up on you? And if they did pull it up on you, are you comfortable with that being public? Know those things beforehand before you get involved. But aside from that, I always tell people if you're running, especially as a minority candidate, um, you can't simply focus on your issue. So I talk about trans issues with the trans community, but I also made sure that I had a good understanding of the other issues that are really important to me. So in my state house race, when I'm talking, a lot of what I'm talking about is going to be about public education and about the corrupt voucher scam that we have in the state of Ohio that's robbing money from our public schools and sending them to private unaccountable ones. So, no issues beyond your activism specialty, and we all do that. I started out, I wasn't exactly broadly versed in all of the politics when I first started getting somewhat involved in politics. I knew LGBT issues because that's what I was passionate about. But you've got to be able to expand that out if you want to show the public that, listen, there are a lot of things we care about, and we do. Sometimes we just don't think about it because it can be hard to think about how concerned you are with public education when you have a government that's trying to erase you out of existence. So it's understandable, but make sure if you're going to be a candidate that you're bringing those things to the forefront, that you're getting connected. And I will tell you, if you're a trans candidate, I once spoke with a candidate who was part of the LGBT community and a really good candidate. And one of the things they told me was, I don't want to be the gay candidate. And I told them, I said, if that's what's going to get you media attention and raise your profile so that you can speak more, be the gay candidate. So you have to use the cards that you're dealt and you have to play it smart. I've had a number of interviews once I got involved where people would call me up from a news outlet and all they wanted to talk about was the Ohio drag ban because that had been something that got me into it. And I didn't tell them no, I wasn't going to have that interview. I took it. And then I got in it. And then I said about 2 seconds worth about the drag ban and immediately flipped to education and made them listen to me talk about another subject. Um, so just make sure you're prepared for people digging things up. Make sure that you're good with what's going to come out. Make sure you have a good support system around you, all based on the area you're in. It could get tough. But I will tell you at the same time, while I'm saying that, and that all sounds very negative and scary, I get it. It is also incredibly rewarding when you hear from one person saying, how much they appreciate seeing you out there because it's representation for them. And one of the things I tell everybody running and everybody interested in activism as well as politics is it's now been like over 50 years since Stonewall. To this day, us in the trans community, we still know the names of people like Sylvia Rivera, like Marsha P. Johnson, like Miss Majors. Um, Make it a point in whatever little sphere you're in to ensure that when 50 more years come and go, when people are talking about the history and people that made a difference, make it your motivation to be one of those names. And that's what I fight for. I fight every day because part of my legacy, I want to be standing up for people. And when there are people talking about Ohio and how we made a difference in this, because we are going to make a difference, I want my name in the mix. So look at your legacy and fight for it because frankly, we're worth it. And I think we're in a really good opportunity to show people that there is so much more to being a trans person than just our transition. I mean, listen to me. I'm a big old redneck. You can hear when I talk. And it's like there are so many things that we can talk about and get out there and help people see that I'm telling you, there are a ton of things I could give you to hate about me, and being trans is probably the least interesting one.
Fair, fair. So far, I'm not seeing too much to hate. I actually find you quite inspiring. One of the things I wanted to talk more about, speaking of, not just talking about trans issues, I wanted to talk about just kind of like what you've been doing in St. Mary's. And like, I know that probably has like a lot of, difficult and interesting challenges in its own right, holding office. And I looked through a lot of the different things you've talked about in different media clippings, and I just wanted to maybe go into a little bit more depth. Because one of the issues I saw you mention, or I heard you mention just like a little bit ago, was during your campaign, you talked about like the school voucher program in Ohio. And like you had a great turn of phrase, welfare for the wealthy, when it comes to vouchers. And I wanted you to maybe elaborate a little bit more on that, because I think a lot of people, and I encountered this a lot maybe, several years ago, just were like, well, this will get my kid into the good school. And I always tried to push back on that, but I'd love to hear, because I know you've talked about that and deal with it in your own community, like what you think about this issue.
Oh, it's one of my favorite subjects to talk about. So not because it's good, but because it's so bad that most of the people in our communities are actually surprised when they figure out what the voucher scam really is. So number one, I call it welfare for the wealthy because that's what it ends up being. When you look at it, not only in, not just here in Ohio, but in other states, we found that the vast majority of recipients of these vouchers are not like new enrollees. There are people who already have the money to send their kids to private school, and now we're just subsidizing it. So it's not like we're getting people out of quote unquote failing public schools. These are people that were already doing it. Most of these are going, for our conservative leaning people in rural Ohio, it's like, how does it feel to know that you are sending billions, literally, because now we're breaking that $1 billion mark, to a bunch of rich families in Columbus, in Cincinnati, in Cleveland, rather than right here in your own town? So the way this ends up working is, at one point in time, the vouchers started out, I would say, misguided, but at least with a good premise. And it was for one distinctive area in Ohio that had a very struggling school system. And since then, it's grown into a monster. So now, no matter what your income is, you qualify for at least some level of a voucher. And it's going to be somewhat income based, but you don't even have to turn in your tax forms to prove your income. It's basically just, pinky swear. Um, and so what ends up happening in the budget? So one of the things I heard from my opponent was, well, we increased school funding in the last budget. And it becomes the question of, is that true? Well, yes, it is true. But it's also very deceptive, because what they don't tell you is that education bucket in the budget is not just for public schools. It's also for the voucher program. So when they say they increased it and they increased the education budget, say by $1 million, that the voucher program is way overspending and now going close to $1 billion, you're not actually increasing the budget for public schools. You're actually cutting that. And so it works as a cut. On top of that, what a lot of people don't understand is your private schools do not have to be accountable to you. Public school, if you don't like the way the school is getting run, you can vote out the Board of Education. You can't do that in a private school. All you can do is try to go elsewhere. Private school is not required to make the accommodations for your child who has a learning disability or who has a physical ailment that makes it harder for them to get there. They don't have to have all of those accessibility. Funnily enough, if they don't have it, the local public school has to provide it for them, even though the student's not going to the public school. So that's more money coming out of the public school, and they're not even getting the money from the student. So ultimately, what it comes down to is your taxpayer money. As I say, it's simply public money to public schools. We don't need to be subsidizing private schools. If there are issues that people want to say our public schools are having, the smart use of our money is not to send them to, give you some money so you can send a kid to a private school that we can't even look and see if they're really having issues. It's to fix our public schools. And a lot of the problems we need to fix in our public schools in Ohio have to do with the fact that when it comes to starting teacher pay, we rank among the bottom when it comes to that starting teacher pay. So, we're asking these teachers to do more and more every year, but we're not making it competitive for someone to actually want to be a teacher in the state of Ohio. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go off on a rail, but could you imagine being a teacher in the state of Ohio when we literally have these anti-DEI bills that have went through? If you even possibly mention something that somebody might find offensive, you're going to be jerked in front of the school board and possibly lose your license. I mean, our teachers really are heroes at this point to still be in public education after the GOP in Ohio has done everything they can to put them through hell.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's like navigating a minefield every single day.
Oh, yeah.
It's terrifying. My partner was a teacher, and like those kinds of policies are just like one of the reasons people get burnt out so quickly in teaching.
Yeah. And I worry about some of our teachers right now because, we're putting through bills that we have great allies in the public school. Teachers who just want to teach kids, they want them to have a safe environment. They don't care if they're religious or not religious, if they're straight or gay, cis or trans. They want to just respect those students and get them the information they need. But I worry because we've got these new bills going through that is forcing teachers to dead name trans students, that is going to force teachers to out gay or trans students to their families. And I worry because I know there are a lot of teachers who have a good heart who are going to say, I simply can't comply with that. So it's going to end up with either teachers quitting because they can't do it, which is sad because now that was a teacher who would be a safe person for students that's gone,
Hmm.
or they're not going to follow these unjust laws, and then they're going to be, fired, lose their teaching license, and possibly even have, private legal action from these families that are usually, frankly, being prodded on by anti-LGBT organizations to make a big name for themselves.
Yeah, there's like a weird movement in some conservative circles to like entrap teachers, and it's
Oh yeah,
scary. You
yeah,
also mentioned like when it comes to private schools and students with disabilities, that's something that um I in my neck of the woods, like that's something that goes on in private schools where, in order to keep their kind of prestige status of like, oh, look at all of our academic achievements, they'll cut students who underperform or have special needs, or anything to kind of keep their bottom line, because they're private schools. They
yeah.
want
They're
to.
companies, they're
Yeah,
business.
exactly. They care about maximizing, in most cases, maximizing their profits, and
Yeah,
it winds up coming at the expense of students. And that has been one of the recurring things I've noticed about a lot of these voucher programs across the country. And I'm glad that you mentioned that and brought that up, because it's a big issue that doesn't get as much attention as I think it deserves. Um,
yeah, and it really is a dangerous situation because not only are we talking about, giving these options for parents to do it, and they can say, well, the parents with a child that's struggling or a child that has a disability, whether it be physical or developmental, well, they can stay in the public schools then if that's not offered. Well, you're defunding the public schools.
exactly.
So we're not able to afford to give those students, when they stay in the public schools, the resources that they deserve because we just handed it to, either some private religious school or some military charter school, or, rather than actually investing in the public schools where we actually have really good standards. At least we did until the federal government tried to ruin all of them. But the key difference with a public school was it was for everyone. Private schools are not like that. There are some great ones, and I'm not saying every private school is a monster, but I am going to say not a single private school deserves tax dollars.
100% agreed on this on for my part. One of the other things you've talked about is in St. Mary's in particular, losing kind of big box retailers, Kmart, Big Lots, Rite Aid. And I know that, like, from my like I've spent time working in rural areas, and I know that can be like absolutely devastating when that happens. And so, like, I was wondering kind of what led to those closures, and also what are some of the ideas on the table to kind of turn that around.
Yeah. So St. Mary's is in kind of an odd position because I'm going to tell you, like, losing some of those big box retailers did not have a massive impact on our economy because we have one of the lowest unemployment rates in this region, in the state. But what it ends up doing, though, and where my concern comes in, is we have a lot of people at the same time that may not necessarily be qualified for the other types of jobs that are in the area. And for those people, this can be life changing. Plus, just as, somebody that's like proud of our city, I don't want people to have to go do their shopping over in Salina or Wapak, our neighboring cities. I want them to be able to do it here. So there are a number of things that really influence why we end up losing some of these businesses in the area. Now, one of them is a problem, but it's kind of a good problem to have. We got to figure out how to fix it, but it's a good problem to have. It's because the big box retailers come in, and what do they want to do? They want to underpay employees.
Hmm.
Now, the issue they have here is I got a lot of factories and other things in the area that are paying a higher wage. So there is no issue. A person can quit that job and they'll have them another job by this afternoon. So they end up having staffing problems in some cases to kind of bring that there because they want to underpay their workers. They want to do, really, really lousy benefits, even when there are benefits. I mean, if people are familiar with retail, quote unquote, benefits packages, usually the health care is bottom tier. It's usually not very good. Um, so that ends up having a big influence. So the kind of thing is like we do need more business here. We don't have a massive issue with people being unemployed necessarily. It's just that it hits certain segments of the population that may not be able to get some of those other jobs that are available. So that's really why I focus on that. I'm hoping we're looking at trying to get some more businesses in. I think we kind of need to focus. My personal opinion, I want to focus on building up more mom and pop local businesses rather than bringing in all the big box. I'll take a big box retailer if they're coming in and they can offer something to the community. Just don't ask for a break from the city because you're going to pay your fair share. But you know, I'd rather raise up the mom and pop businesses, and there are some things we're doing that I'm really happy with. That there's a farmers market that goes on that allows people to bring, their produce, but it also allows people to bring like handmade things, soaps and lotions and all these types of things. I'd like to see a focus on something like a small business incubator in the city of St. Mary's, where we're really giving startups an opportunity that can't afford to have the overhead of this big, this storefront to rent downtown. But maybe they could if we give them the opportunity to start introducing people to their business and to start making a little bit of money. Um, so I'm really hoping that that is something over time that we can look at and try to bring in something like a small business incubator to encourage year round these small businesses, whether they're jewelry makers or soaps and candles and whatever we have, to get them a good start so that they can really anchor into the community.
Yeah, because one of the issues that I've seen in rural communities often is the Walmart effect. Walmart comes in, undercuts all the mom and pop stores, runs them out of business, then jacks up their prices, cuts wages. And
Yeah,
it sounds like you have, because of the factories, you're kind of able to like fend that off a little bit.
we
And
are.
that's great. And I really like the idea of like kind of a small business incubator type situation. Like I know that I've been looking around the country at like just different ways to kind of like help mom and pop businesses or stores, particularly like grocery stores. And I've been fascinated. There's been like this idea that's been getting more traction in different, both small towns and larger cities around the country, of kind of municipally owned grocery stores.
Yeah,
And I was,
especially to combat these food deserts that we have in a lot of areas.
yeah, and you know, uh, maybe like a municipally owned storefront for these small businesses to like get a start. You know,
Yeah, and see, I would love to claim that I am the great originator of the idea of a business incubator, but I'm actually not. I'll tell you, even back when I was growing up in Virginia, our little town actually built a whole new building. They tore down an existing structure, built a nice building, and did a business incubator. And it was, I'm not sure that we fully implemented it always the way we should, but the idea was there and it was strong because you had time frames, and part of being in that business incubator was, we had you partnered up with professionals, whether they be bookkeepers to help you figure out on business taxes and making sure you're doing all that. But you were able to start doing that and kind of operate it almost like a little mini mall where people can come by and look and purchase those goods and give them the opportunity to make the kind of money without this massive amount of overhead, to where eventually they can move out of that business incubator and they can take up those spots that are usually sitting in your small towns collecting dust that we are so desperate to get tenants in.
Hmm.
So I think it's a good plan if we can get people that are willing to work it to set good standards. And it's something I've been floating for a while. I hope that it's something that we can eventually look at
Do,
as a council. We got some good things with like the and I think kind of looking at like our farmers market that we do during the certain months gives like a little bit of an idea of like a basic of what you could do.
yeah, do ideas like that get traction among your fellow like council people? Like, like I sometimes I worry that like ideas like that maybe whiff too much of like socialism or something like that.
I think you're probably right to a certain degree there. One of the problems we have is, especially in these small towns and small cities, um, is some people in general, our councils can become very perfunctory. It's not, it's not some great meeting of minds debating out policy. It can sometimes just become a stamp of approval. And so there's a little bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? An apathetic attitude that you kind of have to fight with these small towns and these small city councils to get people to look outside the box, because a lot of these problems that we're talking about, they didn't happen overnight. And for people who have been in council for a very long time, it's, can't see the forest for the trees. Well, this always happens. So, this is just the way it is in St. Mary's. And without questioning, is it the way it has to be in St. Mary's? Can we not try something, or get a committee to start researching this and gathering information to see what we can do? So I think that is a problem that plagues a lot of these city councils, especially here in Ohio. Is, we have home rule in Ohio, but it doesn't mean everybody actually uses it. They kind of just expect the state to take care of most of the things, and we're just going to pass an ordinance about sound, or how tall your grass is going to be before we're going to send you a notice to cut it.
One of the other issues you've been very vocal about is rural housing and kind of the rural housing crisis. It doesn't get enough. It doesn't get enough airtime. People don't talk about it enough. And I know that in Ohio, in particular, like Airbnbs and short-term rentals have been like an escalating issue. Like I was looking up some of like the growth of just Airbnb, and it was like almost 10% like year over year.
Yeah.
It gets, and I imagine that cuts into a lot of rural housing, for like vacation spots and whatnot, and that makes it much harder for folks to make ends meet. And I was just wondering kind of like your thoughts on that entire phenomena, and especially I know that there's like some level of kind of, if not antagonism, that might not be the right word, but like cities versus homeowners and state government. Like it kind of seems like a bit of a difficult murky waters to navigate. So I was just wondering your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and it is a challenging situation to kind of get through. And it's not just rural housing, that's important. But I would say we also have issues in our urban centers with out of state housing corporations that come in, that buy up properties that they're really not interested in, and end up becoming pretty much slumlords. We saw that in Toledo and some other areas, that thankfully a lot of people, Toledo has a great representative which addresses those sorts of issues. Um, And I know here in St. Mary's, we are in a housing deficit. So a lot of things are, a lot of places, these rural areas, they just want to put in single family homes. And that's great, but we've got people that are already locked into bad renting situations. So if you're paycheck to paycheck and you're paying, $900 to $1,200 in rent a month, how do you save up the 20% that's usually going to be needed to make a down payment on a house? You don't. You get locked into a bad rental situation. And we don't have enough affordable housing. We don't have enough good rental spaces that are going to be affordable. We don't have a lot of low income rent, not only rental homes, not only in my area, but throughout the state in general. Um, and another big thing that's came up and actually somebody brought to me when I was on the campaign trail running for state house is source of income discrimination. So I had one person that came up to me and they had a housing voucher. Housing vouchers were only good for the county that they were issued in. But the problem is there's no protections from discrimination based on that housing voucher. And they literally couldn't find anyone in the county that was willing to accept a voucher because they looked down on somebody with a voucher as low income and they didn't want to deal with them. So one of the things I think we have to address pretty quickly is I think source of income discrimination needs to be illegal in the state of Ohio. If you are renting to the public, then you need to have to rent to all of the public. And that means that if the city, if the state and the county are saying, listen, we're guaranteeing payment on this, then you should not be able to turn that person away simply because you don't like where their income comes from. So I think that's an important thing. I also think we need to have very stringent guidelines on these out of state housing corporations. If it were up to me personally, if you don't actually have a real home office in the state of Ohio, I would be fine if you're a housing corporation, you don't buy our property if you're not here. Because I'm tired of the out of state corporations that come in and suck it up. And they've got all of these properties and they end up going and they get what would be a starter home for a family that could possibly afford it. But then they buy it up, they flip it, and they turn it into an expensive rental and take those good starter homes off the market. So it's murky ground. It's going to be challenging, but I think there are a lot of small steps we have to work at with making it easier for people to get subsidized housing, protecting people from discrimination based on them receiving government assistance in their housing, and then just kind of looking at how we're letting these out of state corporations kind of influence that.
Yeah, like I was looking into this issue, and it just seems like, even on like a city by city basis. I know there's like, I forget the name of the city, but there was a city that like has a moratorium for like 6 months. I think there's like 3 months left maybe on that.
Yep.
And on like Airbnb rentals, largely because they've noticed like, like depending on how many people are renting, there's just a sudden influx of like 400 people into the community that aren't, no one knows who they are, and like they just kind of are there for a good time, and it can cause like a lot of chaos and consternation. And like I imagine it's difficult for like the social fabric, and like it takes up homes. And I appreciate your insight, because and one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you about it was just, and I know this is kind of tangential, but I saw a TikTok of this like preacher couple who were like, we were tired of being poor, and so we pooled our money together and we took out a loan and we bought a rental property and started renting it out on Airbnb. And then, it's 4 years later, and now we have 700 rental properties. And like, it's like, there's no way this can be sustainable. You're two
It's not.
people who now are taking up 700 homes that people aren't living in.
No, and these people that are staying there, have their own homes elsewhere. So, that's double the usage essentially because they're staying in a home that needs to go to someone who is currently unhoused or underhoused. And we also here in Ohio, we rank as one of the most so we are the most we are one of the most landlord friendly states. We are also one of the least renter friendly states. So we have a lot of really lousy laws on the books when it comes to the eviction process, which is frankly pathetic. We actually have 3-day evictions in the state of Ohio, which should not happen. There is no scenario in which a 3-day eviction should be at all legal. So, there are those types of things that we need to really, really look at when it comes to our evictions process and why it is that we rank so incredibly low on our friendliness to renters when we have so many renters in the state.
Yeah, 100%. And I know I'm kind of keeping you a bit long, but I
You're fine.
swear.
I don't care.
Okay. I also took a look at your Substack, The Agenda, and
Yes.
I saw one of your more recent posts was about the in Ohio SB 34, which would require showing documents in school, like not documents, but like one of like 10 different documents, and like some of them are
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, that belongs in a school, like the
Yeah,
Constitution.
but it's a 10 Commandments bill, is all it is.
Yep.
I mean, they're sneaking it in because they didn't want to directly say they learn from past experiences. Because here's the thing, um, you look at it; these things are going to be whatever the document is going to be purchased by a nonprofit in the area. What nonprofits are going to jump on that? It's going to be religious institutions. So the whole point is to put the 10 Commandments in classrooms where I personally don't think religion has any place whatsoever. I am a firm believer in the separation of church and state. I am also a firm believer as parents, if you want to raise your kids with these religious views, you should have every right, generally speaking, as long as you're not harming your child to do so. But you don't get to put it into the school. So when people want to say things like, well, the 10 Commandments, why, how in the world could you have a problem with that? They're just good ways to live your life. Actually, no, because number one, it's not like most of those are secular in nature. A big portion of the 10 Commandments are very, very fundamentally religious. There is no secular purpose. There is no secular reason for thou shalt have no other gods before me. Okay. So
Exactly.
there's no way to make that secular. And there are even things that I would definitely disagree with. I don't want us teaching kids as a commandment, honor your mother and father. I think honor honorable parents, but I also don't want a kid who's being abused to think that they have some moral obligation to honor their parents. The only obligation they have got is to protect themselves. So I see this as just another way of trying to weasel in religion into public schools to try to make some performative point. And on top of all that, I don't even think it does it very well. It ultimately just becomes a big old waste of money and time that we could be spending on actually taking care of our public schools rather than making the lives of our teachers and administrators even more difficult.
I was curious, what it like is their argument that why this is like okay? Is their argument that it's the 10 Commandments are just somehow secular? I don't
Yeah,
that really okay.
yes, sadly, there is. Granted, it is all completely and totally bogus. but there are arguments. If you look at the proponent testimony for this bill, you'll notice that what they're doing is they're claiming that all of these documents, which they include more than one, but of course, the Ten Commandments is conspicuously thrown in, the only religious document in there, is they try to rewrite the history and try to claim that that was a foundational document to the country, that the founding fathers were writing laws based off of the Ten Commandments, which is utter rubbish. I mean, you look at so many of our laws that have long been the practice directly go in the face of any sort of Ten Commandments. The First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution is in direct violation to the first commandment of the Ten Commandments. You can't have freedom of religion and also a commandment that says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." You can't have American capitalism and also say, "Thou shalt not covet." So these are not foundational documents. These are things that people have believed over the years, and whether they do or not, that's fine. Have it in your homes, have it at your churches, put it on your car, but it's not the place for the school, because I don't think these people would be nearly as on board if we suddenly decided, well, now we're going to honor Hindu culture, so we're going to have everybody start off each day by making their offering to this statue of Shiva. Yeah, I don't think that a lot of our, I can tell you, my little old Pentecostal upbringing wouldn't have been very happy with that.
Oh no.
So the safest thing that we can do, if you are really and truly a Christian, worried about what your kids are going to learn in school, then the smartest thing you could do is want religion as far away from school as possible. Because you've already told us you don't trust the teachers on anything. You don't trust them on gender. You don't trust them on anything that has to do with sexuality. You don't trust them on science. Why is it that you think religion is so incredibly important and you want to force the people that you claim you don't trust to enforce it for you?
That's an excellent point. So I also wanted to ask you, you mentioned at the beginning here, you have plans to run in 2026. What lessons did you learn from last time that you're going to kind of use for your run in 2026?
I think one of my biggest ones is don't hold back. A lot of times in politics, we try to think 3 steps ahead. What's going to be the blowback if I say this? If I've learned anything from at least on this local level, it's going to be the same no matter what. So I might as well just be a whole lot more aggressive with it. So I plan on running a very, very aggressive, active campaign. I think I learned some things about events. I did events a whole lot earlier than I'm planning on doing this time. This was the 2024 election that I ran for, and we actually had several events that happened in the fall of 2023. And what I've learned is that is really not necessary. So we're not going to be doing events in 2024, or pardon me, 2025 for the 2026 campaign. We'll do like talking to our county parties, going to their meetings and things like that. But we're going to save the organizing for later when we start getting around time frame for the primary and then going into the general. And then I think just really diving in on some of the things we did, but I don't feel like we did as much as I wanted. I want more billboards this time. I want more yard signs out in people's yards. I want to make sure we're getting more, pamphlets in people's hands. I want to get a better, stronger group of canvassers together so we can start hitting, communities in the district and doing door knocking, canvassing. So, I want to kind of take what we did as like the bones, the skeleton of what we want to do in the future, but let's really build on it. Let's be aggressive and let's be out there and unapologetic.
Are you running in the same district or against Angie King? Or are you? Yep.
That will be the plan. I made a promise to people during my campaign. There's actually a video from my election night party that we had, and when I gave my concession speech. And one of the promises I made to the people who supported us is that we were not going to be one of those candidates that came and that ran once and then that was it. Because it takes a lot of work building the infrastructure for a campaign. And it's really kind of unfair to do all of that work during that first campaign and then walk away. If there's not somebody willing to just jump in there and do it. So my promise was that I would run again. I will. We're going to fight to win. And then all based on the results, along with the people, we'll make the decision on what we're going to do moving forward after this next campaign. But either way, I plan on being actively involved. And, you know, I hope in the process, if I'm not the one that ends up, you know, frankly, taking Angie King out of this seat, then I hope that my campaign can inspire the person who is the one to step up. And if they step up and they're qualified and they got a better shot of winning this, I will step aside and give them my blessing.
I love that fighting spirit. And when you are ready to start canvassing, I encourage you reach out, let me know, and we'll see what this community can do to get you some dedicated canvassers or pinch hitters to come in for canvassing days, because we've done that in the past and it's been fairly successful at getting some extra people on the ground for different campaigns.
Well, we definitely appreciate it. And we try to do things a little like, I try not to do things. I mean, you have to do sort of the political thing to a point, but I also like to do things a little bit more fun. So, like our Pride fundraiser last year, I had a fundraiser during Pride Month for our campaign. Everybody does these boring fundraisers. Let's all get dressed up in our nice outfits and go sit down in a little hall with a little dinner. I'm like, screw that. I don't want to do that. So we literally rented out a place with a pool and we had a Pride pool party fundraiser.
Oh, that's fun.
And so I'm like, I like to do things a little different and build community because, just part of running, winning is the ultimate goal. But it's amazing how many people you find along the way who are like, wow, I didn't know there was somebody else in this community that felt the way I did. And you're able to connect them with the community. And, that's one of winning might be the most important, but that definitely takes a very close second to getting people connected with community.
Absolutely. Do you mind taking a few questions from people watching?
Not at all. Happy to take them.
First question. John Bainbridge wants to know about your button collection.
Oh, yes. So I am a political button junkie. As a side note, I have a startup business, and I'm not plugging it because I won't even tell the name on here. That's not what I'm doing. But just so you'll understand why I have it, I'm actually a button maker.
Oh, cool.
So these are buttons that I collect pretty much everywhere I go. Some of them are my own that I've made through the company. Other ones, some of these you'll see, like this is actually, which you're not going to be able to see it on there probably, but that's actually from the Al Gore campaign in 2000. And and those are originals. Those are not like reproductions, because that was actually the first campaign that I worked on was the Gore campaign. And I was still in high school and was like active and really, really hoping. I mean, I'm not going to say I was super excited about Al Gore because let's face it, he always had the personality of paint drying. But I really wanted us to get somebody better than W in there. So I have those. I also make a lot of different buttons that we take to events. So I have, my Fair Districts button, Honesty for Ohio Education, our local LGBT community centers button that opened. Actually, they just celebrated their 1 year anniversary. Um, so I love collecting all those. Plus, I have a really interesting Obama bobblehead button.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, I'm a political junkie. So anything I can get, like if you'll see on this side, a friend actually gave this to me from her mother. That is a spoon collection that has all the presidents up to W
Oh my goodness.
on the spoon.
Let's see. I don't know. Chat wants to know if you own a blahage.
Okay, so you got to keep in mind, I am not very good with the lingo. So first, someone will have to interpret what that is, and then I'll be happy to tell you if I got one or not.
Oh, it's it's like an internet meme. And the meme is just that all trans women have a stuffed shark from IKEA because IKEA names are all Swedish. It's called a blahage.
Ah, I don't have an IKEA anywhere around me, so I probably haven't ran into one. So unfortunately, don't kick me out of the tribe, but no, I don't.
That's okay. Another question is, let's see. Are you Christian? Because this particular chatter would love some advice around maybe negotiating people questioning one's faith/denomination as they run for office.
So I will say, while I do come from a mixed background and I was a children's minister, I don't personally, I don't ascribe to any religious faith. I consider myself a secular humanist at this stage of my life. So now I will say, I fully support anyone who can use their religious beliefs for something positive. And I don't have a problem with people having a belief. I just don't personally hold one.
Okay. Um, Another question. Uh, do you have thoughts on DSA, and would you ever consider checking out DSA?
DSA, would that be Democratic Socialist of America?
That one, yeah.
Okay. Um, so I've interacted with some of the Democratic Socialist organizations in the state. I do consider myself just a Democrat point blank. I don't see socialism as like democratic socialism as the boogeyman that the right tries to make it out to. And I like to point out to people that Social Security, your police department, your fire department, your public schools, these are all democratic socialism. Um, so there are a lot of things I share in common. I don't know that I would say personally that I would consider myself a democratic socialist, but that might simply be because I'm not understanding the difference well enough. So I welcome having that conversation, and I'm perfectly happy to work with democratic socialist organizations. Anybody I will work with if we're fighting for the same goals.
Excellent. And if you ever want to have that conversation, happy to have
Yeah,
it with
happy
you.
to.
Um,
I mean, I'm one of those that could freely say it's very well possible that in the process of a conversation about it and kind of going into the intricacies, I may say, oh, that already represents how I feel about an issue. And I think probably on a lot of issues it does. I just don't know at this point.
and that's fair. That's fair enough. Um, One of the other questions we have here, thoughts on organizations such as Gay Not Queer or LGB without the T, and how we should go about wording our rhetoric around them, against them, etc.
Well, if I can be blunt, we need to start by not kissing their asses. Okay. They are not, number one, they are not nearly as large as they like to make themselves out to be. 90% of them aren't even really ran by LGBT people. They are frankly right wing front organizations. Um, so I don't feel any necessity to play nice with the with my transphobic brethren in the LGBT community. Because number one, I don't think in the United States that it's nearly as large as they want you to believe it is. I can't say the same when it comes to Great Britain. Yes, there's more of that probably in Great Britain than there is here. But I think that we can have honest conversations with those people. I think that we can try to help them understand. Um, but all of that is dependent on if they're coming at it honestly. And just to be totally blunt, I don't think any of those organizations are actually coming at it honestly. So I'm not even sure it's worth having the conversation with them. I think the biggest thing we can do is make sure that we're loud enough to cover up the noise and to make sure that we point out that in most cases, the people they are allying with, if you look at it, the people that they're working with are the very people that have them on the next list as soon as they get through with us. And frankly, if they're too stupid to realize that, that's going to be on them.
Absolutely. Uh, a a chatter named Trains and Bullshit asks if you like trains.
So I do. I actually grew up going to. So I was really near the Kentucky, Tennessee, and West Virginia border, and we used to go to Pigeon Forge and all that area. So there used to be this place called Tweetsie Railroad in Pigeon Forge, where it had like the old locomotive trains and all that, and we would go there growing up. I'm not going to say I know a whole lot about it, but I'm really, really fascinated with like sort of those symbols that represent a part of an older culture. So why like my favorite shows are like I Love Lucy, because I'm looking at all the background artifacts in the picture. So I like those sorts of things, but I'm not an expert on it.
This one's a bit more serious. What are your thoughts on the genocide in Gaza?
So I am a long-term critic of Benjamin Netanyahu long before this go around as prime minister. I will say absolutely with no hesitation, um, Netanyahu is a murderer. He is a war criminal. And I think that he should be held accountable and frankly tried for war crimes. In the meantime, in the United States, I think that we need to stop funding these weapons of war that are killing people in Gaza. I believe there's a lot of nuance, and I think we can have a lot of discussions on these issues. But I think the one thing that there should be no room for discussion is that we as a country should not be funding the murder of innocent people in Gaza. So I would like to see the United States step back from the funding. I would like to see more pressure put on the Israeli government, especially Netanyahu. But I have very little hope that that's going to happen under this administration, as well as the fact that there are very powerful lobbies that do a lot of funding to make sure things like that don't happen.
Absolutely. Great answer. Another person asks, what are your suggestions for someone seeking to they're saying infiltrate? I think they just mean join local Democratic parties.
Well, it's all going to be based on the setup of your local party. Most of the local parties, at the very least, at least here in Ohio, they have monthly meetings, and those meetings are required to be open to the public. So simply showing up is a good first start to see what type of activities they have, and maybe they have some more casual things. We do like donuts with Dems, which is like a casual thing where you can kind of get together, sit around, and we can talk about things. And we don't all agree. Let's keep in mind, I have people that I work with that would consider themselves very much so part of, I'm not calling them this, they call themselves this, the Bernie wing of the party.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have people that are more, old school, like the neocon kind of Bill Clinton, wing of the party. And we don't always agree. But we are able to have the discussions, we're able to talk things out. So I think just going, being honest, because you want to know, are they open to having real conversations? And I would love to tell you that every county party is, but I'm not going to lie to you. You're going to find some jerks in the county parties. But if you show up enough, if you keep speaking, um, you're going to get that opportunity to hopefully have some influence over them. So come in, be honest, tell them what your interest is, tell them what your concern is, and you actually might be surprised, because I can tell you, you can find some very progressive Democrats in some very red areas. They exist. And you might be able to kind of change the influence over the party and get them more active and involved. I'm not sure if that's a great answer.
I
Feel
think
free to let me know if you need any clarification.
I think that's a great answer, and it echoes a lot of the things I talk about. Just honestly, like 90% of the work is just showing up to the meetings.
Yeah, you got to have a seat at the table, and if they don't give you one, take one. Get there yourself, and
Absolutely.
speak up if you disagree.
One of the things I wanted to ask you about that we didn't get to, I was going to ask you about the Trump tariffs and how that is affecting factories and small businesses in your area.
Yeah, so I mean, the simple fact of the matter is grocery costs have continued to rise in the area. We've kind of stabilized on our fuel, which is a good thing. But when it comes to groceries, we're still having issues there. The bigger thing I concern myself with is I live in a farming community. And so, in addition to having factories, our other major employer are farms. We have a number of what's called century farms, which means that this farm has been in operation with the same family for 100 years or more. And we've seen it before, and with a lot of people, it's starting to hit, but it's going to hit harder as time goes on, because one of our biggest trading partners for our local farmers is, in fact, China. And
Yep.
that's a large portion. It's not as simple as, well, let's just sell it to people here in the United States. We have a lot of these produce here in the United States. We have, in order to make money, they have to do some partnerships with other countries. On top of that, a lot of the parts that they need to repair their machinery, et cetera, is going to be impacted by these tariffs. So a friend of mine that I work with a lot, he is the chair of the Shelby County Democrats here in Ohio. He is a former Republican, and not just a like Republican as far as like a member, like he was a Republican official. He was on the county board of elections representing the Republican Party. And he left and started questioning things when Trump came in. But he's been very open to talking, and he's a great person to talk to. I can't say that he and I necessarily agree on every single policy, but he has a willingness to listen, and he's not somebody who's unwilling to learn. So he's talked a lot about this. He's a farmer. He actually worked with USDA and everything else with the federal government. And he's ringing the alarm bells for the impact that this is already starting to have on farmers with things like machinery that they need to replace. So I think a lot of the things are our grocery prices. We're seeing it more so. We had a situation with a local factory that I heard about not too long ago. They actually had a moment that shut down their production
Oh, wow.
because a machine went down, and the part to fix it, they had to order. And it should have gotten there very quickly. Well, it's gotten stuck at port of entry, and due to tariffs and all the negotiation, hasn't been able to come in. So they ended up finally being able to get it back online with somebody basically just rigging it enough to make it work so that they can get through. But there's an important part that can shut down their entire assembly line that's stuck at a port of entry that we need to be getting in. We can talk all we want about, wanting to support our local economy, and I want to do that. But people have to understand, whether we like it or not, we live in a global era, and you cannot just shut things off and expect that not to have massive impacts on us. And the sad thing is this impacts poor people, people who struggle the most, because we're the ones that are going to be hit when we see the grocery prices going up, which a lot of us are already seeing. So I hope they'll back away from this, but honestly and truly, I think this is going to be the plan. And I think if you watch and see, they're going to keep drilling at the tariffs, and you're going to see the GOP really, really push hard for their idea of getting rid of income tax and replacing it with tariffs. And I'm just going to tell you, no matter what you think about income taxes, that is a disaster in the making.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of people in this community, they're kind of wondering, like, what is this, what is the future going to look like post Trump? And kind of speaking, I wonder if you have any idea how to speak to that, because like for me, that seems, it seems hard to, like, I mean, it was hard to imagine we'd be this up the creek without a paddle, just 6 months ago. But yeah, I can't even
I,
imagine what it's going to be in 3.5 years.
I think we're going to have the fact of the matter is we got to be prepared. We're going to have a very difficult time. This is going to be a rebuilding of the country. It may not be physically, but institutionally. We can all talk about institutions and fighting against institutions, and there are problems in these institutions, but they exist for a purpose, and we need them to function better, not to be destroyed. So right now, what we're seeing is, in my opinion, without really addressing, after Trump is out of office, the United States Supreme Court. I think we will be wasting our time if we don't seriously address the issues there. That means we are going to have to expand the Supreme Court. We are going to have to potentially look at some sort of term limit. And that's not an easy thing, because most of those things are going to require constitutional amendments. That's a very hard process to get through. And I don't know if we've got the stomach for it or not. I hope we do, but there are a lot of things we can expand without a constitutional amendment. Just as a side note, some of those things we can do a whole lot quicker, a whole lot easier, and we might even be able to get people on board. But term limits are going to be hard. Because as it stands right now, you look at it during the Obama years, and even Joe Biden. Joe hit for student loan forgiveness, and then the Supreme Court said, well, too bad. And now, while they were constantly shutting down democratic, ideas that were making life better for average working folks, or trying to at least, now these really authoritarian things, they're just letting fly on by. So we're going to have a lot of work to do to fix it. I can't express enough how important it is for everyone to get involved in the 2026 midterm. And that is going to be incredibly important. I know a lot of people have different views when it comes to the Democratic Party, the Republican Party. I hear your criticism that the Democratic Party doesn't do enough. That is not lost on me. I am not one of those Democrats who's going around going, oh, how wonderful we are. No, we're better than the alternative, but we got a lot of really lousy stuff. But we've got to do something to put a check on Donald Trump, and 2026 is our biggest moment to do it. And we got to be prepared. It's going to get a lot worse, I still think, before it gets better.
Yeah, unfortunately, I agree.
Yeah.
One of the people in chat wants to ask how you feel about mask bans or mask mandates in healthcare.
Well, I personally was very much so in favor of mask mandates when they came out. I continue to be, generally speaking, because especially when we're talking about in the healthcare industry, et cetera, I dealt with, my grandmother had cancer, and I took care of her throughout her cancer. I know how we have so many different people with weakened immune systems out there. And the people who say, well, they just need to stay home, well, that's not the reality. People with weakened immune systems still need to get groceries, they still need to have social involvement, they need to be able to actually have a life. And all it would have taken was the common cold to have killed my grandmother. So I think we have a civic responsibility to one another. I think part of a society is we sign a social contract to try to do no harm to one another. And mask mandates, I think that they made sense at the time. We can talk about and debate the science, but science is always evolving, and we use the best science we have at the moment. So I think that the mask mandates made sense. I think that banning masks, like we've seen people do, is completely and totally irresponsible because it does put people at risk. And also, I just think that if I want to put a piece of cloth on my face and you don't like it, well, suck it up, Buttercup, because I should be able to do so and wear a mask in public. So the mask bans, I think, are just silly. I think this is a pushback that they've kind of turned into almost like this culture war. And unfortunately, masking during COVID became a political symbol, whether it should or shouldn't. That's the reality. So that's why now anything that's associated with it, they're going to fight against.
Um, other questions here? Thoughts on the Ukraine war?
So I am a supporter of Ukraine. I think that we made some critical mistakes over the years. And when I say we, I don't just mean Republicans, I mean Democrats as well. I think the time that we should have really started gathering the international community was during the invasion of Crimea. And but we were too, I think, ignorant to realize that you know, Vladimir Putin was not going to stop at Crimea. Just like I will personally say, I do not believe he will stop at Ukraine. So I believe right now, I don't like sending money to a ton of foreign countries, but I think we have a country that is literally fighting for their democracy, and they're not asking us to physically be there. And when people talk about the money that's being spent there, I have a great savings plan. It involves, if we're really concerned about all the money going to Ukraine, let's continue sending the money to Ukraine and let's solve the budget issue by just taking away the money we're sending to Israel, which will be a great solution, I think. Um, but I think the Ukrainian people deserve to be free. And I think that they're an ally of ours. And I also think, from just a common sense perspective, it is in our best interest to support them. While I will not support any boots on the ground in any way, shape, or form, I do support us, helping them out in the ways that we can with the cooperation of the international community, because you got Poland just on the other side. And all it's going to take is one mistake. And unfortunately, with Poland, that is going to trigger NATO. And then we got everybody involved. If we can push them back at Ukraine, that really, I think, helps us avoid what is essentially going to be a World War III scenario.
Yeah. And I didn't know any of your position. I didn't know most of your positions going into this, but I 100% agree with that. So it's grim, but
Yeah, I just think it's the realistic thing. When we've seen, Vladimir Putin's made agreements with even Ukraine before. He breaks every agreement that he makes. If we let him get Ukraine, and he's right on the border with Poland, remember, Poland is a NATO country. Whether you like NATO or don't like NATO, that's a discussion for a different time. But here's the thing: one little bit of aggression towards Poland triggers NATO. And that is, the only word for that is going to be World War III. We got to stop it before it gets there. And that does not mean handing him Ukraine, like, frankly, that orange moron in the Oval Office wants to do.
And speaking of said moron, there are a number of people who are watching who have asked how you have seen perceptions of Trump kind of shift during your time in office. Because I imagine between the tariffs and the some of the other things that have been going on, there might be some public opinion shift on the ground. You know, we've been seeing Bernie Sanders and AOC getting these huge crowds just wherever they happen to turn up, and I'm
Yep.
wondering if you're seeing kind of a shift in sentiment.
So I'm definitely seeing it in other parts of Ohio. I'm not going to tell you that like all of a sudden my MAGA folks are becoming less MAGA. They're not. I wish I could tell you that. Um, I hate to put it this way, but they haven't experienced enough pain yet, economic pain, that's ultimately going to come because of what Trump is doing for them to turn. I think it'll happen, but it hasn't happened yet. What I do think the big thing that's happened with Donald Trump is people who were apathetic, the people who were not MAGAs, but maybe they weren't really motivated, are more motivated. So it's still a good thing. We're not really seeing this massive amount of MAGA people leave. But I'll tell you, if you look at the voter registration in my district, the biggest demographic is not an R or a D, it's independent. And those are the people that we need to influence anyway. And I think that that's where we're seeing a change. I know that we're having more people show up even to Democratic events. We've done protests. We're seeing more people start to show up, more people getting involved, more people who really want to do something. So while it hasn't had the effect that I would like to see on the MAGA crowd around here, I definitely think it's had a different effect in bolstering the people who were apathetic, firing up the people who were already opposed to Donald Trump. And we're going to have to keep that energy into 2026 because those are the people that we're going to need talking to their neighbors, talking to their friends and their family, explaining what's going on because they've been paying attention so that we can hopefully get some people to realize and maybe vote a different way. Because we all know the vast majority of Republicans are frankly voting against their own self-interest anyway. We just have to show them that, and the Democratic Party has been historically lousy at our marketing.
When it comes to that self-interest, I again, your area, I don't know what percentage of people are on Medicaid, um, but is there like I look at that and I feel a profound sense of just like panic at what that is going to do to millions, tens of millions of people in this country. And I is there an awareness of that on the ground?
So we are part of the downside of being in the most red district is we are still dealing with the first term incarnation of the fake news quote.
Mm.
So we can warn, but a lot of the MAGA people are not taking it seriously. They're saying, well, that's not really what it does. They're not believing the reports yet. They're only believing what directly comes from Donald Trump. So a lot of it's going to be dependent on when they actually feel the impact. And that's a sad thing. I would much rather be out there warning people so that we can get active and it doesn't happen. But unfortunately, for my area, on a lot of things, it has to happen before people actually pay attention because they've been taught, they've gotten it ingrained in them that anything that is critical of Donald Trump or the Republican Party is automatically fake news.
That is unfortunate. And I know that there are some people in my community in particular who think that even that kind of suffering that's coming down the pipeline, even that might not be enough. Is that kind of
It may not. I think it's very, very possible that it may not be enough. Now, what I would want to remind people is I'm all about bringing MAGA out and getting them to decide. But I want to tell you a little secret about all of this. We don't need MAGA to win. We don't need to change a single Trump voter's mind to win.
100%.
All we need to do is get everybody else to show up. We as a country are in a sad state when it comes to the number of people who are eligible to vote but aren't even registered, or the voter turnout. I get people get very angry because I have never found my perfect candidate yet. But I'm going to tell people, no matter how angry I make some of you, and I hope you'll hear that it's coming from my heart and I'm not trying to be a jerk. But there are going to be times when we have got to look at the situation, and whether we like it or not, we got to choose the lesser of two evils so we can survive to select something better. That is my concern right now. We cannot be, I'm all for pushing, I'm all for holding people accountable. I have openly criticized members of my own party, even people I personally know. If you look up, you'll see I criticize Sherrod Brown, who I know personally, for his vote on taking away, he voted for the National Defense Authorization Act, which was a piece of garbage. And I called him out on it. But I'll also tell you, at the same time I'd call him out on it, you put him up against somebody like, a JD Vance or somebody with that mentality, I'm going to vote for Sherrod, and I'm not going to stay home. So I'm asking people, think long and hard. Think about what you're seeing right now from Donald Trump, and realize that if we sit things out because we don't have our perfect person, fight for your perfect person in the primary. But if we don't get our perfect person, we have got to choose the lesser of two evils, no matter how hard it is, because otherwise our community is going to suffer even more.
Yeah, it's not. I talk about this, and you won't get any pushback on that position from this community because I yell at them all the time to that, like, it's a vote for survival. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a vote for, voting is not your personal expression of moral purity. It is functionally what will allow you to fight another day, or in some cases make something better. But like, it is
Yeah.
a survival
Even
vote,
if it's
especially in these
marginally
times.
better. Yeah, I'm like, even if it's marginally better. I used to tell some of the people that I talked to that I shared a lot of the same beliefs with, but they would think, well, the Democratic candidate is not progressive enough. And I'm looking at them and going, you are 100% correct. They're not. But how right wing is the Republican candidate? And I always told people, I said, if I'm sitting here in Ohio and I'm trying to catch a bus to California, and the bus driver goes by and says, hey, I'm going to Utah, but that's as far as I can take you. I'm not going to look at them and say, well, too damn bad. I wanted to go to California, so I guess I'm not going anywhere. No, I'm going to hitch the ride to Utah. Well, that's the thing with our vote. We may have to look at a candidate and go, this candidate is absolutely not going to take me where I want to go. But does he or she even get me an increment closer? And sometimes that's what we have to go with. I was not thrilled in 2020 to cast my vote to have a decision between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. I was not sitting there celebrating. My list of preferred candidates in 2020 included anybody but Joe Biden, Joe Biden. But ultimately, that was who won. I didn't have to like it. I didn't have to vote for Joe in the primary that year. But at the end of the day, I knew what Donald Trump was going to do to us. So I chose the better of the options. Am I thrilled with everything that Joe Biden did? Hell no. But do I regret my vote for Joe Biden? Same answer. Hell no. Because my other option was crap. And I'm not gonna take that. We've got to be adults in the room. We've got to look out for the future. Fight for something better. But don't be one of those people that say, I can't get everything I want, so I'm going to make everybody else suffer by being miserable and staying at home. Do something.
Absolutely. And I think that's actually a really good point. I've already kept you like an extra hour beyond what we were going to do. But this has been a great conversation. And thank you so much for your time. Where
Oh, happy to
can
do it.
if people want to
Go
like
ahead.
get involved in your 2026 campaign, is there like a place that they can go to like be on your list or um
Absolutely. So, our website, which we do have the sign up for a mailing list, and I don't sell, just so you know, the mailing list is my campaign only. I'm not selling anybody to the Democratic Party or anything like that. I'm the only one that has access to it. Our website is ARI, ARI, the number 4, Ohio.com. And you can see that. You can also get in contact with me on any social media. Um, and it's always going to be the same thing, ARI, the number 4, Ohio. I'm that on Blue Sky. I'm that on the platform that shall not be named. I'm that on Facebook, all of those. So, you can do that. You can reach out. If you disagree with me or you have a question, I welcome people to help give me thoughts and ideas because I don't have all the answers. I'm just trying to learn as I go, and I'm trying to do the most honest job of it I can. And that means, yeah, I'm probably going to have a position or say something that maybe you don't like. But if you can teach me, I'm willing to learn. So share.
and I've really enjoyed this conversation quite a bit. So thank you so much for your time. And folks, go to re4ohio.com. I've linked it in all the chats. We'll link it in the description of the video. And again, thank you so much for your time.
I'm happy to do it. And thank you guys for having me. And if you had any questions that you didn't get to ask, feel free to use the email that's listed on re4ohio.com. I'll do my best to answer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There we go. That was a delightful conversation. I really, really enjoyed that. And thank you all for asking really great questions. I appreciated them. I know there were a few questions we didn't get to, partly because some of you were asking some silly stuff that like wasn't necessarily pertinent to the discussion, but that was great. Arian Childrey is the real deal. She's got the gas. She's got the gumption. Hey Malachi. How we doing, folks? Why you guys all posting the emote? It's making me nervous. Charming. I loved being able to talk with her about her past. I really was surprised at how much we aligned on, you know? I was surprised at how much. I never go into a conversation with like a political figure expecting to align like 100%, but that was really great. I really, really enjoyed that. Please outreach to Ari. I am her campaign manager and she will get back to you. She is the real deal. Well, Christina Braun Donnelly, thank you for joining us as well. And I do mean it. Reach out to me when it gets closer to organizing people to do door knocking in 2026. We'll organize around doing that. I did it for Jamal Bowman. I've done it for a few other campaigns as well in the past, and we'll do it for we'll do it for Ari too. Absolutely. You didn't go in hard with the property seizing communism. Well, I thought the question about DSA made it pretty apparent, like, that wasn't really a relevant topic. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. I hope you all enjoyed it too. And with that, we're ending the segment. And folks, if you've been watching, we've been going for 3 hours. So please, if you've enjoyed that, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. I hope you will support the show because, hey, you guys make the show possible. I don't really make ad revenue in a significant enough degree to make myself capable of being alive. You guys make that possible. And if you feel so inclined, please do support the show. Shamaniacal, the Shamanite, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I very much appreciate that. Was it wrong to ask about DSA? No, I thought that was a really good and thoughtful question. There were just other people asking follow-up questions in other chats that was about like pushing communism, like / socialism, and like I felt like the DSA question kind of covered that already. That's kind of what I was getting at. Additionally, just want to say thank you to Jazz Dog for the $5 dono during the interview. Straighter Raid, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. Let's see. Also, One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat while we were doing the interview. And Pork Claire, thank you for the $5 super chat as well earlier. And folks, again, if you've been enjoying the show, consider getting that BWA energy. And remember, share the stream, like the stream, do the things for the stream. And we do, in fact, have a little jingle to help you remember what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the 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 Turtle Chum 02, you can, in fact, on YouTube, go back to the beginning of the video. There is DVR functionality. You can just go all the way back. You can watch it right now. And if you don't want to do that, it will be in the VOD. And if you don't want to watch the
We
VOD...
didn't ask her views on milk. This was a huge oversight, chat. No milk before bed, you nightly little beans.
Trains and Bullshit, thank you for the $5 dono. And it will be a segment on the YouTube as well. So if you don't want to go back on the live stream, if you don't want to watch the VOD, it will be a standalone video that you guys can check out. Also, Van Briggs keeping me on my toes. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will watch the VOD because I don't want to wait for the edit. That's fine. Whew. Hello, Gina P. Whew. My latter question was how she could make more Democrats. I feel like she also answered that as well. You know, like getting people who are currently not engaged in politics in favor of the Democrats is making more Democrats. You know, you engage the Democrats we have, plus all the people who are just kind of despondent, who have checked out. You know? Yeah, still plenty of non-voters, exactly. Also, folks, got any more BWA energy out there? Bueller? Gotta switch up them reps, keep the muscles on those toes. On their toes. I really, really enjoyed that. It's true, we've missed Malachi, haven't we, folks? Alt fact, I am in fact streaming, it's true. The rumors are true. Oof, my makeup is a little runny though. Just noticed. Oof. Not my best look. I'm a mess today. Oof. If you have YouTube Premium, you can watch the live stream at 3x. Damn.
I used to think Italians were normal, then I realized they're really into tomatoes.
Italians, the ultimate feat, guys. Oh, Turtle Choom, you're Nightlight plushie, Jesus. Good to know. Also much appreciated that you didn't subject us to weird ads that are typically scary and dystopian. I know there's a bit more coin to be made, but I feel like it's more a message of your integrity. And like, I'm not against taking like a sponsorship or something. I'm not against that. It's just that like, I don't know, for a while, like the sponsorship offers I've been getting are like for like casino mobile games, and I'm never gonna try and advertise those to you. Can you and Tomfoolery collab? I feel like I remember who Tomfoolery is, but maybe I don't. Hello, Tristan MB. How we doing, folks? Y'all doing all right? Since you are a DSA member, would you give a take on the convention as we approach August in a future stream? Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not gonna advertise gambling to you guys. Like that's one of the lines I draw. Raid Shadow Legends is about like as far in that direction as I'm willing to go. Jack should get a sponsorship from the lingerie brand Imogene Olivia. I mean, the sponsorship is just all of my partners love forever. Yeah, we're not going to be the Riverboat Jack stream.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
We're not going to be that stream. Can you and Ben Shapiro collab? We all have to sell it sooner or later. Let me put it this way, if I ever collaborated with Ben Shapiro, it would be a hostile collaboration. It'd be me making fun of him a lot or pushing back on his terrible ideas. There are petty DSA members who want to punish AOC over old petty drama. Yeah, absolutely. There are elements in DSA that are frankly fucking insane. The entire premise of getting you guys to join DSA is to make DSA not insane. You know, to make it actually effective. But that also requires you guys to that actually requires you guys to join DSA and then like do stuff to make it not insane. I definitely can. I've got enough Ben Shapiro clips to throw him off his game.
Wet ass P word. P word is female genitalia.
Yeah, we got some Ben Shapiro sound clips.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the.
If I give Ben Shapiro 2 Red Bulls, he might explode. So we can still be pro-Ukraine? Yeah? Hey, High Progressive, how you doing? I would even go a step further that not only can you still be pro-Ukraine, I would say you should absolutely be pro-Ukraine. Clarice Marie in Riverboat chat, you get all of my love forever and a lifetime supply of free underwear. Y'all should buy some Imogen Olivia lingerie. What the fuck was that Ben Shapiro moan? Look, I can't explain why he does the things he does on his own show. All I can tell you is we watched a Ben Shapiro episode, and he said that. I didn't manipulate that. He said that. He said it like that. I did not manipulate it. Why is Zelensky gay? I don't think he is gay. Emma Vigeland once called him a squirrel on meth. Damn. You guys are just imagining me doing crossovers with people who are richer and more powerful than I have any ambition to be. Let's see. Free underwear, just what I always wanted. Free? Yes, unironically, free underwear that actually fits my trans body. Yes, I have always wanted that. It's true. Next stream debunking the small head size argument with Hassan Piker. Hey, Paladin Lost, how you doing? I hope I did a good enough job in that interview. I think I had a lot of fun. I think I did okay. What happened to the pink name color? I don't know, but she has the most. My partner has the most valuable and unique role on Riverboat.gg, which is the love guy role. So that's my love guy right there. It was good? Good. All right. You always do well in interviews? I'm glad. I was a bit nervous. I always get a bit nervous going into interviews. My orange name would indicate otherwise. Well, that's because you have a tier 1 sub, but you have the little peach knife emoji next to your name because you're the love guy. I really appreciate you doing these kinds of interviews too. I'm glad. Good. And honestly, like, she's 100% correct in that interview. Like, if you want to see change, you got to go out and make the change happen, And a lot of people, it's not limited to just small towns or cities. Like, a lot of people just kind of sit back, get involved in their day-to-day activities, and expect, like, the local government to take care of
Jack
things.
is one
and
step
that just
away from
won't
her ideal.
do.
Clearly, this underwear is where it's at.
What is this?
Historical underwear is honestly quite a fascinating topic because
Genuinely, it is a fascinating topic, and I will watch this later. Frundo, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate it. DSA needs ads. Well, first, I guess if you want DSA to have ads, you're going to have to, like, donate a lot of money to DSA. Yeah, we loved having you. We loved having you. So, yeah, we'll happy to talk in a couple months when we get closer to that looming 2026. DSA isn't a party. No, it's a like an organizing apparatus outside the Democratic Party. You're actually an exceptionally good interviewer? Okay, well, I wasn't fishing for that, but I'll take it. I spent like the last couple of days getting, information to, have some idea of what I'm talking about, so I wasn't just winging the convo. You could make AI generate an ad for DSA, but I'm not going to do that because I have standards. Can we make DSA 2028? Okay. We are going far afield now, guys. Rein it in. Rein it in. All right. Now I'm trying to decide what our next step will be, because I gotta be honest, I spent all of my energy and time prepping for that conversation.
Since the coffee failed, the quartering is going into lingerie as his next hustle.
Better not.
It's lingerie that really makes the unwashed hairy butthole stand
Oh,
out.
God. Please stop. Oh, Salmon Moose, thanks for fixing the pink name. There we go. Thank you for the $5 dono, though. I appreciate the money. Now, folks, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not entirely sure what our next segment should be. Should we play a game? Should we cover content? I'm a bit at a loss. Can we poll? We could poll. But I have, let me put it this way. I have a number of pieces of content we can go over, right? The question is, look, you guys, if you guys want cult anime, you guys have to drop a lot more subs and donos, okay? Like, cult anime doesn't just grow on trees. Covering cult propaganda, you guys got a sub and dono for that shit. Okay? We'll talk about the South Sudan renditioning tomorrow because there are going to be some important updates from the court there have already been some updates by the court that I'm unaware of today since stream started. But there should be a few more tomorrow. I spent a lot of today also looking at what was happening with the South Sudan rendition. But I think because of the extraordinary circumstances of that, it's going to be, there's going to be some more stuff coming out tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow. The Adam Conover Tim Pool debate. Usually I have a lot more structure than this. I'm a former Mormon. Cult propaganda absolutely does grow on trees. Well, that's true. That's true. Hello, Alex. So, but here's the thing. You guys haven't let me finish saying all this stuff, okay? We have more Curtis Yarvin content. We could go over Curtis Yarvin talking about how communists created democracy, I guess. That's a thing that exists for some reason. We also have Adam Conover, Tim Pool. We have Elon Musk's speech at the Qatar Economic Forum. We've got we've got some content, all right? The issue is no more Curtis Yarvin. My brain cells can only take so much. Poll? All right. You already know I ain't leaving till stream ends, and I ain't heard no bell. I'm Russian speaking. That's neat. I faxed my senators about how cooked they will be if they got Medicaid. Good. Okay. / what content? And you know what? I'll tell you what. If you guys get 60 subs, we'll go over a cult anime film, okay? That's my pledge to you. But you know, it's just 60 subs. It's a lot. Games or Tim Poo or Yarv or I guess that was it. There you go. You guys have 3 options. Can you count my subs? No, it's starting now. But I do appreciate the subs, Shamaniacal the Shamanite. What? I feel silly. / poll. What content? Where's the poll? I put in the command wrong. My brain's a little cooked. I'm sorry. What? That's not a command. Oh, it's / vote, isn't it? Fuck. Yeah, L's. There you go. I did it right this time. Yamero. Man, you guys really want the Tim Poo content. Continue the steal. All right, we'll do some Tim Pool. We'll do some poo in the pool. All right. Paladin lost.
1/4 of the way to learning about the true laws of the universe, courtesy of BWA Industries. BWA, for all your chud cooking needs.
Well, thank you very much, Paladin Lost, for that very generous 15 tier 1 subs. And I very, very much appreciate that. And Dare Dragon Warrior, thank you for your membership over on YouTube. There we go. Now we're cooking a little bit.
I am
Okay?
happy to watch this episode of Adam Ruins a Beanie Baby, and also give you money.
Oh, Adam Ruins Beanie Babies. Very nice, Duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. I can't gift again, but I can spiritually. That's a-okay, Shamaniacal the Shamanite. You gifted for the love of the game. Are you cereal? Are you cereal?
Should I get black or refried beans on a taco?
Are they black refried beans? I mean, I guess my position on that one would be black beans generally, unless
The milkman cometh.
they're like hard. They're harder beans. If they haven't been cooked long enough, go with the refried beans. Salmon Moose with the 15 tier 1 subs. God damn. The milkman be coming. Thank you very, very much. Also, there's no difference between like the health benefits of refried beans and black beans. I'm not a super bean girl. I have become a bean girl. Okay? I never was into beans. And then I met my partner and I started eating beans, and then I started cooking beans. And let me tell you, cooking your own beans will turn you into a bean person, okay? It'll turn you into a bean person, I swear.
Jib.pim tool content. Riverboot.
Xantera, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I very, very much appreciate that. And yeah, before we load up on all the subs, let's get at least a little bit of Tim Pool content.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Culture War. We got a...
God, he's so lame.
Whoa! It's me, Tim Pool! Whoa! How's it going, everybody? Special episode today. It's not necessarily about a core issue. It's we're being joined by Adam Conover.
Hey, thanks for having me. Nice to be here.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming, man. Who are you? What do you do?
I'm a comedian.
Tim, I do like that Adam Conover's body language looks like he's about to hurl himself over the table to throttle Tim. And honestly, that's the kind of energy you need in this conversation.
I've made a couple television shows in the past, did a true TV show, did a Netflix show. I'm a stand-up comic. I'm going to be in Charleston, South Carolina this weekend, and you guys invited me. Thought I'd swing by.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
You had what year was that show, Adam Ruins Everything?
It first came out in 2015, I think, and ran until 2019. We did like 4 or 5 cycles of it.
My mom loved your show.
Oh.
And I think she watched regularly. I watched a handful, to be honest. I'm not going to.
That's fine.
But you did have one really good one on gun control that I thought was good because you pointed out Reagan was the start of gun control. And you had probably one of the most, I think, honest portrayals when you had a Black Panther and...
You just sounded like a 90s youth pastor. Funny you say that because I was a Bible camp counselor, which is very similar to that.
Like a white rural fat guy, both being like, yes, guns.
Yeah.
Because we often see this depiction where it's like racists are mad, they lump all 2A people in with like all white supremacists or whatever.
Yeah.
And they try and act like conservatives are mad that black people have guns. And it's like,
conservatives are mad that black people have guns. You know, a lot of white supremacists are upset that black people have guns. That's literally why Reagan introduced gun control.
The 2A guys are not racist. It's a totally different ideology.
Well, yeah, we made the point in that video, though, that you know, those people tend not to defend like black people who are you know, the Philando Castile case, right?
That happened in Minnesota. Philando Castile, like where the fuck were all the Second Amendment people when it came to Philando Castile? Dude was shot dead after saying, "Hey, I have a gun in my like glove box." And then when he was asked to provide like his license and registration, you know, like he went to like get his license and they shot him dead in front of his family. Like, weird that a lot of Second Amendment folks just don't show up for that. So strange.
It was one of the ones that we talked about. But that's, you know, comes
that actually was a really interesting case too, because there were a lot of people on the right. For people who don't know, this is what was the guy got pulled over. I think he was smoking weed. He had a gun. He didn't
No, he wasn't actually.
Didn't draw it or anything, but the cop just shot and killed him.
What a mangling of the story. I hate Tim Pool so much.
I believe what happened, this is so many years ago.
Hey, Dragonfly.
And I've done so many things that like my memory for stuff like this isn't as good as it used to be. But I believe he said, like, officer, I have
Miss Milena, where have you been? Also, wait, why don't we have huggers? What happened to the huggers emote? Or is it just hug? It's just hug.
firearm and, you know, which is what you're supposed to do. And the officer shot him, I think, at that point.
Yeah, like he didn't draw it or anything.
Yeah.
It was interesting to see the rift between.
He like had it stored in the car properly. Yeah.
Yeah. And then a lot of conservatives were like, yeah, well, you shouldn't have been smoking weed. And I'm like, whoa. Like, yes, but you don't die because you're armed. You have a right to keep and bear arms. So that was an interesting contrast. But anyway, that was, you got a lot of praise from the Pro 2A people because they were like, hey, this guy's, he's being honest. It's like, there are Pro 2A people, they're not all going to be racist, white supremacists or whatever. But anyway, I digress. I'm curious.
Just real quick. Just real quick here. I just really want to give you guys, I know that this is not the main thrust of whatever that they're going to talk about, but this is how bad like the testimony of the officer who shot this guy for literally no reason. And I'm just going to read his you know, answers to questions when it, like, question immediately following the shooting. Castile was sitting in the car, seat belted. I told him, can I see your license? And then he told me he had a firearm. I told him not to reach for it, and sigh, he went down to grab. I told him not to reach for it, clears throat, and then he kept it right there, and I told him to take his hands off it. And then he, sigh, he and his grip is a lot wider than a wallet. And I don't know where the gun was. He didn't tell me where the fucking gun was. Got all hinky. And I didn't know. I just told him to keep his hands off the fucking gun. And then later he goes, I thought I was going to die. And I thought if he has the guts and the audacity to smoke marijuana in front of a 5-year-old girl and risk her lungs and her life by giving her secondhand smoke and the front seat passenger doing the same thing, then what care does he give about me? The officer never saw a firearm that day. He never saw a gun. And it's just like, in his court testimony, he said, I was able to see the firearm in Mr. Castile's hand. And that's when I engaged him. And that's just a fucking lie. Ugh.
Well, I guess I can ask you something simple first. Like, what are you currently working on?
Currently, everything I'm doing is like podcast, YouTube, right? The like mainstream entertainment industry kind of stopped making the kind of comedy I make, and so YouTube has like replaced television for so many people. It's the #1 streaming app on televisions. Their top format is television sets, and so that's where I've moved all my shit. And so yeah, I do kind of similar stuff to what I used to do on cable, doing it on YouTube on a weekly basis. And I'm a touring comic.
Right on. Well, let's jump into the current state of affairs. We've got a second Trump administration, non-consecutive.
Oh, also, there's no evidence that Philando Castile was smoking marijuana. The allegation comes from like they found like a small amount of marijuana in the car. That's it. Just after the fact, they said, "Oh, he was. Yeah, I could smell marijuana," which to me, I'm sorry, that smells like bullshit.
What's your take on what is currently happening politically and culturally?
Damn. Yeah, I mean, you're going to disagree. Your audience is going to disagree. That's
the point, right?
It's hard. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to, Tim Pool destroys woke comedian. It's fine. You can start the clip at this point if you're doing your response videos, Yeah, I mean, it looks like a pretty clear fascist authoritarian takeover of the U.S. government. It's we got people being thrown into unmarked vans. We got like the destruction of the civil service, which is like a pretty standard authoritarian tactic, like early on in a administration of that type. Yeah, it's like sort of remains to be seen how far they'll get, and if they'll actually be able to transform in America in the ways that they're trying to. But yeah, it's pretty. My side of America, people are a little on edge. It's a little frightening to folks.
Yeah, my take on that would be largely because corporate press is lying to them, largely. And
what corporate press? There's no corporate press left, hardly.
Well, I would say their viewership is rapidly diminished.
Yeah.
But still, when you look at, there was a Real Clear Politics aggregate polling found that they didn't do it necessarily by demographic. They did it by decade age bracket. So it was like 20 to 29 or whatever. Every age group except for 70 plus was pro-Trump. Was a few points above.
Real Clear Politics did an average, and they said that every age group in
except
America,
for 70 plus,
every age group except for 70 plus is pro-Trump.
Yeah, let me see if I can try and find it.
And this is contrasting to like all the approval.
I feel like Adam Conover has discovered Tim Pool's kryptonite, which is just to like ask his statements back to him in like a dismissive tone. Like, really? You that's what you believe? Because like, and immediately Tim backed down. He's like, yeah, let me see if I can find that.
Rating stats I've seen have him at like 47% and dropping or something like that.
It's largely based on the older crowd.
Just old. That seems like the opposite of every stat I've seen in the past. But I don't like.
That seems like the opposite of reality.
Follow those really closely.
Yeah, I don't know how to find this image because it was a few weeks ago. But let me see if I can try and pull it up and talk at the same time, which I probably can't.
Can I just say, matching Tim Pool's kind of bored tone is honestly kryptonite for him. He doesn't know what to do with it. It's hilarious.
But I don't actually. Do you want to see if you can try and find it?
Subject change.
While we talk. Otherwise, I'm going to be sitting here typing.
No problem.
Out of my mind. Yeah. So what I would say is like the obvious story. We debated this last week live is the Abrego Garcia story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so the take that I've typically seen from liberals is actually I'll use a specific example. The David Pakman subreddit. Pakman, of course, has millions of followers. He gets 100 million views per month. And his audience on Reddit was saying, this is just a family man who is trying to escape harsh conditions in Central America, who has been effectively disappeared by the Trump administration,
Mm-hmm.
which is a gross mischaracterization of what happened. If we were to say that a judge granted Abrego Garcia withholding of deportation due to Barrios 18 in Guatemala and threats against his life in El Salvador, then the question of due process is he needed to get a hearing as pertaining to that withholding of deportation. But he did already have two hearings in which he was determined to be an MS-13 gang member. He was pulled over and law enforcement believed him to be human trafficking. He has 2 filings from his wife for beating her. She was filing orders of protection. And so it's fine if, in my view, the liberal side of things, or the, podcasters like Pac-Man and Brian Tyler Cohen and others are going to say, hey, he was.
I mean, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, whether he's a criminal or a saint, that's irrelevant. Because the entire premise is that he deserves a day in court. Full stop. Like, who gives a shit if he was a good person or a bad person? He deserves to go in front of a judge.
Was supposed to get a hearing, agreed. But it is a gross mischaracterization. So when you mention that, people on the left are on edge, I'm like, yeah, well, they think that a guy who lives in Maryland who was working like a regular union job or whatever just disappeared one day, as opposed to a guy who had gone through several hearings, was arrested with MS-13, had symbols on his hand that...
Dude, get ready to get wrecked, I guess. He had symbols on his hand. He had MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles.
Law enforcement believe were MS-13 gang tattoos. And so the real question is, what was the error in that deportation? On the right, it's
the lack of due process. The fundamental thing that we use in our society to determine whether or not someone is guilty of the crime they are accused of.
It's legally called harmless error, in that he didn't get a hearing as to the withholding of deportation. However, he wouldn't have got it approved anyway. So the answer now is a formality. It's paperwork, it's a Zoom call, and then it's done. But people on the left, the liberal side of things, they think that this is a working class family guy who's vanished one night, an American citizen. And I think it was actually Hassan.
Well, people don't think he's an American citizen. I mean, they're up to speed on like
Hassan Piker thought he was from Maryland. Legit,
Oh,
and so
okay.
and we're talking, and
I mean, he's from Maryland insofar as like that's where he lives with his family. He's been he's lived there for 10 years. Kind of the same way people might consider Tim Pool from West Virginia, despite the fact that he wasn't born there.
I know it's not you, but this is like the 7th biggest live streamer in the country. Almost every single day, Hassan gets 50K. And he actually said on his stream in response to the comments I made at the White House, what do you mean he's not from Maryland? Are you saying he's from D.C.? He's from Maryland. No, he's from El Salvador. He only lived in Maryland for a few years.
Okay, I mean, that guy talks for 8 hours a day. Like, you can parse any particular
for sure
statement, but like, I mean, that to me, everything that you said, first of all, half of it sounds unrelated. Like, he's had past interaction with law enforcement, like domestic violence and stuff like that. To me, that's like neither here nor there. It's like character stuff. I don't really give a shit about like the character of the guy, and I didn't think that was.
I am. Honestly, I'm really here for the energy Adam Conover is putting out there, because, like, I don't know what happened. Usually I see him very animated. He looks and sounds like he just rolled out of bed and hasn't had his coffee yet. And it's honestly doing excellent rhetoric here. This is wonderful.
The big part of the story. It was like the fact that he did not receive due process before being, rendered to a prison, like this bizarre prison in El Salvador. Like that's the strange part.
That's
right?
El Salvador's government with an El Salvadoran citizen. That's not our purview.
I mean, he's like sent directly to this like gigantic, complex. We're
literally paying for him to be held there.
in a like highly public way, in a way where like the administration, is making a show of their refusal to, follow the law. It's bizarre to witness, and like the sort of narrow legalistic. Oh, he had a hearing. He was da 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 da. It's
very Knifey Duck. Thanks for the $5
There is a very
dono.
good reason a lot of us wanted to watch this interview.
Fair. Let me add that to the tally real quick. Boop. Chat, we're a little bit over halfway to cult anime vibes.
Irrelevant to like the purposeful spectacle of the Trump administration, sending this guy who they admit they should not have done this, but they're like, we don't give a shit. We're doing it just because we hate guys like this, and we want like even people who are in the country legally to, be afraid and to self-deport.
Yeah.
Like it seems like the only justification is purposeful cruelty for doing
I don't think they call on any legal immigrants to self-deport. They're calling on illegal immigrants to self-deport, offering up $1,000 if they do.
The guy had a legal status to be in the country.
He did not.
Legally.
That's not true. Withholding of deportation isn't legal status. Withholding of deportation.
It's literally granted by the court. What are you talking about?
Means he was ordered to leave the country, but the U.S. was barred from sending him to El Salvador, specifically because Barrios 18 in Guatemala had threatened his family. So the question as to due process was, this is why I think the actual legal standard is called harmless error. If he actually got either USCIS interview as to the withholding of deportation, it would have been voided because El Salvador no longer has the crime rate that it did 12 years ago or 10 years ago.
Like, I'm sorry, the argument that like, oh, well, he was threatened in Guatemala, so therefore he couldn't go back to El Salvador, as if Tim is acting like the withholding of deportation granted by a court was granted by the court for no reason. Like, the court heard, yes, you got threatened in Guatemala, and that's why you can't be deported to El Salvador. Very well, withholding granted. That's what? No, that's not how that works.
The issue is, are you still at threat from Barrios 18? The answer is no. And so then your withholding of deportation is void. We can deport you. The issue is that for deportation of someone like Abrego Garcia, he has a home country, El Salvador. He has a withholding to that, to El Salvador, withholding of deportation because of a gang in another country neighboring El Salvador. We can't deport him to Venezuela. We can't deport him to Mexico. That requires treaties. The U.S. doesn't have those, though we do have a treaty with Venezuela, with El Salvador as it pertains to Tren de Aragua. So what ends up happening is
you just don't give him the court day, and you just send him to a gulag in a foreign country where we pay to hold him for some reason. Like, I'm sorry, you can't act like that makes sense.
He had 2 orders of deportation. He conceded in 2019 through his lawyer that yes, he was here illegally. Yes, he had been found to be here, to be removable under the law, and he requested 3. There's withholding of deportation.
Can we just like take a moment to really think about the fact that Tim Pool keeps saying the phrase withholding of deportation as if it's not a legal thing, and that as if none of the words in it make any sense. Like, he hasn't stopped and thought about the phrase. What does it mean to withhold deportation? Anybody? Can anyone come up with that? You know what? What's the one thing you are prevented from doing if you're told, hey, this person has the withholding of deportation status? What's the one thing you can't do? Actually, legally can't do. Exactly. You do not deport. You withhold the deportation.
There was asylum, and then there was I forgot the third one is it's you can't deport him because of a fear of torture. It's like a UN thing, and they denied 2 of them. Asylum was denied because he didn't apply for it in a timely manner. Deportation to El Salvador was granted because of Barrios 18 in Guatemala, and then the last one was denied because there's no torture provision. The remedy right now would be a Zoom hearing.
Again, that is just a willful misunderstanding of the law on this issue. Like, if I didn't have things to do tomorrow, I'd be taking a shot every single time Tim says something that doesn't make sense.
Where he gets on a computer, talks to these are executive judges, by the way, and they would just say, withholding denied. Welcome to El Salvador. You're an El Salvador citizen. I think the real issue is, yes, it was an administrative error.
And yet, that's absolutely not how it panned out, because he had a withholding of deportation status.
Shouldn't have happened, but the remedy is a 10-minute Zoom call. If we did that, nothing would change. If he was brought back to the United States, he'd immediately be turned around and sent back because his withholding would be voided. So,
how is this something that you're certain? I mean, the man was. Did a judge not order the Trump administration not to remove the guy? Like,
I think it was.
Honestly, I like the strategy of just letting Tim keep talking until he, hangs himself.
It was under the first Trump administration. He was granted the withholding. He wasn't supposed to be removed. He got caught up in the sweep, essentially. But again, if the due process due to this man would be a hearing under withholding of deportation.
So is he receiving this due process?
No, I agree. They should do it. I actually asked the secretary, why not just send the USCIS guy down?
Well, why don't you think they're doing it?
I think there's 2 potentialities. Trump, actually, it's probably more than 2, but Trump doesn't want to look weak. He doesn't want to look like he's going to be pushed around by the judiciary. But I do agree with you.
Otherwise known as following the law.
No, not necessarily. I mean, the universal.
In this case.
No, actually, universal injunctions are unconstitutional. So there's a concern that
they're not. What the fuck are you talking about? Judges can issue injunctions on the federal government. You dick shit.
Precedent will be set by Trump adhering to universal injunctions pertaining to the Alien Enemies Act or mass deportation, and he's not going to allow that to happen. So he doesn't want to set a precedent in the future. Universal injunctions don't exist anywhere in the Constitution, and we've seen some 40%.
Yeah, well, you know what, Tim? Like there are a lot of things that don't exist in the Constitution that exist in the law. Like, I'm sorry. Hey, Tim, the building codes that ensure that your, skate park compound don't just collapse in on itself. Those aren't in the Constitution either. They're still legally binding.
Of all injunctions ever issued in this way against Trump and his administration. He's got more, I believe he has more universal injunctions in the first 4 months than all other presidents ever got individually. And that is unconstitutional. These judges are issuing these mandates which plainly violate their constitutional authority.
They don't. Courts can bar the government from doing things that are illegal. This isn't like that. That's literally the purpose of checks and balances between the judiciary and the federal branch. Like, again, there's a reason why one day I watched a Tim Pool video, realized how utterly devoid of interesting content and also how utterly stupid this man was. And I thought to myself, oh, wait, I could make content that's marginally smarter and, correct.
So the check on that is plainly Trump says, no, I'm not going to adhere to something you can't do.
Right. So this is
the check on that is the president ignoring the rule of law. Cool.
Again, this is authoritarianism, right? It's like
How's that authoritarian?
There's
well, I agree. The judges are acting in authoritarian.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he as an executive is trying to destroy the power of the other branches of government by ignoring their authority, by mounting
But they don't
like
have the authority to
aggressive legalistic defenses like the ones that you're making
They
in
don't-
order to expand the power of the presidency and be able
Judges-
to act with impunity, which
judges
is
don't
part
have
of
the
why
authority
he's
to do
sending
that.
them. Sure. I mean, look, I'm not a legal scholar. Generally, I would have said that presidents, I think, tend to follow judicial orders more than Trump tends to, right?
Let me ask you a question. If
Sure.
if a judge ordered you to shoot a man in the head, would that be illegal?
It literally is. We conservative states with the death penalty now have execution by firing squad. So yes, actually, in parts of America, if a judge orders an execution, you can in fact be required to shoot someone in the head. Like, I know that sounds insane, but yes, actually. Even his straw man is stupid.
I'm using an extreme example on purpose.
Yeah.
It's obviously no. A judge can't order you to kill somebody. That's crazy.
What? What is the death penalty, Tim? God.
But we're not talking about a judge ordering Trump to kill anybody. We're talking about judges in, I think we're up to like 87 instances, issuing universal mandates across the entire nation based on lawsuits of single individuals. So what, for example, a recent one was the transgender military ban.
I would be bad on Tim Pool because I would just laugh at him constantly. I think he'd get very mad at me.
Donald Trump issued an executive order saying, DSM-5 mental disorder, you are now going to be inadmissible from the armed forces and will be severed unless you are not showing symptoms. A judge ruled from this point forward, the military under Trump must admit all individuals regardless of.
Yeah, they try and shoot them in the heart, but you know what? Firing squads. I mean, it's a squad of people, guys. They're not all sharpshooters.
Any mental disorder. The judges only have the authority over the people in their courtroom unless it's a class action lawsuit. Universal injunctions are not constitutional.
Like Brown versus Board of Ed. Like, so you when a person brings a
So the Board of
lawsuit to the
Education is
government,
country, right?
So a person brings a lawsuit to the government about to a judge or the Supreme Court about a law being unconstitutional, and like the ruling should only affect that case. It shouldn't affect
It literally affects the
law.
law. It affects the law.
Uh-huh.
So in the issue of lower courts and this universal injunction, lower courts have the authority over the singular individuals in their courtroom unless it's a class action. So they could have made it a class action. They could have sent out the letters. They could have gotten the signatures and said, we need X amount of transgender military servicemen and women.
I don't think he knows what the words he's using actually mean. Like, I don't think he understands. I think he's just like panicking and throwing words together. Like if this were a chase scene, Adam Conover would be like Jason from the Friday the 13th movies. And like he would be like a panicked teen just throwing objects in front of like the door like hurriedly in order to try and slow Jason's progress. Like genuinely, this is just nonsense.
Because we want this to apply to all. Instead, what happened was, and I'll argue this. This is where it encroaches into the authoritarian. The judge said all means all. That's a quote. This created a huge uproar because it meant that the military now had to enlist schizophrenics. That if someone showed up suffering from manic depressive disorder and they were paraplegic, they were now under this universal injunction entitled to join the military. But I mean, a schizophrenic bipolar who's suffering delusions is not going to be able to complete basic training. Now, perhaps there'd be an argument, as you're saying it, if the judge only said this stay will apply just to transgender military men and women, but they didn't. It was a woman. She said it applies to everybody. So Trump said,
"Oh, she was a woman." Well, that explains everything, I guess, huh, Tim?
Okay, I'm not even going to defy that. We're going to appeal it. He didn't even.
Yeah, that's how the law works, Tim. You can appeal things.
Even ignore the order. They went to SCOTUS, and SCOTUS.
You think Trump even knows any of this was happening?
Probably not.
Like,
well, I mean, like,
I don't think he's
I'd say he probably knew it was happening, but I don't think he had a hand in the day-to-day operations of it.
I mean,
for any boss.
Yeah, it's just funny that.
The microplastics from his beanie are seeping into his brain. That's the dirtiest job of all.
I really like what you did there with text-to-speech and Mike Rowe. Thank you so much, Sake Tanuki, for the 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it.
We go, oh, Trump said this, Trump said that. Trump, I mean, he certainly hates trans people, but I don't think he's like, and doesn't want them in the military, but I don't think he's like following the day-to-day of the case.
I agree.
He's like, doing loop-de-loops out on the golf course. But like, the legalistic points that you're making to me, it's all a fig leaf for like the larger thing that he's doing, which is bending the law in these bizarre ways. What is the point of like sending people to El Salvador, right? To like this prison in El Salvador. Part of the reason to send him there, to send Abrego Garcia there as quickly as possible, is it just shields him from the rest of the legal system, right? It makes it harder to get him back, right? If you send
he's El Salvadoran.
Yeah, but my point is like he's entitled to due process as someone who is in America, right? If you shove people into this like hole in another country as quickly as possible, it gives you plausible deniability. I don't really give a shit about the various again legalistic like little nuances of the ruling. The important part to me is Trump saying, being under an order to bring the guy back and saying, I can't because the president of El Salvador, my best friend, says he won't return him, right?
How would he get him to do it?
Saying El Salvador is basically a client state of the Trump administration at this point. He'll do whatever he wants. Like, Bukele will suck his dick. Like, it doesn't matter.
Want something in return?
Yeah, sure. What give him what, like, they're friends. Yeah.
We're literally paying for we're paying the El Salvadoran government to keep them. Like we are giving them money. Stop giving them money.
So it's a fig leaf, right? It's like it's in order to the reason to do it is to just make it more difficult to do the right thing.
I suppose the issue is when Abrego Garcia got deported. The administration right out was like, this is an administrative error. It was an oversight on the withholding of deportation. The Supreme Court ultimately ruled that Trump must facilitate his return.
Hey, JM Racing Fox.
The political debate is, what does facilitate mean? The Supreme Court hasn't clarified, which they definitely need to do when you have two factions arguing. The left argues it means literally bring him back. And the right says, no, it means provide him the means to return should he be able.
What the fuck, man?
Wait. The @Timcast IRL has a beanie? Holy.
Who could have seen that coming? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate them. And also, I just, yeah. We didn't just deport him. We sent him to a torture prison, to be tortured and never released. And we paid to have him kept there. But no. The court just said, to provide him with the means of return should he be able. So, should he be able to escape the prison, climb over the multiple fences, not get shot by the guards, make his way through the jungle, and arrive at an airport where we have the jet ready to take him home, then we'll bring him back. But otherwise, there's nothing we could do. Our hands are tied. Fuck you, Tim.
And then I say, okay, the Supreme Court can literally just come out right now and issue like a writ and be like, no, we mean go and negotiate. However, the other challenge is Supreme Court also stated that no one can direct the executive branch to conduct foreign policy. So this would mean that Donald Trump could get him back in the sense that he could negotiate simple terms very easily. He could literally say to Bukele, listen, you're going to release the guy from prison. You're going to do it. If you want to keep working with us, if you want our money, you're going to do it. And then we're going to bring him back. Bukele would begrudgingly say yes, probably. There is the concern that Bukele would say, I win my presidency on going after MS-13. You've got to give a concession publicly in some way so that it looks like, but you're not going to look, if you shrug or not, the issue is, are we going to direct the executive branch through the judiciary to conduct foreign policy? And you can't do that. So I agree. Trump, here's what just happened right now. The executive courts, this is what they have, their immigration courts, should conduct a Zoom meeting with Abrego Garcia, and we're done. It's over. That's his due process.
Look, that's not due process. Immigration courts are not the same thing.
This is
they're
bringing back
different
Olmec's
from
root
judicial
levels
courts.
of convoluted.
The Olmec's route levels of convoluted.
You could start by running to the room of the 3 gargoyles. Push in the right tongue, and a door might lead you down a staircase into the wall climb. Here, you must choose your next path. You could race up to the observatory, spin the sundial, and pass into the room of the golden idols. Once there, push down on their bases to release the doors. That may take you below, or lead you into the shrine of the silver monkey. Assemble the statue there, and you may be headed for the torch room. If the elevator is up, you could jump into the elevator and descend into the mine shaft. You might climb up the ladder or plow through the stone wall. Find the key, and it may unlock the tombs of the ancient kings, allowing you to climb into the spider's lair. If you escape, you may have a chance to sit upon the throne of the pretender. If the correct door is unlocked, you'll be able to crawl into the pit of despair and finally make your way through the cave of sighs back to the temple gate. The choices are yours and yours alone.
You know, that actually makes perfect sense, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and for sharing that with us, because that is essentially what Tim Pool is suggesting as like the reasonable route for getting Kilmar Abrego Garcia home.
An El Salvadoran citizen in El Salvador who was imprisoned by El Salvador.
My point is this: the reason there's any number of things that they could do. There's some things that both of us agree that they should do.
Link, please.
There's
Gotcha.
more things that I think they should do than you do, but et cetera. The point is, they are like loudly and proudly not doing any of that, deporting a guy they know shouldn't be deported.
But that's hold on. That's not true in any of the media. The media, the full reporting that we get across the board from the New York Times to CNN to even Fox News was he was accidentally deported without his hearing on withholding. So it wasn't an intentional, we're going to get this guy and get him out. It was crap.
So when Trump is like holding up photos of his tattoos with like MS-13 on it, and like they're giving press conferences about he beat his wife, they're doing character, assassination on the guy, like all of that is accidental.
No, that's
like,
a political attack against Democrats.
Yeah, right. So so here, let me just get to the end of my point, okay? Is that, they turn it into a political attack because they are acting lawlessly. They're proud to be acting lawlessly. The point is to demonstrate on this issue we will act lawlessly. You're not safe if you are, even under the protection of a court order in this country, and you should be frightened and you should leave. It's just like it's an authoritarian attack against immigrants directly, and it's designed. It's a leverage of it's a leveraging of the state to try to frighten immigrants and other groups, not only illegal immigrants. Okay, so so let's talk about the students who have been detained and deported, right? These are people who are under student visas, right?
Get his
They
ass.
appear at a protest or two, and they're thrown into vans, they're held in these bizarre facilities. They're
like this. I don't know. Does Tim feel like he should have been arrested for making the statements about a long time ago he went to Sweden to talk about like the rampant crime? Does he feel like he should have been arrested because it was maybe an inconvenient narrative that the state of Sweden didn't like? Should the Swedish police have rolled up and been like, "Hurdy birdie dirty dirty dirty, hurdy birdie dirty dirty dirty, dirty dirty," and then gotten him off to jail? I don't think so.
But there's multiple cases.
If you want to say that,
so the point of this is to frighten people at universities,
I'm Swedish.
Pro-Palestinian protesters, and that means any protester on the left, of course, and C, immigrants of all types, including those who are here on legal immigrant visas. Like the details of the individual cases don't matter. They like creating a firestorm around someone who is here legally, creating a huge controversy about them, and then saying, we don't give a fuck. We're going to do whatever we want to these people because we want you to be afraid, right? But that's not, and that to me is that's an expression of like pure authoritarianism. It's a leveraging of state power to frighten, undergroups in society that these people don't like. It's like very straightforward. We can mount as many legal defenses as we want of it and say, blah, 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 according to this statute or that statute. But the actual action is just designed to frighten people Trump doesn't like. And it's bizarre to see him do it.
Let's say yes, but none of that's illegal. That's all actually codified law that they're allowed to do.
Okay, yeah, sure. It's fucking bullshit. It sucks. It's bad. It's bad for the country. It's bad for the American spirit.
We can talk about a lot of bad things that every administration's done in the past that liberals and Democrats have covered up or participated.
Yeah, we could talk about a number of different bad things, but we're talking about this bad thing, Tim.
In or didn't argue against.
Yeah, I guess why. I mean, we're talking about this one currently. It feels disingenuous to talk about one thing the Trump administration is doing because Democrats have done bad things too?
Well, like, for instance, Donald Trump, through Marco Rubio specifically, revoking student visas, saying that these individuals represent a threat to our national security by adhering to our enemies. And literally, that's what they're claiming. I think it's ridiculous to claim that a student who's anti-Israel is working with Hamas. That's silly. But that's the argument he's making, and under the INA, he has the authority to do it. So you say, okay, well, when people come in here on student visas, they do sign agreements saying they won't do certain things. They do it. They get kicked out.
So this is okay with you because it's narrowly legal under Marco Rubio's, purview?
I would say what's fine with me is the revocation of a visa for someone who's not a citizen who's here conditionally.
I mean, it's also legal for a cop to shoot you if they are afraid. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know, Tim. Like, are you sure you want to go down this route? Like, I don't think you do.
Like Mohammed Khalil, who was on a conditional temporary visa. So if it gets revoked, I just say like, well, that's a conditional visa.
No, Tristan MB is fine. Although I don't fully understand what she's talking about right now. I hope you're doing okay, Tristan.
I don't go to Singapore and spit on the ground. I'll get caned.
So sorry. You think what's happened to those students is like that's okay with you? Not legally. I'm talking about like as an event that occurred in the country. You're like, oh, it's good that happened. It's okay with me. You think it's moral. You think it's right. You think it's just. I'm not talking about legally. I'm talking about like you say you 60%? Don't. 60%.
Yeah, like nothing's so easily black and white.
Rumeysa Öztürk, who she wrote an op-ed. The only thing that anybody has even claimed that she's done is she wrote an extremely mild op-ed in her campus newspaper, asking that the college like sort of consider being supportive of the Palestinian cause in some vaguely defined way.
Yeah.
Her visa's revoked. We've all seen the video, right? People come and like grab her and literally put her into a vehicle.
She was arrested.
They're wearing masks, right? I mean, she's.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, she was arrested. Yeah, by a bunch of like ununiformed people who strolled up to her from all directions all at once, all of a sudden on campus with no notice, and then kidnapped her Like, I'm sorry, Tim. I don't think there's a situation where, 8 guys ununiformed come to your house, surround you, cuff you, and force you into a van, and you're like, yeah, that's fine.
Stopped in an alarming way on the street, right?
It's not like they filmed that and published that footage, though. That was security camera footage.
Yeah, of course they didn't film it, Tim. They're the fucking secret police. They're Gestapo agents. Like, yeah, they're not filming that shit. Like, a bystander filmed it. Like, there's security camera footage, but also other people around were very alarmed.
Yeah, but they did it in a. Hey, if you want a student, like a young woman, there's other ways to arrest them than have 6 people show up wearing masks, surround her in a pincer formation. Like, it's designed to create terror. So, like, what's
do it that way. Agreed.
Okay, great.
They didn't have, and Biden's DOJ didn't need to show up at Roger Stone's house at 4 in the morning.
Sure, and you know what? If you want to bring up another example, I'll say I condemn that as well.
Agreed.
If that'll keep us on this topic for a second.
We've had numerous instances across administrations that have acted similarly.
Okay, so let's stay on Rumeysa Öztürk. Why do you think that? Like, what was the administration's purpose? Not the legal argument for whether they can do it or not.
Israel.
What? Yeah. Okay. So
it's literal Israel, and it's absurd that they'd argue. What they're doing when it comes to these students is they're saying they're a threat to our national security, and that's
why don't we have gas chamber footage at the concentration camps? Dim tool.
It really is kind of like the drooling brain out Wojak meme. That's just Tim Pool. Like, well, like, they didn't film it and put it out to make people scared. That was somebody else. They're the it's not what they did that's the real problem. It's that somebody filmed it. That's the level he's operating on. Like, it's not wrong for the government to torture someone. It's just wrong to film it and then publish that footage. That's the footage is what scares people, not the fact that the government abducts you and tortures you. Like, that's insane.
I mean, do
you think she was a threat to the national security?
It's technically the truth, which is the best.
We are at 50 subs out of 60.
That's kind of the truth in that, yes, opposing U.S. alliance with Israel is bad. Rallying in any meaningful way students to oppose Israel is bad for the U.S. foreign policy. But come on. You know what I mean? Like, a woman...
But come on. Come on. Just let him have this one, Adam. Just let him have this one. Just let him have the student. It's fine. God. What a fucking Weasley pathetic coward. Plant in any just and sufficiently empowered regime that comes in, everyone in the Trump regime should face charges, in my opinion. But we'll see if it happens. I would very much like to see some kind of Nuremberg-like trial to hold people accountable for what they're doing to this country.
Writing an op-ed that's not from here.
And honestly, one specifically tailored to ICE in particular, I think is called for absolutely 100%.
Is nothing compared to the people.
Dissolve ICE, charge everyone.
From here writing the same op-eds. What they're doing is they're basically saying,
damn, Ashley.
Let's do it. BWA.
Thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate it. And folks, we've hit our goal. We'll wrap up this part of the conversation that they're having, and then we will roll into covering some cult propaganda. But let's wrap this up in a nice little bow.
I agree with you in that they're saying, do not do these things or we will deport you. We will find the thinnest of hairs of a reason to revoke your visa if you come out against us. I'm not completely in disagreement. So the reason why I say 60% when you asked me if I thought it was morally right is because obviously they don't need 6 guys swarming her in a pincer formation. One guy could have knocked on her door and said, ma'am, your visa's been revoked. I'm going to need you to come with me. We've got a black SUV you can sit in. We're going to, deal with this in a rather kind of boring way. They didn't need to do that. The claim about a threat to our national security is grossly overestimated. The claim that these people have adhered to Hamas is grossly overestimated. That being said, it is still completely legal in that an individual who comes here on a conditional visa not violate the conditions of that visa.
Sure.
So it's
legal. No. But dude, I'm asking you, like, do you think it's good?
I'm asking you if you have any kind of like internal sense of justice or opinions. Like, can you stop sucking off the American Gestapo long enough to have like a sense of justice about the entire situation?
For America.
Yeah, exactly, my rear end. Like, this is just Tim Pool being like, well, what are you going to do? The Holocaust, this genocide that we're doing here in Nazi Germany, it's legal. So, like, it genuinely is that, because he lacks any kind of moral spine.
That, like, college students who are here on a student visa because of political speech are being thrown into vans and having legal things be done. Sure, it's narrowly legal, but like, they're being sent home. She's being put in a prison, and then she's being like forcibly deported. Do you think that's good for America? Like, this is okay. So
marginally.
You think what do you think is good? Even marginally, like what's the minor small benefit to America?
Do not come to our country and rally against it and its interests. I apply this too to any of these Canadian.
What is the U.S. interest that her writing an op-ed?
The Suez Canal.
The Suez Canal?
Right. The United States. What? The reason why the U.S. is so... I love these Jews people that are like, Israel controls the foreign policy. Oh, shut up. The U.S. interest with Israel, Egypt, and...
I see. He hasn't read the op-ed. I see.
Saudi Arabia has a lot to do with like the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. This is why Donald Trump is obsessed with Panama and Greenland. He wants to control the global trade routes. This is what America's largely done. That's why I say it's...
So how does an op-ed a year ago affect an op-ed written before Trump was even in office in a student newspaper? How does that threaten the Suez Canal exactly?
It's a gross mischaracterization to claim that an op-ed is a threat to national security, in that it is, in the smallest of senses. Students coming here and telling us to oppose our support with Israel puts us at risk in terms of the sentiment of a younger generation as to whether or not we'll fund Israel and control the Suez Canal.
Karen Ale, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. Also, Entrama, hello! Congrats on graduating, by the way. Yeah, Tim Pool is a bitch ass pussy. It's true.
But I asked you if you thought it was good to deport her.
I said marginally. Right,
because we have national interests in the Suez Canal, and she wrote an op-ed.
That's the U.S.'s interest.
Okay, so why do you think it was good to deport her?
Asserting U.S. sovereignty. Do not come to our country and tell us what to do. You've got a condition of your visa.
She wasn't telling you what... This is her op-ed, guys. Try again, President Kumar, renewing calls for Tufts to adopt March 4th TCU Senate resolutions. She was literally calling on the president of her university to adopt the student Senate resolutions. That those Senate resolutions happen to be about Palestinian genocide. They have nothing whatsoever to do with the Suez Canal.
You're a guest in this country.
Okay.
Adhere to the agreements we have.
So you think that America should be a country where if you come here on a student visa, you're paying into our, university system, you're coming here for the reasons that, completely legally, we've invited you to come, right? Yes. This is why.
I'm just going to read this paragraph from her op-ed, by the way. Well, an argument may be made that the university should not take political stances and should focus on research and intellectual exchange. The automatic rejection, dismissive nature, and condescending tone in the university's statement have caused us to question whether the university is indeed taking a stand against its own declared commitments to free speech, assembly, and democratic expression. According to the Student Code of Conduct, active citizenship, including exercising free speech and engaging in protests, gatherings, and demonstrations, is a vital part of the Tufts community. In addition, the Dean of Students' office has written, quote, "While at times the exchange of controversial ideas and opinions may cause discomfort or even distress, our mission as a university is to promote critical thinking, the rigorous examination and discussion of facts and theories, and diverse and sometimes contradictory ideas and opinions." Unquote. Why then is the university discrediting and disregarding its students who practice the very ideals of critical thinking, intellectual exchange, and civic engagement that Tufts claims to represent? So, I don't know. Maybe Tim Pool should actually, like, I don't know, read the op-ed that he is claiming is sufficient to arrest a student and try and deport her.
America is the country it is, partially, because people like this have come for decades. If you express a political opinion that is like mildly at odds with a U.S. interest in another country of a canal, that you should be deported. You think America
Andy
should be the
Sue
kind
here. Your regular contributor Jim Waters has been trying to take the water from my beautiful canal. This is just no on. I will not have my canal drained to fund Jim Waters' third yacht.
I will not have my canal drained. Well, we wouldn't. I don't believe Jim Water would ever drain the Suez Canal to get a yacht. I mean, that's salt water. That's salt water right there.
country where if somebody comes here, they write an
thank you for the
op-ed that
$5
says
dono, Andy Suez.
literally anything about U.S. foreign policy, they should be deported. So going forward, literally everyone in the world should know if you are on foot on U.S. soil, you should not say anything in public about U.S. national priorities of any kind, or else you could be deported. Do you think it's good to have a country where that's the understanding?
All right. So you're saying that...
This is what I'm trying to drill down to.
The individuals who come to this country and apply for student visas have made that agreement already. So while I would argue the deportation of Romesa is the thinnest of hairs, Mahmoud Khalil makes more sense. I mean, he organized and helped lead protests that resulted in damage, occupations of buildings. Several staff at the Columbia.
Let's stay on Romesa because then we don't have to split hairs.
Right. The issue is, do not come.
Good job keeping him focused, Adam.
To our country and tell us what to do. That's it. If you're here as a guest of this nation, you do not start rallying its people in opposition to the will of the voters and what the government is doing.
I mean, I really thought the point of America was, freedom of speech was like a main value here. That I think that's why people come here. It's why I like living here, because I always felt that, hey, I can express an opinion, especially about U.S. foreign policy, and not have anything happen to me. So that's a right that only citizens have. And you think America should be a country where, if you are not literally an American citizen, if you express any opinion about U.S. foreign policy, I mean, and we both agreed the opinion she expressed was pretty mild. It wasn't like.
Hi, CEO of Big Water Jim Water here.
Damn.
I want to put to rest the notion that I am siphoning off the Suez Canal's water to fund my third yacht. This is simply untrue. Sent from my second yacht.
CEO of Big Water Jim Water, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it, and appreciate the clarification that you are not, in fact, siphoning off water from the Suez Canal. I assumed it was filthy seawater propaganda yet again, but I will never allow someone to muddy the waters here. You will always have a way of
Due to
defending
salt
yourself in
dissolving
this
into the
forum.
water in the lakes along the canal's route, the Suez Canal is actually more salty in the middle than at either end where it joins the ocean. You nerds.
Damn. Thank you for the $5 dono. Andy Suez.
Like a very inflammatory opinion, right? It was like, it's pretty mainstream political opinion to have. It conflicts with U.S. interests about the Suez Canal. I still don't really understand that point, but let's just say that it does.
It does.
That should be grounds for being forcibly removed from the country. And like, whether or not it's legally the case that
I am assuming this goes to the Jim Waters Yacht Fund.
What? Thank you for the $10 super chat. I very much appreciate it. And I also assume it goes to the Jim Waters Yacht Fund because I got to buy water. This isn't free.
Cal, see him here. If there is not enough water in the canal, we can always replace it with man milk.
Sam News, thank you for the Calcium, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. God. You guys have been on a real tear of meme construction. I guess we in the Riverboat Jack community have just been subsidizing the memes. It's just clearly that the meme market is booming.
that we could do that. Do you think it's good? You think it's good to have a country where things like that happen? You think a thriving country is one where people come into the country, they write an op-ed for the paper of the organization of which they're a member. She's paying tuition to go to this school, and she's working for the student newspaper or whatever. She's writing an op-ed. She's probably not employed there, but she's writing for the student newspaper, and that is grounds to be deported. And
always was. I mean, so my attitude.
You think that's the kind of country America is?
Always has been. That's why
I guess that's.
I would love for Tim Pool to point out one example of that happening in the past. I would love for him to point out one.
That's where we fundamentally disagree.
But hold on, the Immigration and Naturalization Act has multiple provisions that outright say this is the case, and so that's why I say it's marginally good, because the issue is the U.S. asserting its sovereignty and saying, as a guest in this nation,
I think that's a freakish position. I think that's a freakish position to have, Tim.
We ask you not do certain things.
We ask you don't write we ask you don't write mildly worded op-eds about U.S. foreign policy vis-a-vis a different country's war.
Let's not load it. Let's say, do not speak out against our foreign policy.
So okay, great. So America is a country where, if you, in your view, if you are a foreign national, you are here.
I love that Adam's approach is essentially just asking clarifying questions to nail down what Tim Pool's actual view is that he's trying to commit to here.
On a student visa, you've been invited to the country.
Me this like 4 times.
You should not
every time.
Okay. I just want to. It's fair. To me, Tim, it's a very baffling position.
Listen, you're arguing that I should call for illegal activities.
Let me put.
Let me phrase it this way.
Sure.
My attitude is, Congress has passed a law. It was passed in the House and the Senate, signed by the president, and upheld by the courts. This law states it is the purview of the Secretary of State.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know that this segment would go on so long when we started it. I thought they would move on to other topics.
To make the decisions as to whether or not these visas can stand for a variety of reasons. I say it is marginally good. Her opinion was mild, and I don't think it... I think it's silly to claim that she's adhering to Hamas because an anti-Israel position. My point is, for the government to assert its authority under the law as codified by Congress, the president, and the courts is marginally good. Marginally is, I said 60% maybe.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's finding a lot of good in arresting someone on the flimsiest of pretenses. This would be like if you were saying, well, technically it's legal for ICE to arrest someone who drives 1 mile per hour above the speed limit. It's, I guess technically you could do that. It would be bad, though, if that was the standard to which we held everyone in the country.
If I was president, I wouldn't do it. But the idea that our country asserts its authority to say, you are guests in this country and we will make the determination whether you can stay or not, is a normal process. And to argue that the government should not assert its authority when it feels it should, I think is silly.
I'm so looking.
There's a world we want to live in, and then there's, I'll put it this way, I think people have a right to keep and bear nuclear weapons. The founding fathers were clear in their intent on the right to bear arms, which included privateers with grape shot. Now we've changed that and said only large corporations that the government approves of can have nuclear weapons. Agreed. No.
What are you talking about, Tim? What private corporation on Earth possesses nuclear weapons? What are you fucking on, man?
Nobody should have nuclear weapons. My point is that if you want to change the law, you have to do it through the constitutional process, and that adhering to that is typically a good thing.
I don't know how we got on nuclear weapons.
It's a point about process of law.
Yeah, but
saying the government has a right to do something. So if they choose to do it, okay. If you have a problem with it, then Congress should repeal those, specifically amend the INA to remove those provisions. It is completely legal under the United States at the will of the American.
Is it that stupid, Entrama? Is he doing the QAnon shit saying that the United States is technically a corporation? Like, is that the level he's operating on these days?
American people that this happened. You don't like that it's happening now, but this was the will of the voters and Congress, and it's been law for like 50 years.
Dude, just because something is legal doesn't mean it's right.
Correct.
Right?
We should change it then. So my point is upholding the law is.
What's insane is like you've been saying it's good though.
Well, if it isn't Shiverboat whack. This body of water ain't big enough for 2 riverboaters.
Oh no.
I hereby challenge you to a formal duel by means of boat jousting. Riverboat Zach shall prevail.
Oh no. We have a rival riverboat? The Riverboat Zach crew? Oh no. Oh no.
As the discovering scientist and lead advocate against the Helvetica scenario, I, Lady Helvetica, must warn again the proposal from Calcium.
I'm really enjoying the extended universe we're creating here. You guys just have to be consistent so we remember all the characters. And one of you should probably start a Wikipedia page. Slightly recolored Riverboat Jack, yeah. Riverboat Zach, thank you for the $5 dono. And Lady Helvetica, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate them.
Is marginally good. Sometimes the law is bad, and that's why it's not always good. In this regard.
So wait, you're saying simply the fact that Marco Rubio exercised his legal authority to do something was good.
Sir Times New Roman wishes to do battle with Lady Helvetica.
Oh god. Sorry, Sir Times New Roman. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Okay, so we've got now we have the font aristocracy in the Riverboat Jack verse. My god. Sacre bleu.
It's like he had the legal authority to do it. He could have enforced this law as he saw it on anybody. He could have enforced it on a comedian, right? Who's in town and goes on stage and says, "Hey, you know what? I disagree with this or that." Or, "Hey, I just did shows in
Canada,
I just did what?
You're not from Canada.
No, but I just did shows in the UK and Amsterdam, and I made fun of UK politics, made fun of American politics."
Riverboat Zach? More like Riverboat Jerk.
Yeah, that's right, Paladin. You tell him. Thank you for the $5 dono.
You wouldn't dare make fun of Islam, though. Go to the UK and mock Islam. Do it.
Well, I don't have any jokes about Islam.
Why not? They got Pakistani grooming games raping little girls. Why won't?
What the fuck? Oh, no, I see what he's trying to do here. He's trying to say something incendiary in order to throw Adam Conover off of this particular topic because he's getting frustrated with it and he knows it makes him look bad.
You go to the UK.
What?
Why won't you go to...
See, that's exactly it. It's exactly it.
Hi,
he's pulling the escape
Dr.
hatch.
Riverboat Stein here, your 3rd riverboat.
Oh,
We are
no.
running to be the riverboat in 2028. We are a serious boat.
What do you mean, the riverboat? Dr. Riverboat Stein. This river is big enough for all of our boats. Thank you for the $5 dono, though.
To the UK and make jokes about Islam.
I don't think it's very funny. I don't have any jokes about it. I'm so confused. Dude.
Okay, let me help unconfuse you.
Honestly, like treating Tim and like the things he says here like the freak he is the best strat.
Are there jokes that can be made about Islam? Yes or no?
See, now look at how far afield he is from Rumea Ozturk. You know, that's the direction he wants to go.
I don't want to. I don't want to go to this particular rabbit hole.
Oh no! You're terrified. You're a hypocrite.
See, he's trying to bait Adam.
What?
Are there jokes you can make about Islam? Muhammad banged a little girl, right?
I'm really baffled.
You're terrified of the subject. I'm not.
No, I'm not.
In the UK, you can be jailed for making jokes about Islam or even bring up the grooming gangs. There are people who go online and
there are British comedians who make jokes about Islam, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Pointed out that a stabbing was carried out by a Muslim, and they got arrested for it. I'll bet you $1,000 you will not go to the UK and make a joke about any of that stuff, because you will not go to a foreign country and, in violation of their laws, speak out against what they've said not to speak out against. Do it. I dare you. $10,000. Cash in your pocket. You go to the UK and make a joke about Muhammad having a 12-year-old wife.
This we got here faster than I thought we would in this conversation. Where you're shouting at me about something I don't understand. I don't really understand how you would think it's incumbent upon me.
Do you think anybody watching this right now thinks you are confused by the notion that in the UK you go to jail?
You think anyone watching this right now is confused about me bringing up child molestation when we were talking about illegal detention?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills on your soundboard.
We do need this Mugatu clip. That's true.
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
We do need that. I agree. If someone can get on that, I would love that on the soundboard. But like genuinely, like he was talking about Rumea Ozturk's detention and then got real frustrated that part of the conversation wasn't going the way he wanted. So he just brought up child molestation as a way to get out of talking about an inconvenient topic. Like, any normal, sane, and rational person would be baffled by that. You know, that's a really pathetic thing to do. That one's used by a lot of hard right boomers. I know it's used by a lot of hard right boomers, but like at the same time, it has nothing to do with Marco Rubio targeting student visas. It has nothing to do with Marco Rubio targeting student visas.
For mocking Islam?
I don't understand how we got onto you shouting at me about Islam specifically. I'd like to return to a point I was
it's
trying to
because
make.
you said people should be allowed to come to this country and speak out against it. And you said you're a comedian, and you're a comedian, and you go to other countries, right? And you said you go to the UK. And I said, okay, if you go to the UK, speak out in violation of their laws and see what happens. And you said, I'm confused. I don't understand. What don't you understand? Will you go to Turkey? Will you go to Turkey and speak out against Islam?
I mean, if I have a joke to make, sure. I don't have a joke about those particular topics.
You would.
I would.
Hypothetically, you'd come up with the world's funniest joke about Islam.
Saying if you had a joke about
yeah, sure, I would try to do the best I can. I always try to poke the bear as much as I can. It's part of the job of a comedian.
Nothing to poke the bear about as it pertains to one of the world's largest religions. I mean, come on.
I mean, I haven't written a joke about that recently.
All right. Then I look forward to going to the UK.
Hey man, I'm a free speech guy, right? I think that something that's nice about America is that we're a country that has that value.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that Tim thinks that he looks like he's coming out of this like he looks good. Well, like talking about child rape. Like I don't know, he looks like a lunatic to me.
And that we don't generally think that you should be tossed into a van and kicked out of the country for expressing an opinion. I think that it is a change. I think it's a change in America to most people around the world to feel that, oh, wait, if I go to America and I express a mild opinion about their foreign policy in my own student paper, or maybe on a stage or maybe somewhere else, I could be, without any warning to me, accosted by 6 people on the street, thrown into a van, and taken out of the country.
Oh, come on,
right?
accosted.
Oh, let me finish.
Don't go the
I think that's a strain. I think that's a new idea for a lot of people, that America is that type of country. I think that Donald Trump's
Ryan's End, I try to have the captions on as much as I possibly can. I know it helps a lot of folks.
purpose is to turn America into that type of country. I think that that's bad. I think it makes the country smaller. I think it makes the country worse. I think it's a violation of most of the values that I grew up with as an American. And that's my view of what's happening in the country. Now, if you want to say, hey, I don't like free speech for foreign nationals who are in the country who express mild opinions about other countries' foreign wars, then that's your prerogative. It's a big difference between us that you don't like free speech in that way.
I mean, that's loaded language, right?
Yeah, all the language you're using is pretty loaded.
Well, you
you know, that's loaded language, says the guy who, like, 1 minute ago was talking about child rape gangs and child molestation. Like, yeah.
You keep using adjectives to describe things to diminish one thing while...
I'm sorry, what?
All the language you're using is pretty loaded.
Well, you keep using adjectives to describe things to diminish one thing while exacerbate or...
You keep using adjectives to describe things. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, I'm seeing stars. Oh, my God. Keep using adjectives to describe things to diminish one thing while
or exaggerate something else.
I do use the English.
Yeah, that is how adjectives work. That is how communicating an idea works. That is, in fact, how that works.
Language to express my thoughts and opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's too.
I do need a sound clip of Adam Conover saying that,
or exaggerate something else.
I do use the English language to express my thoughts and opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's too. It's straw manning. It's.
It's straw manning. Again, says guy who just offered to give Adam Conover $10,000 to go to another country to tell a joke about Islam. Like,
you
what is
liberals
this?
And your adjectives.
You fool. You moron. You simpleton. Everyone knows socialists have all the parts of speech.
It's not a legitimate attack of.
Yeah, using the English language is a straw man. If you really wanted to communicate, you'd use mind waves and blinking.
The ideas, right? So accosted on the street. Come on. She was arrested. Okay. She was arrested by a relatively large group of men compared to what a normal arrest would require, which I think they didn't need to do and was silly. So we can say she was arrested by several men, unmarked, or plain clothes.
Yeah. How do we depoliticize this story about the secret police rolling up and arresting like a student for writing an op-ed? Yeah, let's depoliticize that.
Which didn't need to happen. But I don't need to say like she was accosted by men on the street and like it was about a mild opinion. It's like, okay, listen.
I'm sorry. Saying that the student government should have a say in school policy is a pretty mild opinion.
Facts of the case, like I said, I don't like the idea that people come to this country and then try and tell us how to do, how to live our lives.
You're not for free speech. I understand.
I think American citizens have self.
This is, by the way, again, this is why Tim tried to get off of this topic. It's why he was desperate to do it. It's because, frankly, he knows this makes him look bad. He knows this opens up a route for Adam Conover to say, hey, you don't like free speech. All right. And like Tim Pool's entire thing has been a free speech guy. Like this isn't a core attack on Tim.
Self-determination and sovereignty. And I will say this even of the Canadians who keep coming here and they keep getting involved in our politics. I'm friends with some of them, but I think it's fair to say that there is an issue with Canadians, largely conservatives, who come to this country and then start advocating for conservative values in a country they're not from. So to be fair, there are liberals Canadians who do it too. I find it to be silly. That being said, Canada as a bordering nation with a largely overlapping culture is a morally different question, but still applies in much the same way principally. So I do take issue with foreigners coming to my country.
It's a nice white country, so we like it.
Canada's, they call it what? The most multicultural country in the...
I do love that, like, for every sentence Adam says, Tim has to spend like 20 of his own in order to try and justify himself. He's turning himself into a verbal pretzel over this.
In the world, I think. Mm-hmm. They big on immigration, I think.
With all of his liberal adjectives and verbs and nouns.
Toronto is considered to be the most multicultural city in the world.
Yeah.
So Canada actually is... You can call it a nice white country. That's technically the truth, but it also is very, very much in favor of immigration and diversity and all these things. Largely what many of the conservatives who come here speaking out.
Yeah, just Shin Godzilla, like don't relitigate something against a mod. Just let it be. Like stop. Literally, the mods don't remember.
Against. But without, you know,
this is a country where if you're from another country and you're in America, don't say anything about our politics, or you could be forcibly removed from the country. You're comfortable with America being that kind of country.
Marginally.
That's something that's like
I'm marginally comfortable. Okay, so you are comfortable.
That's a value of yours. Those are your values.
See, you're doing it again.
No, I'm
just he's just trying to figure out what you care about, man. Like what your position is. Like, more than just, like, observing that, yes, this is legal. Like, what is your position on whether it should be legal?
No, I'm trying to understand what you actually believe.
Yeah, I would say marginally, it's a good...
Because I think that's a point of distinction. It's like, it's useful in a conversation like this to be like, okay, I have my value, you have your value. And, my value is like, I really like it when people say what the fuck they think about any country's politics.
We can simplify it. My value would just be... To whatever mathematical degree, American sovereignty supersedes the right of foreigners to speak about our policies.
But in this case,
that's just my value.
It's just my value that like freedom shouldn't be free for everyone. You know, it's just my value that we should make this country suck more for people who weren't born here. You know. Like, hey, you come here, you try and become a citizen legally, you try and do the naturalization process. Well, you better not say anything. You better not even attempt to have freedom of speech until you naturalize, okay?
Think that literally any time America is exercising its sovereignty, that's like a good thing in that particular case. Like, because...
What does that mean?
Like...
You're a guest in our... with all due respect, I think I said it like 6-7 times.
Uh-huh.
You're a guest in our country. Adhere to the rules. That's it. That includes conservative Canadians, conservative Brits. That's Carl Benjamin. That's Paul Joseph Watson.
Every single person he is naming, by the way, has criticized the U.S. government's foreign policy. I guarantee you. I guarantee you.
That's Viva Fry. That's Seth Rogen, and it's also
okay. So all those people should not speak about American national interests, like the Suez Canal. We shouldn't.
Or literally, that could encompass any topic. Any topic.
Say, the Panama Canal, or like is Puerto Rico a state or not?
Visa.
They should not speak about American politics.
You can speak about what you want, but speech has consequences.
I mean,
doesn't it?
Okay, so we can move on. I'll say, to me, that's a radically different America than I thought I grew up in. And I think it's fucked up that we're becoming that kind of country. I think it's really bad.
Think that's true.
Yeah, you don't believe I think that's true?
Well, I mean, I suppose I
like
could
what
say,
I just said. I believe you're like, you don't believe that.
Well, because if we go back several administrations, that's not been the case ever. I mean, look at New York in the 2000s when the Bush administration rounded people up, and well, I'm sorry, it wasn't Bush during the Bush years, and they put 200 people in like a bus. They locked them in a bus cage.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's the country.
Yeah, that was bad. We shouldn't have done that. You're right. We shouldn't have done that, Tim.
I haven't heard Sad Pajama Watso's name in a minute.
I just... This man, like, does he use the beanie to cover up the fact that he's, like, had his brain sucked out? I don't know. It's weird.
Country you grew up in. The idea that these things haven't been happening. George Carlin got arrested for swearing. We had blasphemy.
Yeah, that was bad.
It was bad. Yeah, and it was bad. And then we said, oh, we shouldn't do that anymore.
And it never changed. The idea that you think you grew up in a nation where you could say whatever.
I love that Tim thinks he's staking out some kind of moral position by just observing what the law is and then attacking Adam Conover for saying, hey, we should maybe not do these things because they're heinous and disgusting.
Whatever you wanted is an absurdity. George Carlin went to jail for swearing.
And that was good, you think?
No,
because
it wasn't.
You think it's good that Rumesa Ozturk is being forced to leave the country.
She's not a citizen.
So
she's on a conditional visa as conditioned by the INA and the existing administration and the will of the voters.
Okay, but you're arguing...
No, my argument is...
You're arguing that
Ozturk's
deportation makes sense because George Carlin was arrested for swearing.
No. You said...
Yes. That's literally your chain of logic.
I grew up in a country with free speech, and I said, no, you did not.
And
it's never been true.
We have this thing called the First Amendment, Tim. You might want to read it.
And you're like, okay, you're right. So under your view, America is a country that doesn't have free speech, never had free speech.
Yes.
And that's a good thing.
No.
Because we're exercising our sovereignty.
No.
Okay, but you think it's a good thing that Rumesa Ozturk doesn't have free speech?
Can you understand the distinction between a non-citizen here on a conditional visa and an American citizen being arrested for swearing?
I understand that there's a distinction. I don't think that either of those people should be treated differently in that case.
Let me say this.
I don't agree with you, man.
This country has never had free speech.
Okay, I think
it's a fact. When the founding fathers
it's a fact. The Constitution isn't real. Hey guys, did you know the Constitution? It's not real. It's just a piece of paper. It's just like a social it's not real. We don't have that. We actually have no freedoms whatsoever. That's Tim Pool's very enlightened centrist position.
The Constitution.
Do you think we should have free speech?
Yes, but there are limits on what free speech is based on the moral worldview of the individual argument. For instance, do you believe someone should be allowed to direct someone to commit a violent crime?
That's not the moral worldview of an argument. That is the effect of the speech. So you think that whether you have free speech should be your words should be based on the moral worldview of the argument.
So to understand your view of what free speech means, I'm asking you a question.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody says explicitly, you right now commit crime to that person, is that free speech?
Someone says you right now commit crime to that person, and what, do they do it?
Yes.
I mean, I guess I'm not a free speech scholar, but like that is, there's probably be legal consequences for that free speech.
It is illegal to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think someone should be able to yell fire in a crowded theater?
I mean, this is the canonical example of a speech that's not free speech. So.
It actually is. That's Brandenburg v. Ohio. It is, in fact, legal speech. I don't think people should. I understand the Supreme Court's ruling on that issue.
You know, what's really interesting about what Tim Pool just said? He just said a very important sentence there, right? I don't think people should. Right? That's the first time I've heard him actually commit to some kind of moral position in this entire fucked up conversation. Like when he's talking about Rumea Ozturk, he doesn't want to say what should be. He just wants to commit to, well, that's what the law is. And so, like, I don't know. I find that interesting. He can, in fact, stake out a moral position. He just chooses not to. You know, because he's a hack.
The challenge with free speech, let's go back to the beginning of this country. Blasphemy laws were on the books after they even had the First Amendment. Like they literally said you can't blaspheme. We would say that's not free speech, but how did you have a First Amendment if you arrested people for blaspheming? My point is, and this is an anarchist philosophy, the laws of the country are dictated by those with the power to enforce it. That's why it used to be illegal to put a pie on your windowsill, but even though it's still illegal, nobody arrests you for it. So free speech does change throughout the generations. Of course. We never grew up in an era, we never had a time in our lives where you had...
I've never heard anyone say that it's illegal to put a pie on a windowsill. I don't think that's true. I don't... There's no possible way that's true, right?
True free speech.
Don't even try it. It's the pie police. There's only 3 of us, but we'll get you. You leave a pecan outside. You so much as put a pumpkin in the patch. We will get your ass. We make most of our arrests at Baker's Square. We have our eye on you.
Speech the way the absolutists want it to be.
Yeah, I'm talking about the story that we tell about ourselves as a country, man. I'm talking about
that's not true.
The pie lease. The pie lease.
Talking about the values that we have collectively as people. And of course, those are always changing a little bit and people are trying to pull them in one direction or another.
Split in half.
I would have thought, that like, I don't know that much about you. I know you're very involved with Occupy and stuff like that and protest movements, which I think is cool work. I would have thought that like a student writing an op-ed about another country's war and her own institution's support for it, vis-a-vis our country's foreign policy, would be the kind of thing that you would think is a sort of free speech that we should value. That is the kind of free speech that I think, I personally think like a lot of the idea of America is built upon. I think it's one of the good things about the country, that this is a country where you can come here and you can express your opinion mildly in the newspaper.
What happened at Kent State?
And I think Kent State was bad.
My point is, there's things we wish America was. But I kind of feel like a non-citizen.
But this one you said you think is good. You're not sitting here going, man, yeah, that's a bummer.
She got deported, dude. What are you talking about? She didn't get shot in the face. A conditional visa was revoked. I'm not crying about it. I don't care.
That's insane, Doug.
I mean, I think she cares. I think
that's
her family cares.
Bad.
I think the people of her university care. I think
change the law, man. This is a marginal issue for a single person who was invited.
It's not a single person. They've been going after almost all like foreign students.
Violation of the INA as it's enforced by a government that was elected by a popular majority, or I should say by a plurality, but the popular vote. So
Hi,
let me pull this up.
Pie. You're coming with us for bad puns. You're going away for a long time, lady.
The FB pie is really good. That's really fucking good. God damn, that's good.
Because this is what we were talking about earlier. This is RCP from April 22nd. Every age bracket, to be fair, 40-49 is a tie. But Real Clear Politics aggregate shows from all of the latest polls, 70 plus is the only age group that is a negative view of Trump's job.
Okay. I'm just trying to...
This is a popular majority.
I'm just trying to make sense of your position around free speech, because you agree with me about all the past things in America that you're talking about. Kent State, you're talking about George Carlin and all these other things, and these were bad abrogations of free speech.
Indeed, deportation is not a murder. You're going home. I'm giving you a ride home.
But
if you came to my house, I let you in.
Yeah, but also, like, I'm sorry, but if someone came and abducted you away from an institution you've spent years of your life studying at in the middle of getting your degree, and you've spent tens of thousands of dollars trying to get that degree, and someone comes and kidnaps you and sends you to another country and says you can't come back, like that has a lot of other consequences than just like driving you home.
In the door, I said, you can hang out tonight, and he started shit talking my brother. I say, bro, I'm gonna give you a ride home. I don't think you should be here. That's not an affront to someone's sovereignty or free speech. It's like the worst thing that happened to you is I gave you a
Yeah, there's a difference between you, an individual, like revoking guest status in your house, and the US government sending police to arrest you and take you to prison.
Ride home. Oh, I'm gonna cry. She's going home. What's the problem? Home's nice. She was here conditionally. We said, hey, we kind of think you're being a dick.
We need TART reform now. That's also real fucking good, Nyan Rat. Thank you.
We're going to give you a ride home. That's it.
I mean, when I get a ride home,
Kent State,
six
they
guys
shot
don't
people and
normally
killed
shove me into a van, and then my family doesn't know where I am. That's
you know. How about you're at a bar and you're acting out in some way, and they say, listen, buddy,
do you feel
security throws you out of the bar?
Do you feel this
gets
woman
you a
was
cab.
acting out? Do you think she was acting inappropriately? Do you think that she was acting?
I've already told you I did not.
Okay, so then how are you justifying what happened?
I don't
it's
think you can
legally narrow that it can happen. Therefore, it's good.
I don't
Your
think you know how to
position is
separate.
incoherent.
I just don't think you know how to comprehend the separation between. I have no issue with a woman making her argument. I think it was absurd to claim she's adhering to Hamas because she's critical of Israel. But her visa is conditional, and it is the authority of these United States and the Secretary of State to revoke that. So it's okay. Right? Trump won the popular vote.
What? But
this is the agenda.
Man. Sorry, man. This is the hump that I can't get over.
Clearly.
You don't have any problem with what she actually did, right? But Trump Trump and Rubio had the narrow legal ability to do it.
You're not following.
By the way, I'm trying to like follow where they got that data from Real Clear Politics, because like I went to Real Clear polling on Trump's approval rating, and the average shows most people disapprove of the job he's doing, and I'm trying to figure out where they got the age breakdown here. And like you can filter by pollster, of course, but like I don't know. I'm not really finding the data here. Most people don't think he's doing great.
Do you agree with their decision to
I do not.
it?
I think there is a net negative to a degree that foreigners come to this country to dictate our politics.
They're not dictating. To dictate implies authority, Tim. There's a difference between dictating something and sharing an opinion on something.
Canadian,
I'm sorry,
British
dictate our politics, or just give their opinion in the newspaper that's dictating?
Let's. I'll turn on the language. To come here and advocate for policies of the American people.
So you feel that foreign nationals of all kinds, when they're in the United States, should never speak about our politics ever, upon pain of legal punishment. That is a position that you have about America generally.
Did they agree to it? When they applied for the visa under the INA, did they agree to those terms?
I don't know.
The answer is yes, they did. It clearly states when you're coming here on a condition, you can't do certain things. It literally says you won't protest. And we still would allow them to hold a sign up or something. But maybe if they didn't.
Clearly not, since you're arresting someone and trying to deport them for writing an op-ed, you dipshit.
But apparently we don't allow them to hold a sign.
I don't care.
So I'm not asking about what they agreed to. I'm not asking about the legal justification.
Don't agree to things you don't want to hear.
Do you, Tim Pool, believe that as a more...
It's incredible that it's taken us an hour to get to, like, just what do you believe on this, Tim?
Moral issue, as a practical issue. Do you think that America should be a country in which every foreign national in the country should feel that they should never speak about American politics under pain of legal punishment?
No.
You don't think that that's... You don't agree with that?
You present to me an absolute. right? You gave me the extreme end.
Okay, so Rumesa Öztürk, I think, is
nationals-
a really illustrative example because it was
Foreign
such a
nationals should
mild
understand
version.
that they've made an agreement upon entering this country that if they are in violation of the terms of their visa, it may be revoked. If they come here with the intent of advocating against U.S.
I've seen your comment, Hexahedron.
foreign policy, that is a consequence. Speech has consequences. I think we're getting hung up on the issue that I've clearly answered, and I understand maybe you don't understand, but
I
we can try.
I guess I think I've pinned you down well enough that like you just like really have a much smaller view of free speech than I do, and I think a lot of Americans do.
I don't think
and
what you said.
Yes. Yes, you do. Yes, he absolutely does. I like it's bizarre, frankly. Like this guy's like entire career has been like free speech warrior Tim Pool, you know, and like he's just completely throwing that out the window at this point, you know? I guess it's really cheap to buy Tim. One trip to Mar-a-Lago and suddenly you're just throwing all of the things you at least claimed to stand by in the trash. You know? Who knew it was so cheap?
I think it's a change to the American spirit. I think it makes the country smaller. It's a shittier country to live in. Is a country where people live in fear of what they say when they're here on a student
They always
visa.
have.
Yeah, and that's bad.
So-
it's bad
so-
to live in fear of saying shit.
This is not. You see, this is here's the issue. I suppose
your
memory
whole
goes back 3
your whole
years.
bullshit culture baiting thing about the Islam stuff in England. If what you say is true, and it may be, I don't know because I don't really I don't really follow that as
You
as
would
do.
never
But I think
go-
it's
Balthazar, thank you for the $5 super chat. Adam, we live in a capitalist society. America is capitalist. Free speech doesn't exist. Nothing is free. We don't live in communist China. Adam, we live in a capitalist society. America is capitalist. Free speech doesn't exist. Nothing is free. We don't live in communist China.
bad about that country.
You would never go to the UK and do those things.
If I were now, look, I don't know of the policies of which you speak, okay? But if I were to be in England and I were to make a joke on their stage and I were to be put into a van and removed from a country, I would say this is a bad thing about England, and I think that the country sucks, and I think that they should change it, and I don't think people should go there anymore, and that sucks for them and it sucks for us.
You wouldn't make a joke about Islam in the United States. You wouldn't.
Okay, sure. What's that meant to prove?
You don't actually believe in free speech. You fear the consequences.
Because I don't make a joke about the topic that you demand me to?
Because this topic.
What a whiny little bitch.
I don't believe in free
has
speech.
resulted in people like at Charlie Hebdo getting murdered.
Yeah, that's bad. It's
and
bad that they were murdered.
South Park tried just showing Muhammad, and Comedy Central wouldn't let him do it.
Yeah, that's bad.
So let's see
I
you
don't
stand
agree
up
with
for that value and come out and make a joke about
I've
Islam.
stood up about free speech plenty of times. What are you talking about?
Take it to the next level, brother.
Okay.
How about we do this? You believe in free speech?
Dude, this is what you do when you've lost an argument. Is that
Yup.
you just
No,
like
okay,
you just
you're not even
jump
arguing
to
anymore.
this? You just
You brought
jump
it
to
up.
this? What'd you say?
You brought it up.
What did I? Oh, the Islam piece of it. Yeah, no.
And now I'm continuing the conversation, and you're derailing into you must have lost the argument.
No, because
Brother,
because
let's stand up for South Park, for Matt Stone and Trey Parker.
I stand up for them.
So go on stage and show a big picture of Muhammad.
I'm sorry. What the thing that you're doing?
Stand up for free speech, brother. Do it.
So
I'll do it with you.
So.
Dude, like, this is bizarre. Like, frankly, as someone with relatively little skin in the game here, like, this is weird as shit. This is weird as shit.
So you're demanding me to go on stage and
Prove
do
you
something
care about free
specific,
speech. Prove
and
you care
unless
about
I do, I'm a coward.
I'm saying
this is a bizarre rhetorical move. This is a bizarre rhetorical move.
I didn't call you a coward. I said, prove you care about free speech.
Yeah, I prove
Do something that creates real risk to your person for free speech.
What the fuck is he talking about? Well, like, does he want Adam Conover to tell him to go shoot someone in the head, and then Tim will be forced to do it? I don't understand what the end game is here. Also, hexahedron, the bill passed out of committee already. It passed out of committee an hour ago. It now advances to a floor vote. The budget bill advances to a floor vote. Yeah, sadly.
Yeah, I speak about shit all the time, dude. I'm happy to live in America.
Also, it doesn't, just as an FYI, it doesn't ban gender affirming care. It simply removes the provision that requires health plans to cover gender affirming care. And that fucking sucks. But that was unfortunately very likely to happen.
Where the things I say don't create real risk to my person. In fact, if I were to say the things that you're saying, I would not be creating real risk to my person.
You don't think so?
I do not think so.
Then why not just do it? Prove me wrong.
Because I don't have anything in particular to say about those topics.
Just put a picture of Muhammad up and say, praise be. Prove I'm wrong.
I'm really glad we got here again, because it's just very fun to sit in how
it is very fun to like sit there knowing you absolutely dominated that argument, Adam. Well done. Well fucking done.
Weird this part of the conversation is.
Remember Charlie Hebdo?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, a bunch of people were shot because they
showed a picture of Muhammad.
Yeah, that's bad.
You think if you did that, they might want to shoot you too?
Yeah, maybe.
So you shouldn't do it.
I mean, I don't have it. Well, you know, the particular images that they showed, I didn't think were like very funny. Like it was their right to do it.
Wouldn't let South Park do it either. They censored the whole thing.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that's bad, and I think that's contrary to American values.
Why won't the free speech people who believe we should live in this country stand up against that?
I'm sorry. I'm not standing up for free speech unless I do what exactly?
I didn't say the only way for you to stand up for free.
Tim is such a cowardly piece of shit. Jesus. Would you repeat that, please? Yeah, as just like an update here. The budget bill advanced out of the Rules Committee. It's going to go towards a vote on the House floor. Who knows how long that will take, but it's not going for a House floor vote tonight. That being said, you should call your representatives tomorrow and make the biggest goddamn stink about it you possibly can. Yeah. So what the provision that I was talking about earlier that got snuck into the bill was it essentially removed the language that was essentially saying we're going to remove the coverage or the requirement that Medicaid and Affordable Care Act plans cover gender affirming care
I'm
for
sorry, Tim's last
under 18
brain wrinkle,
minors.
but you've been voted off the cerebrum.
It's true, Sake Tadoki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And so basically they want to make it they want to remove all the requirements from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act plans to like allow insurance companies to not cover gender affirming care for people of any age. That's the summary of it. We'll need to call a lot tomorrow, sadly. It's cowardly and duplicitous, and yeah, make as much stink about it tomorrow and until they stop trying to pass it as you can. So that is the update. Now, the House bill hasn't passed, but it is going to go to the floor vote. Probably tomorrow sometime. And then it goes on to the Senate.
Holy crap, I am going to have to watch this later to catch the first half. I don't know if I will make it without distractions. From Caracal.
Caracal, I'm sorry, but thank you for the $5 super chat. I want to know exactly what I'm telling them to do. You need to tell them to kill the budget bill. To vote no on the budget bill. Like, if that's what you need to tell them to do. Did we talk about George Connolly dying? No, I don't care. I don't care about that raggedy bitch passing.
Free speech is to do something. I said, why won't people who are claiming...
You called me a hypocrite, and I don't understand what's hypocritical about me only doing jokes about the topics that I'm interested in.
That you would not go to the UK and speak in violation of their speech laws.
I mean, I went there. I made fun of their government. I talked about, the fire at Heathrow because that impacted my travel when I was there. I talked about, yeah.
So you can make fun of white people, but you can't make fun of non-white people. You go to jail for that.
Okay, yeah, I think that would, if it's as you say, that sounds like if it applied to me as a comedian,
I would not.
I think it would say that's a bad law.
I would not go to Turkey and speak out against Islam, and I would not go to the UK and violate their speech laws.
Oh, okay. So are you a coward? What's your point?
No, I actually agree with the sovereignty.
No. I'm not a coward. I just kowtow to power.
Of nations, and if they have laws, I'm not going to violate them.
Oh, I see. I see the point that you're making. Okay, so when things are legal, they're just.
No.
Okay. So then, what is your point?
Your argument is that foreigners should come here.
So one of your values is you should respect the sovereignty of other nations. But again, look, this is a
should we invade China?
This is a recent change in the
gender affirming care can be very expensive. Cat bingo.
Way that the U.S. prosecutes and selectively enforces the laws that are on the books, and that's what happened to Rumeysa Öztürk, and again, that's like a material change in the spirit and values of America.
Just because I think we spent like an hour on the one subject.
Yeah, I've been having a great time. Yeah,
I agree. It's been fun. I have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I've been having a great. Yeah, it's super fun.
You mentioned that Trump is. It's the makings of authoritarianism and things like that. Do you think that's distinct from any other administration?
All right, I'm gonna call it. I think we've gotten through this section, but I'm willing to come back to this. This has been really fun. This has been fun. We're gonna do some cult propaganda.
Tim thinks free speech is only punching down on marginalized groups. Go figure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Tim Pool's like, well, why aren't you going to do hate speech? And it's like, well, Tim, why aren't you going to do hate speech? Like, what you can, I guess you could legally do hate speech here, Tim. Like, why aren't you doing that? Are you a coward? I don't know. I'm just saying. That being said, that was a clusterfuck. And honestly, Adam Conover, tip of the hat. Like, what a wonderful job. You completely dismantled him by just seeming bored and keeping on topic. That was great. 10 out of 10. Okay. I enjoyed that very much. Maybe we'll come back and do a part 2. Who can say? But for now, segment done. Giga Chad, Adam Conover. True. Wouldn't taking away HRT from trans folks be a form of cruel and unusual punishment? I feel like it is, because it can cause a shit ton of health problems if you don't have access. Not that they care. Well, the issue would be that they would argue that you still have access. You just have to pay without insurance coverage. Have I seen Rebecca Watson's recent video on Adam? No, I don't know who that is. I don't like that he shilled for a crypto company. I don't like that one. I need to use the bathroom so fucking bad. I've been going for 5.5 hours and I haven't peed once So I'm gonna play the Dono Go song, and when I come back, we're gonna get into some cult coverage. We're gonna talk about Happy Science, their anime, and we're gonna have ourselves a good little time. I know the world's on fire, and I know bad things are happening literally every second of the day, but you know what? We are going to do what we can to enjoy ourselves regardless, because honestly, in an age when everything's on fire, finding joy is revolutionary, and we're gonna do our best. So with that being said,
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat, and a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
I'm back, y'all. How we doing, folks? I'm gonna let my hair down too. Did I wash my hands? Yes. Yeah, we're going full comfy mode. Just been fucked hair? The dream. Oh. Gotta get one thing. Get more Jack. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And yes, I do have water. Whew. I do have milk, actually. Not here, but in my fridge. And yeah, like, I know that, like, this budget bill is really fucking scary and bad. It's gonna hurt a lot of people. There's just nothing I can do about it right at this moment. So I'm choosing instead to try and do something fun with all you. And I know that that's not a lot, but maybe it's a little. Maybe it's the thing I can do right now. Let's see. Milk is good for bones. It pleases the donut ghost.
Please welcome.
Oh my god, why? Oh, that's why that's on. Okay, never mind. I understand why this is here. Neat. Now, we watched Laws of the Sun, I believe.
Hi, Richard Nile. Did you know the Andy Suez detracts from my achievements? He doesn't even have pyramids. What a fool.
Richard Nile. That bastard. Also, I just checked. We did watch Laws of the Sun, and I know that because
What a fool.
it has planimals in it. The planimals. I just found out my representative doesn't accept facts. Well, that sucks. But you can call them. And also, yes, chat, we do have...
Let me guess, Richard Nile has the wool of D? Richard D. Nile?
Let me put it this way, folks. If you need help and you can't get... I don't know. I need to consult with the mod team before I say anything. Anyway, we'll try and do our best by you guys, okay? I know people are going to be struggling to get HRT. We're going to do what we can for you folks.
You think you, Richard Nile, have issues with people distracting from your achievements? How do you think I, Carlos Amazon, feel right now?
Oh, God. Just look at these planimals and think of what could have been. Hell yeah, the planimals, right? But we are on, I think, the golden laws. Okay. So, folks, we have been working our way through various happy science propaganda videos. And if you've watched the earlier videos in this series, you will know that, well, Happy Science is a cult that is trying to do in Japan what evangelical Christianity did here in America. And they have representatives speaking with the Republican Party every year at CPAC in the form of a man named Jay Aieba. And yeah, that's pretty scary because they put out a series of anime films depicting what they believe, and it's batshit. It involves white supremacy, eugenics,
Carlos Amazon has a
etc.
point. Jeff Bezos needs to stop the mean things he is doing.
I agree. I agree. Absolutely. Thank you for the $5 dono. But what is happening in these movies? Essentially, there is a primordial being that created life and is the first life form on Earth. There are other forms of life on other planets, all the same
I will
being.
post something on the Discord later. I know how to compound injectable HRT from estradiol powders. If worse comes to worse, I'll do a little civil disobedience and make sure you have medication.
Salute you, Paladin Lost. Thank you for stepping up, even though things are getting hard. Appreciate you so goddamn much. But we're gonna do our best to look out for each other in this community, okay? So we have this idea that this primordial being El Cantare exists on the highest dimension, and we humans are all spiritual entities with eternal souls that get constantly resurrected, and there's also an afterlife where the smarter you are, the higher you get in it, and that leads to results like Thomas Edison being like like the one of the highest tier angels in this fucked up cosmology they have, right?
Meanwhile, Vladimir Volga is existing on existential dread and potato booze.
Is that Disco Elysium? That seems like a Disco Elysium reference, but I have not played Disco Elysium, which I should fix. Maybe we'll have a Disco Elysium stream soon. Anyway, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Appreciate it. No, that was a reference to the Volga River. Fuck, I'm dumb. Fuck, I'm dumb. All right. Fuck. Anyway, my train of thought is being obliterated. The Volga River versus the Mississippi. Okay. The puns. The puns are hurting. I'll be right back. You did break me, but also I realized I forgot my phone. So you have this whole fucked up cosmology. And if you think unhappy thoughts, you go to hell in the afterlife. Also, space aliens are real. And there are lizard people. I'm trying to remember what other like important parts of the cosmology. Oh, a bunch of like the great men of history are all just El Cantare resurrecting, which, you know, includes like Hermes. It includes like all kinds of different gods, god figures, etc. And of course, the leader of the cult. Are the Jews from Mars in this one? I don't think so. We'll find out. You know, there are also angel mechs, and Hitler is called Hisler for some reason, probably to be legally distinct. Anyway, here we go. Let's find out about the golden laws. I'm excited.
There are also syncretic parts that incorporate other religions' figures into happyism.
True. But also, the fact that this is in any way associated with Toei is fucking crazy to me.
Excuse me, I'm a little lost.
Uh-huh. Actually, that's where we're headed right now.
Then why don't we all go together?
Oh?
Have we met somewhere before? No, I guess that can't be possible.
No way.
Just wait. Kyoto Animation did some of these as their first feature-length movies.
Really? That's insane. Yeah, those were spaceships, by the way. Boy howdy, I love that this just goes into it. No explanation. Oh, also these are all written by the cult leader, Ryuko Okawa. Was that just like letting you know that this was done by a cult? What was that? I'm here to learn about all those golden laws. Shower me with it. Shower me with knowledge. I'm eating pretzels. I love this movie already. I love seeing from the point of view of a book. Oh my god, he goes to the Happy Science University.
Hey, Satoru.
He goes to the Happy Science University in the future.
No way. The one for history and world religion? But the theme was just given today.
You have to move fast to be #1 at UHS Middle School. We'll never catch up with you.
Who's we? Speak for yourself. The
UHS Middle School, Universal Happy Science Middle School. Let's go.
Papers for this course with high scores will be submitted to the Academy. It could secure our future.
Tell me something I don't know.
The Academy is the most prominent school for those who want to be religious ministers. We've got to do our best, right?
But I'm not that...
Oh, my!
What? Mommy's gonna scold you if you don't get good grades this time, right?
Hey! You have 3 tutors, too. Come back here!
That kid's
Only
going to
a
hell
few
for
get
being
recommended to
mean.
the Academy. Everybody's doing their best.
I'm sorry, the University of Happy Science Middle School?
Golden Law number 1. If you want a true light body, you need to donate some of your gold in the form of subs or donos to Riverboat Jack. It's an immutable law of the universe.
Also-
Taught at BWA Middle School.
Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. And let us all remember that Ryuho Okawa wrote a book titled How to Escape Hell. And you will only know how to escape hell if you buy that book. So if you don't buy his book, you won't know how to escape from hell. But I'm really hung up on the fact that this is a university middle school. Also, University of Happiness Science. is capitalized, like all the major words there capitalized. Why isn't middle school capitalized? Are they not important enough to get the M and the S capitalized?
This bus is bound for Cape Forest. Bound for Cape Forest. The doors are closing.
Why is this like porn music?
Please be seated for departure.
That child is being seduced by a book. Hello, Vile Halfling. We're covering happy science propaganda videos.
Satoru, Daddy and I are going to a party. Fix what you want for dinner, okay?
At the core of each era, we can find prophets, messengers from higher reaches of the heavenly realm. Huh. I wonder if there's someone like that in this era. What in the world? Ah! What's that?
That's a gosh darn UFO! Well, god dang it! Better go check it out!
Oh no.
What's that? I've never seen one before.
Oh, my forehead. Huh?
Oh no, immigrants.
You wouldn't be Satoru,
God.
would you?
What? How do you...
Happy Science is, by the way, extraordinarily conservative. So they would share that feeling.
know my name?
Satoru! It is you after all! My name's Elisa, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Oh, hi there, Elisa.
I guess I made a mistake. It was my first ride. But my timing should be right. How old are you anyway?
I'm 15.
That means it's 2403 AD, right?
Yeah.
I got it! Perfect timing! I wanted to meet you when you were at the same age as me, 15.
Now, wait just a second.
Oh boy.
What is this all...
I love that they've reiterated 3 times now that they're both 15. I hope this doesn't get any weirder than that. Also, wait a minute. He's 15 and he goes to middle school? That doesn't math. Unless it's a university middle school, unless university middle schools are different, I guess. I don't know. I was in high school at 15. Whatever.
all about?
What's this? It's a time machine.
Time machine?
Yep. I got into my dad's time machine, so that means I'm actually your...
You're my...
I come from 500 years in the future from your time.
500 years in the future?
Yeah, so... What's that?
I don't know, but it sounds like trouble to me.
A classic scenario. Stole your dad's time
You need
machine.
my help? It's a time machine, right? Why don't you just fly away to a different era or something?
But I can't get it to move. I think it broke in the crash. If I could just get it to start.
God, if we don't get some goddamn planimals in this movie, I'm gonna be so upset.
Say, do you have a notepad?
A notepad? Of course. Here, just wait a second. A notepad, a notepad. Here's the notepad. Does this help?
Thanks a lot. Hey! No joking!
Elisa, take me time traveling with you.
What the heck are you thinking? If they find out I came here all alone, I'm gonna get in trouble. And I mean, you're even.
Well, what are you going to do, Elisa?
You have no choice but to time travel with me.
You can come with me.
Great, it's a deal.
Wow! How antique!
What? What do you mean? That notepad is the latest style.
I hope this thing still works.
I just bought it.
I'm telling you, it's real old.
It's brand new.
With this type, the mechanism should be the same.
Time travels to the past, complains about technology being old. Please make it make sense.
Golden law number 2. Never do the nasty in the pasty. No Marty McFly. No becoming your own grandfather. Time inbreeding is the worst inbreeding. A PSA from BWA.
Now, Paladin, you do raise an interesting point. If a time paradox gets closer to happening, is that girl gonna slowly start fading into non-existence? Are we gonna get like a horrifying Marty McFly scenario? I hope not.
Huh?
Yes, it's working!
Change formation. Jump out at my signal. Are you ready?
The Second Amendment laws of the future allow you to have gun rings. You know, guns just get smaller and smaller until everyone just has one on their finger. Just pow, pow, pow.
Roger.
Okay. Satoru, what era do you want to go to?
Set it for 400 years ago, to 21st century Japan.
21st century Japan.
They're in fucking New Atlantis right now. Fuck this. I forgot Atlantis is real in this goddamn religion.
Hurry up. Sit down.
Who says the gun ring is for your finger?
Where do you keep it, you know, when you're not using it? Everyone looks uncomfortable.
Here we go.
On my mark. Go!
Well, I guess it was nothing. Let's go get some donuts.
Yeah, we made it.
Oh no, he has
Feeling
time
sick?
sickness. He has time
I
sickness.
think it's because you entered the external space for the first time. Your body's being converted into a spirit body.
A spirit body?
To transcend time, we have to go from three-dimensional space to fourth dimension. But you'll get used to it soon.
The fourth dimension? You mean that we're traveling through the spirit world right this second?
Uh-huh. It's exactly the same principle that regular spaceships use. Didn't you
Regular spaceships. Also, your virgin spirit body can't handle the spirit realm.
learn that at school? If you enter the fourth dimension, you can go through the wall of time that exists in our dimension, the third dimension. Actually, there really is no time in the spirit world, but things occur in chronological order. So the events on Earth show up in order on this time code panel right here. Do you get it now?
Okay, now that's enough.
No.
Wow, you know this stuff well.
Oh,
No, this doesn't make sense.
This is legit making the time KOMPRESSION from FFVII make sense.
It is. That's exactly, Final Fantasy VIII, based off of spirit science propaganda. Confirmed.
it's just because my dad's a scientist. Why, he's quite famous in the 30th century.
I've
He
covered
created
wars,
this time machine here.
What? Your dad created this?
Yeah, I learned how to drive by
She literally told you that. She stole her dad's time machine.
watching him work. Mom and Dad were gone for the night, so I snuck out for a ride on it.
You snuck out? Oh.
Dad just finished building this time machine.
If her dad is fucking Thomas Edison, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it if her dad is Thomas fucking Edison. I won't be able to handle it.
So it is the only time machine in the entire world.
Only one.
And only 2 or 3 people, including Dad, have ever time traveled in it. But there's no need to worry. I may not look like it, but I've driven a spaceship too.
Man, you got some guts.
What do you mean? You've got the guts.
She literally, the last time you saw her drive this spaceship, it crashed.
To come along time traveling with me too.
Because I'll never get another chance to go to Japan in the 21st century.
Why do you want to go to Japan in the 21st century? Hey, that can't really be a...
They're gonna go meet Ryuho Okawa, aren't they? They're going to the 21st century so he can meet the author of the laws of the golden laws. The fucking author of this movie is doing a self-insert of himself as a cult leader. Fuck. That's exactly where this is going.
A book, right? Is it made of paper?
Huh?
Wow, I've never seen one before. They still had those things 500 years ago?
Elisa, this book is...
Oh, that's right. If we're going to Japan...
A new one came out this year, Lady
Put
Raincloud.
this on. It's a translator.
A translator?
It's the newest type, so it'll directly translate.
It transes you later. You know, a translator.
The speaker's will behind their words into a language you can understand.
Interesting. What's the matter?
I don't know. Something must be very wrong. It must be because your notepad is so old.
But I told you, it's brand new.
Ah! What is going on? I can't. The machine is going out of control.
You, Satori Mew, Virgin Spirit Dimension Traveler, El Riz, Maidenless. Me, Chad Spirit Traveler, Perfect Light Body, Blessed by Maidens.
Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono.
A demon attacked me!
I don't know why it's not working!
Don't ask me!
Are they just becoming the basis for the entire world's like religious beliefs? Uh-oh. Oh no, are they gonna inadvertently create God Eagle?
At last, our God has descended from the heavens.
Oh boy. We're doing ancient aliens. Great.
What is it, Ezekiel? I don't understand. What's wrong with him? Huh.
That's funny. It's in normal mode. These readings aren't showing anything weird. Oh, what's wrong?
Huh?
Oh, it's fixed.
So the old-fashioned way still works even in the future.
We're here, 21st century Japan. Now re-entering the third dimension. What on earth is that thing?
Sick.
Elisa,
It's a sea
nice
dragon.
dodge.
Just leave it to me.
Why are you not more concerned about a sea dragon in the modern era?
This can fly underwater too?
Sure, but what was the monster doing here?
Yeah, why is there a monster in the 21st century?
Just press that button and you can see what's going on outside.
The only real monster
Push
is
the direction
man.
you want to see.
Wow.
Elisa!
Are you okay, Elisa? Look out there! Look, get us out of here! Go to a different time!
No, I can't control it anymore. God help us! What's going on?
I don't know. Hey, did you see that light?
Why don't we see if we can get this thing to the surface of the ocean?
no idea what's happening later, Raincloud, either. So.
Get a hold of every weapon we have! Draw your bow! Release it! What? Release again!
So this is a sea serpent. I heard it has the power to create storms. Hold on to this. Cut it.
Hermes, it's dangerous! Come down!
I think that's Hermes. T-pose to assert dominance.
Hermes, watch out!
Hey, I was right.
Aphrodite, the golden arrow.
Yes, the miracle arrow offered at the Ophelia Shrine.
Yes.
Hermes!
King Hermes!
Oh, look at how strong he is. His muscles are so big.
Golden arrow, defeat this monster of the sea. Staff of Caleuchian, please bring me the thunder of heaven!
Wait, you could do that in the first place? If you could summon lightning, why are you shooting an arrow?
I would love to see our favorite YouTube pole dancing archer reviewing the blasphemy on screen here.
Oh man, that'd be so good. I would watch that video 10 times. Socket Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciate them.
He's a god.
Yes, he's amazing.
That was close.
King Hermes?
Are you all right? Come on, we're safe now. Huh? What's that over there?
Thank you very much for saving us from the monster. Are you?
My name is Hermes.
Hermes? You mean to say?
I knew it.
They seem quite strange. We should interrogate them.
What?
Quick, kill them!
There's no need for that.
Kill them with your spears!
They're time travelers.
How did you know that was what we're doing?
Go and find the treasure that your hearts seek.
The treasure that our hearts...
That our hearts seek?
I'd like to see you find your treasure.
Oh, King Hermes.
It's moving! Get on, Satoru! Hurry! Hurry, Satoru!
Thank you.
I like how this movie started out with some semblance of a plot, and now I'm just...
I can't
there's
wait until they have to explain the child of Hermes and Aphrodite. Hermaphroditus.
They're not going to. I don't think they like trans people in Happy Science. I'm so lost. Yeah, like... I guess what this movie is going through and like highlighting like the timeline of Happy Science's cosmology. I was not expecting this. Is this what being high is like? Yes.
You again.
Yeah, it's also, people are saying Ash Ketchum. There's a very decent chance that voice actors contributed work to this. Because again, a lot of these movies are animated by reputable studios, published by reputable, publishers. And the voice actors, like, they're just like, okay, yeah, it's another anime movie to do. Let's go. You know, they don't necessarily know up front that this is going to be a cult film to recruit people, you know?
King Hermes. He's so awesome.
Wasn't he a god in the old Greek myths? So he actually existed?
In the ancient Greek myths, they said he was a child of Zeus, but the truth was he was actually a hero that existed before Zeus. Hermes was born around 2300 BC in Greece and taught the teachings of love and progress. He built the foundation for several thousands of years of progress and prosperity on Earth. He was great.
You really are the
That's really good ears, Lady Wrinkloud. They are using Star Trek sound effects.
top student at the legendary UHS Academy.
Hmm?
No, it's nothing. Hey, did I hear you say 2300 BC?
Yeah.
I think there's something wrong with this machine. We were supposed to go to the 21st century, but we ended up 4,000 years before that.
Anyway, King Hermes really was just awesome. He completely blew me away. I had no idea that he was such an awesome person.
And I bet his dick was huge. I just got that impression, you know? Like, just a huge penis. He, like, probably the biggest one that's ever been. You know? He was just really great.
Hey, you've been saying the word awesome a lot. What does awesome mean?
Huh? Don't you use it in the 30th century?
I've never heard of it. Does that...
Well, I'll come up with a bunch of different adjectives I could use to describe how awesome he is.
Mean that he looks good?
It's not only that,
he did look good, though.
He's so awesome.
I still don't get it. Hey, would you say that you are awesome?
What do you think?
I don't know. I'm the one asking you. But if the word awesome means someone who's like the King Hermes, then Satoru, you're...
Forget it. Okay, let's change the subject.
By the way, who is that woman standing beside King Hermes?
She's probably his wife, Aphrodite. She's the goddess of beauty and love. Wasn't she beautiful?
Wow, the goddess of beauty.
Huh?
She was shining with the beauty of the sun itself.
Anyway, so let's go to the 21st century Japan, okay?
But I don't think we can do that right now, because it looks like the machine broke. Overworking the machine can cause it to be trapped in the currents of time. We'll be wandering forever and never be able to get back home. We're going to have to travel down the river of time, little by little. We'll start by traveling 1,000 years down the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Entering the third dimension.
We're at borderline. The sphere is emitting awesome waves, X2 territory.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Yeah. The vibes of this movie are absolutely bizarre. Like, just no transition from one thing to another. It's very weird.
Dimension.
Where are we now?
Probably around 1,200 BC.
I hope it's safe this time.
You're such a worrywart, aren't you? Just leave everything to me. Here we go.
Ah!
I'm having a lot of problems getting through this. I'm having a lot of problems with this.
Too bad.
Oh well.
Wow! It's so beautiful!
What's over there?
Satoru is definitely voiced by Ash Ketchum's VA.
Okay.
So you are
Confirmed.
now picturing Ash explaining happy science to a very confused Pikachu.
I've got to catch Hermes.
Oh no, what if they're mad because we broke the nose of the famous Sphinx?
They look too prepared for that, don't they?
Oh, I guess so.
See, I think that they're headed somewhere else.
Let's get there before then. Wow, look at how many people there are.
1200 BC Egypt, people leaving the city. I know, it's gotta be the Exodus. Elisa, show me the leader.
So we're just going up, straight up, time travel machine parted the Red Sea. All right.
I know exactly who it is.
Got it.
It's Hermes.
That's
I mean
Moses.
Oh boy.
At age 27, Moses was called by God to save the Hebrews from Egypt.
He's 27? Yeah, this is how you drew a 27-year-old man? Damn.
8 years later, Moses followed these words of God and led the Hebrews out of Egypt, away from the rule of the Pharaoh. He headed for Canaan to build a new country. This is the Exodus. It's happening before our very eyes. This is so unbelievable.
Over there!
What?
The army is almost here. Aren't they after Moses? We should warn them.
You want to warn them? Now?
We should meddle with historical events.
Here we go.
What's going on?
The Egyptian army is after you. You must hurry up and run.
When you make Mel Brooks' parody history movie more credible.
Socket Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
What are we gonna do? We're trapped! Look at that! Look what he's done! Oh my God!
All right, perfect. That's about as much as I probably can get away with.
Moses supposes his toesies are roses, but Moses supposes erroneously. Moses' toesies are surely not roses as Moses supposes his toesies to be.
That was pretty good, text-to-speech. That was pretty good. Thank you for the $5 super chat, One-Eyed Heathen.
The Pharaoh's army is coming?
So, they're the voice of God to
Hurry up.
Moses.
We must make haste!
So what did you do?
This thing, it's a telepathy machine. Moses was the only one who could hear me.
Well, you told him? Oh no, now the course of history is gonna change forever. I don't know if I agree with that.
But what about those people? It's just a little help. Now we have to stop their army.
Stop their army?
It's just a little help. Now we'll part the sea for them.
Let me see. Try this.
What the fuck?
Stop! This is dangerous!
Don't worry. I use this virtual fire projection to scare people away. But it's not real, so they won't get burned by it.
That is not what I meant.
The fire is not gonna last for too much longer. I hope they can all get away in time.
Moses! Moses, we've reached the sea! We can't go on!
Are your toesies roses?
Disappear! Let's go!
Not for Moses. He's got God and anime on his side.
Open ye heavens, open ye lands. God, please save us and lead us to the land of Canaan.
The reaction shot of just no. Yeah, whatever.
The miracle of faith. So it really happened.
What has happened here?
They will continue their difficult journey for several decades. They trust and follow the word of God. Courage. I certainly don't have that kind of courage.
I'm just a bitch.
Let's just continue our journey, okay?
What's going on?
This is so
More
dumb.
importantly, where are we?
I don't know how to react to this.
What is that?
Okay, what are we doing now? Are we doing Buddha? We doing Hinduism?
I have no idea because this time recorder won't move.
How much more blasphemy can we do?
I think we're somewhere in Asia. Satoru?
How do I look, okay?
Why
Great, you
did
look
they
perfect.
Why did you change clothes? Why did you do that? Why? For what reason? You guys didn't care about fucking up the timeline before.
Yes, Buddha will preach at Eagle Peak after the sun has gone
we're doing
down.
Buddha.
How wonderful.
Is it possible that I could go too?
Yes.
Because they wanted to fit in. I'm sorry, of course.
Alisa, this is India in the time of Shakyamuni Buddha.
Shakyamuni? You mean the Buddha?
This is great. We have a chance to see Buddha preach at Eagle Peak.
Satoru, keep your voice down.
Alisa, don't you see Buddha is the soul brother of King Hermes? He's his reincarnation.
Really?
1700 years.
You know, I don't know much about Buddhism. That doesn't sound right. I don't think they I don't think Buddhists believe that the Greek god Hermes was Buddha.
Years after King Hermes was born in Greece around 600 BC, he was reincarnated in India as the Shakyamuni Buddha, where he attained great enlightenment. Buddhism, based on Shakyamuni's teachings, has saved the soul of many people around the world for several thousand years. Oh, I want to listen to Buddha's sermon too.
King Ajatasattu, what are you concerned about? Your mother, who you locked up in prison? Or could you be worried about your dead father?
This is a much worse version of Bill and Ted. Also, I don't remember this part of the Buddha's story.
Ajatasattu, your father, that weak King Bimbisara, would have ruined this country, Magadha. Your mother betrayed you and supported your king father.
I do have to say, credit where credit is due. Whoever did the character design on this guy nailed it. He's creepy as hell.
You killed him for this country. You did absolutely nothing wrong, my king.
But the people are talking behind my back.
Calling you Ajatasatru the father killer, and not only that, he locked up his mother. What an inhumane king.
Buddha had past
Because of that,
incarnations.
his skin
He
is
didn't
all...
have future incarnations cause he achieved nirvana. Therefore anyone claiming to be Buddha is a liar.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, like, I don't believe Buddhism is true, but like, yeah, that still follows.
All swollen. But your highness, if you trust in me, I can make all your problems go away. I promise you that I can infiltrate and gain the Shakyamuni religious group. With their help, we will have a great influence on the people. But King Ajatasattu, to do that, I, Devidata, must take control of the group by becoming their leader. But that nasty Buddha is in my way. He who criticized me in front of everyone else and made me look like a fool. He is
And nirvana
probably
achieved in
jealous
utero,
of me.
even more impressive.
I don't know what that means, but thank you for the $5 super chat.
Who is wise and has the ear of the king. It would be better if I led the religious group. Listen, King Ajatasattu. I will kill that Buddha for your sake and the sake of this country.
So this is the famous Eagle Peak. Buddha has preached here many times. That's the platform, huh?
Look. What is it?
Right there. Zoom up the monitor. What are they waiting for?
Satoru.
That's Buddha. Huh?
He doesn't suspect a thing.
Edumacation.
Edumacation? Oh. Okay, I get it now. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs and the gift of knowledge.
I hit it right there.
Oh, that was close.
Buddha, are you not hurt?
Your right leg is bleeding. Please sit down.
Why? Why? Why would the rock break into pieces?
I must have been wrong.
Don't think you can get away from me. I won't give up.
Oh shit, he's gonna keep trying to kill the Buddha.
No, what I say is true. Buddha is here.
The divine man.
What a calm and holy look.
That man over there. Let's go.
What is it? What is it, Satoru? Quiet. Hey!
There he goes.
Where is this going?
Satoru, it's that man. Huh? What are they trying to do?
He's doing a Judas.
know. But we have to go and find Buddha and tell him.
What are you doing here?
Huh? We have to go and find the Buddha now.
And what are you going to do when you find him? You two aren't from around here, are you? I think you'd better come with us. Let's go.
We can't! Buddha is in danger right now!
Sure. Come with us, you guys.
Wait, you can't run away! Now you seem even more suspicious!
Come on!
I have something important to tell Buddha! It's the killer elephant! Nalagiri!
Wait, another evil elephant? This is a recurring theme.
No one can stop him now!
Remember there was an evil elephant when they went to hell.
Stop!
Buddha, please get
Someone
away.
help Buddha!
Buddha.
Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. So brave. Oh my god.
Unbelievable! What a sight! The Buddha is great!
The enlightenment of Buddha even changes a violent elephant into a peaceful creature.
I would stand in front of 100 elephants. Oh, because they have like a special space device in their ears that lets them communicate their heart intent to everyone.
This will kill even an elephant in a second. I'll use this. A deadly poison.
I gotta be honest, this part is really dragging on. This is very long.
Buddha, behind you!
Devadatta. He's the one! He made the elephant get angry!
Devadatta. It is true that breaking the rules of the group and disrupting the harmony of the group and breaking the order of the universe is a terrible sin. However, the path of the discipline continues eternally. If you deeply repent, you can always start fresh.
I guess that habit really came back to bite him.
What has happened?
Did you hurt yourself?
He's being punished by the gods.
King Ajatasattu.
Great Buddha.
Thank goodness. Now I think it's time for us to get going.
Wait a second! You're not getting away!
All right.
You're part
Bye.
of Devadatta's group, aren't you?
No, we're not.
Oh no, our time's up! What? It's a time limiter. The system automatically starts when the time machine is in an era for a certain amount of time for too long.
Man, we really should have known about this earlier.
No way! It's installed so that even if something happens to the passengers, the time machine can return home and get help.
You mean if we miss it, we'll never be able to return home?
We could be stuck here forever.
What are you babbling about?
Please, we don't have time. Let us go!
We gotta hurry. What we
Even
do?
more suspicious. We'll need to have a nice long talk.
Please, wait a minute!
Shut up! Be quiet!
What do we do?
Hey, let those two go! He is telling us to release these two.
On whose authority?
It's Buddha.
Hey, let them go!
Those young children are my trusted disciples.
Disciples?
In my past life, they fought beside me against the enemies of truth and love.
See? I told you!
The Buddha and his disciples are one. They share truly deep connection through the heart and the mind.
Okay, a lot of people are saying they're confused. This movie is saying that Hermes, Moses, Buddha, etc. are all reincarnations of the same being that at some point in this movie, I'm sure they're going to reveal as El Cantare.
Great Buddha. Buddha.
Satoru, we have to go.
How does this anime not offend any devout Buddhists? This anime absolutely offends devout Buddhists. But it also offends, devout Jews, devout, there's a lot of things here. But, this is, every part of this is blasphemous. You guys realize, this is trying to say all those religions ain't shit. Ours is the real one in town. You guys understand, the point of this movie is to recruit you guys into a fucked up cult, right? I thought we've made that clear. I don't know, does being recruited into a fucked up cult not offend you? Because it offends me. I just think this is funny to laugh at.
We're running out of time.
Thank you, Great Buddha.
Thank you very much. Let's go, Satoru. Hurry!
Bye! Oh, darn. I really wanted to hear Buddha preach at the mountain.
Satoru, it's time to go.
So where are we going next?
I'd like to know myself. If we don't fix this machine, we won't be able to go to 21st century Japan or even go home. I just don't get it. Say, does your golden book have any information on how to fix a time machine?
It might. I haven't read the whole thing.
Find it? Well, what does it say?
The time machine will be created in the 30th century in the new Atlantean civilization.
Bingo! They got it down perfectly. My father invented it.
However, since one of the crew members will become permanently lost in the river of time, a terrible confusion will occur. That's what the book says. After a total of only 30 people having traveled, the great adventure of time travel will be banned and prohibited by law.
Oh no, poor Dad! What'll happen to my family?
Oh no, not a ban on time travel.
Right.
Planimals? No, we're not gonna get fucking Planimals, damn it. Oh my god, we're getting Jesus Christ. Oh, hell yeah.
That's Jesus of Nazareth. He pronounced himself the Son of God.
Die, fraud!
False prophet!
You deserve this!
Why is Jesus white? Well, because this religion is racist. That's why.
That light thing pushed us back into three-dimensional space again.
Yes, but why did it do that?
I
wonder where we
Time
are
travel
now.
be weird.
Let's take a look below.
Oh, it looks like they're nailing a guy to
Do
a...
you see?
Oh my god.
It's Jesus Christ, the Savior that preached the love of God to people.
Why would a savior be...
The teachings of love and forgiveness that Jesus Christ preached seemed like dangerous ideas at the time. It threatened the power and positions of the rulers of this era and the beliefs of those who followed the laws of the old religion.
No, I can't look at this!
Elisa, what are you doing?
I'm ready for the China off between Trump and Happy Happy.
Is she gonna stop Jesus Christ from being crucified? Because that'd be pretty funny.
Elijah, Raphael, come receive me.
Elisa?
What?
They're angels. I wonder why everybody can't see this.
Huh? Oh, that's right. The machine's in a different dimension mode. The screen is showing spiritual beings like angels in the fourth dimension and beyond. Is that Jesus' tomb?
Uh-huh. The resurrection should happen there.
The resurrection?
Yeah.
We gotta
being
watch it happen.
crucified, Jesus
We're
Christ
here.
performed the miracle of resurrection through the power of the God of love.
That means...
Shh! Someone's coming.
So they just chilled for 3 days? In this time. Okay.
Now, please, let us wash the body of our Savior. The door is opened. Our Savior's body has disappeared.
Sorry.
Who's there?
We gonna
Did
beat
you
you
two move
asses.
the body?
No, please, let me explain.
The reason Ryuho Okawa died is because he was L. Canter instead of W. Canter.
Saki Tanuki, you're on a roll today. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I really fucking appreciate it. They went to heaven, bitches. Oh yeah, that hardcore organ music. Let's go. Well, looks like we have a very different take on Piss Christ.
The God of love that gave Jesus the power for a spiritual resurrection was the god Hermes. When he was alive, Jesus called Hermes in heaven, my Ava, my father, and received spiritual guidance. The god that taught Jesus love and guided him to teach faith was...
I know, it's Hermes, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was not only when he was on Earth, but even when he was in heaven.
That's God's love.
Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm. Well, this looks okay. Let me check these readings. I think this goes here. That should do it. Okay, I think I figured it out.
Really?
Yeah, but there's still one more problem.
What?
The machine's running out of energy, which means we can probably only time warp about 5 more times total.
Huh?
Only 5 more times? Why, that's approximately an hour of runtime.
Come on, we have to go to 21st century Japan now. If we stop in other eras, we won't be able to return home. Look, it's the light!
No, not again!
God, this is dumb. All right.
That was a shock.
That mysterious light pushed us back into the 3rd dimension again.
Oh no, that pesky 3rd dimension. What a bore.
Ouch!
The door
Good night, Lady Raycloud. Wait, are they gonna meet God Eagle?
Let's go see.
Are they gonna meet the favorite racial caricature of this universe? No. Oh, is this the evil guy who's now been purified?
Huh? Hey, look, it's a monk.
Who is he?
It's One Punch Man.
Chi. That means that monk is Tiantai Chi.
May I ask, who are you?
Manjushri.
Manjushri?
She's Bodhisattva.
Chi. Your enthusiasm to seek enlightenment, your desire for discipline pleases Buddha and myself very much. You pleased us as well. 1 year ago when you entered Mount Tendai, you rejected the Emperor's offer to stay in the city and abandon all the status and fame that could have been given to you. You wished to attain enlightenment and return to this mountain.
Compared to the efforts of those who have continued to light the torch of Dharma and passed it
I have to be honest, I know nothing about this figure.
down through the ages, I am not of much worth.
What does he mean?
That monk is Tiantai Chi. He's a very famous and respected monk in China that lived around the 6th century. Even the Emperor of China was devoted to him as the most reverend priest.
Oh, well, thanks for explaining it, because I genuinely had no idea or concept of this person.
The shining spirit is Bodhisattva Manjushri. Manjushri was born in India during the age of Shakyamuni Buddha and was called the creator of the Great Vehicle movement in later years.
I'm really glad we hit the exposition part of the film. Tian Xinhan, yes, you got it.
Actually, Elisa, the spirit of Manjushri is the reincarnation of Aphrodite.
I'm a fake happy science fan. I guess I am.
Chi.
El Cantare!
Shakyamuni Buddha.
It's Buddha.
It's okay that you don't have any idea who this guy is. Happy Science has no idea either.
That's true. A lot of it is just kind of like, what do we got in the grab bag today, huh?
Now I know. Shakyamuni Buddha is going to give Tiantai Chi some...
No, you can't be sad, plant. That will send you to hell.
Chi.
Jazzdog, thank you for the $5 dono. If you get sad or you think angry or bad thoughts, it will send you to hell. You cannot be sad or mad or upset. I'm telling you this for the good of your soul.
Spiritual guidance.
GG.
Chi. Today I will reveal to you the secrets of the mind and heart. Within each person's mind, there is a compass needle.
A compass needle of the mind.
Chat, stop G-posting. Stop G-posting.
This compass needle always moves around and rarely stops. If people point their needles in the direction of hell, their minds become like that of a devil.
See?
Their hearts will be entangled in hell, and before they know it, they will lead a life full of struggle and destruction.
If you're sad or mad, you go to hell. Stop it.
If the compass needle stops in the direction of lust, the mind will connect with the putrefaction of lust. Through that needle, ghosts and demons of lust will barge into the human mind and take it over. As a result, those who are living will be attached to the opposite sex and become a mere tool that satisfies the lust of those ghosts.
I'm not gonna lie, that sounds pretty hot. It sounds kind of horny in a good way.
But those people who always think pure thoughts, and whose needles point in the realm of good in heaven are different. Families and friends in
If you think about sex too much, the sex ghosts will come in and give you a bunch of sex. In Greco-Buddhism, Hercules is Vajrapani. I don't know enough to untangle what you just said.
heaven always watch over them with a smile. Again, there are some who always think of helping others without conceit or pride, and seek Buddha's path. The minds of...
Yeah, I guess in Happy Science, gay people, you're just good. Like, if you're gay, like, everything's good, baby. Don't worry about it.
These people are connected to the Bodhisattva realm in heaven, and they enjoy the peace of heaven in their hearts while they are still alive. The compass needle of the mind moves in mysterious ways. The compass needle within humans will directly lead them to heaven or hell. One thought leads to 3,000 worlds.
3,000 worlds.
No, unfortunately, Happy Science does not like trans people.
Heaven and hell does not exist in another world. It exists in this world, in people's minds.
Wait, that's not true. We've seen the other Happy Science videos. We know that you guys believe in hell.
True enlightenment exists in great harmony and peace. It cannot be found in a busy mind. You must calm the point of the needle in your mind. Point it to Buddha. Make it always point north towards heaven.
Point the needle toward Buddha.
That is what an unshakable mind is. It is true faith.
Lord Buddha, I will strive my understanding on this teaching and convey it to every person that I meet from now on.
Neat, bye!
Tien Tai Chi Yi. Convey Buddha's Dharma so that it does not fade away.
The real G posting.
Oh god, what is this?
Over time, my husband will desire me less sexually, but he will always enjoy my pies. It is important not to use too much pressure when rolling out a pie crust. When my husband drinks excessively, I may threaten him with this rolling pin, though we still love each other very much.
Excellent. I need to play Psychonauts 2. I bet that's a great game.
Light up hope within people's minds. This light of Buddha's Dharma will travel over many challenges and eventually reach a country in the East.
Country in the East?
That land is where I will be reborn.
Reborn? Buddha, you will be reincarnated on Earth?
1,500 years from now,
oh boy,
the core part of the spiritual life force of Buddha will descend to Earth.
Eternal Buddha? You say the primordial Buddha will live again?
That's what we said.
And I would like to be reborn in that age as well as he. I wish to study at his feet and to know every word that the eternal Buddha will preach. And then spread his Dharma as long as I have life. Tell me, Manjushri, how can I be reborn in the same age as the eternal Buddha?
That depends. That depends on how strongly you concentrate your will on Buddha.
I love all of the still frame shot reverse shots. They give me life.
If I am allowed to be reborn with the eternal Buddha, I will live my life with gratitude, even if I have to live my entire life with an illness that cannot be cured.
What? That seemed like a weird thing to throw in there. Oddly specific.
Even if my eyes are torn apart by a million hawks, my...
Again, weirdly specific. Wait, no, Bastion. No. Is this guy's soul gonna be reborn as Helen fucking Keller? Is that what's gonna happen? We know that Helen Keller's a figure in Happy Science. Oh no. No. Oh, no.
Will would always be on the side of the eternal Buddha. If I am allowed to live in the same age.
Helen who? Helen Keller.
We've got only 4 time warps left. First to 21st century Japan, then to 25th century and 30th century my era. We only have 1 extra warp.
Only 1 extra warp?
What do you
I did know that, Nidot.
Elisa, I need to ask a favor.
No way, not a single favor.
Please, once more, Elisa. I want to go back to Greece.
What? Have you gone crazy? If something happens, we won't be able to get back home.
Remember the sea dragon that almost killed us?
The way I am now, I'm not qualified to go to the 21st century.
Huh?
I realized it while I was watching that monk, Buddha's disciple. But Elisa, I can feel it now. Something important is inside of me. I can almost touch it. I have to find it and reach it. I have to.
Something important?
King Hermes told us to look for it. He said, go and find your treasure. Right?
I think my treasure's in my ass.
I have to find that important treasure within my heart, my mind, myself, before I go to the 21st century of Japan.
Oh, no.
Are you sure you want to go to Greece, then? Oh! It's not my fault if something happens! Graceward, ho!
Oh no, the piss water! The piss water of the Aegean! Poseidon had to take a leak!
What is it this time?
As much as I enjoy Book of Mormon, how has there not been a musical about Happy ISM yet?
Oh, there really should be. This is prime musical material right here.
Hang on! I'll try to implement the subsystem. It's not working either.
You know what they say, kids? Never time travel to ancient Greece.
This is is my new favorite Disney movie also farts 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 but asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Butt ass. Ms. Molina, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. And where you been? We all been missing you. I saw you did a movie night in the Discord the other day, and I'm glad you're back.
It's Greece.
Over there, what are those flames? Let's go check it out.
What on earth is happening down there?
Satoru, look!
Huh? Hey, isn't that... King Hermes!
I'll make us transparent so we can get in closer.
Ah, Hermes, how brave you are to come and meet Prometheus by yourself. This king of Crete does not seem to care for his life. Behold the power of a god! This is a miracle of God! No, a miracle that transcends the power of God! Worship me, Prometheus, who commands such miraculous power, and I will grant you your wildest dreams!
Prometheus, please cure my baby.
Make me rich, Prometheus!
What is going on? That guy seems really nasty.
I'm not sure, but I think King Hermes is fighting with that religious man called Prometheus who claims that he's a god.
And they're using swords and spears again.
It's different.
Different?
King Hermes, I heard that you too have amazing spiritual abilities. Why don't you demonstrate them to us? That is, unless you're a fraud.
The proof that one is truly the child of God does not lie in spiritual powers. Make others' hearts beautiful, filling them with abundance, and lead them to happiness. That is God. Listen, Prometheus. If you are truly living God, you must teach people how to live as a child of God, not just distract them with miracles and granting shallow wishes.
Teach the way to live? God is a being who fulfills people's wishes. Look at these people. The fact that I am fulfilling all these people's wishes is proof that I am the living God. Tell me, is that not true, my people?
Prometheus, you are doing wrong.
Oh man, Hermes is angry.
Such miracles only satisfy desires in this world. It can't save people's minds. Only by teaching the truth of the universe can we truly save people from their unhappiness.
You're foolish to say that, Hermes. I'll teach you the truth of the power of the god Prometheus when he is made angry!
Is he gonna do a Kamehameha? Man, I really wanted a Kamehameha.
Prometheus.
Oh no, we've got to help King Hermes!
I'll create wind to blow out the fire.
Prometheus and his anti-air fires.
Elisa, are you okay?
Don't worry about me. How's King Hermes? Is he going to be all right?
Now you have seen the true power of Prometheus, and I will make my enemies cower like pitiful dogs!
I can't let him defeat me like this. But what can I do?
Oh no!
I have these.
Aw shit. His pumped up kicks.
I've got to hurry.
Good night, Rachel P.
Pan! Agape! Where are you?
King Hermes! King Hermes!
I thought I was beyond being shocked. I thought like I was immune to this. I thought there was no other way that I could be surprised. But honestly, a cherubim and a pixie on a mini Pegasus. I just I didn't see that coming. I didn't see it coming.
King of the Sea, do you know where I can find him?
The castle of the sea dragon is just nearby.
Thank you. Show me the way.
Yes, sir!
The sea dragon has a castle? What?
I think that's good enough. Let me finish him off. Behold, the last stand of King Hermes!
Stop!
Well, okay.
Stop it! You shouldn't! I mean, you're wrong!
Who are you?
Huh? Us? You mean us? We are... We are... King Hermes... We're King Hermes' disciples.
Why is that interesting?
Foolish. Disciples. You shall witness the wrath of God's anger on your Lord Hermes.
Oh, fuck yeah.
This way! This way!
Now you have to run 10,000 miles on Snake Way.
King of the Sea Dragons.
Honorable King Hermes, I apologize for my underling in days before. He should not have attacked you. We sea dragons serve the omniscient and omnipotent God. Since you began your work as that god incarnate, we sea dragons follow you with veneration.
If so, please lend me a hand. Help me put out Prometheus's fire.
Our pleasure. All dragon gods of the endless sea, gather with your king in the sky above Nathprion.
Catch him!
Satoru! I gotta use my secret weapon.
It's a space gun! What?
What? A lion?
That lion should give them quite a scare. Huh? Oh no! Oh, you stupid thing!
What are you up to?
Let go!
Pocket lion!
King Hermes! Off of me!
It seems that your precious King Hermes was no god. He's nothing but a fake. Huh?
Oh no, Rain, my one weakness. Lightning dragons! What is going on? I don't know how to answer that anymore.
What's this?
Right.
We're powerless against rain. Let's undulate together.
King Hermes! Oh! It's King Hermes!
Hey, wait!
He killed them all. Yeah.
It stopped.
You're welcome to Pritched. Because this is truly a shit show. Also, and this is just a general reminder, not a single goddamn one of you should start believing in this shit. Otherwise, I will personally beat your ass. Okay? Not a single one of you should believe any bit of this. This is cult propaganda. Don't do it.
I miss when it was just Friedrich Nietzsche's and his snidely whiplash impersonation.
Yeah, anyone remember in that movie when Nietzsche's just kept chanting, God is dead, God is dead, God is dead, and like summoned an elephant to spirit battle an angel Gundam? Good times. Hashtag justice for Nietzsche's. It's more of a piss show. True. A lot of getting bathed in gold in this film.
He's alive! King Hermes!
I don't believe it! He's still with us!
No way! This can't be! I know! This can't be his powers! It's just a coincidence! No, it must be some kind of trick, I tell you! Don't be fooled! Don't be fooled by him!
Prometheus is the real fraud! I'll tell the truth. That fire is a trick! We lit the fire when there was a sign. Prometheus is the fraud!
King Hermes is the
King Hermes is the true god! Hooray! King Hermes! Hermes! Hermes!
Hey, drag that fraud out! You fooled us, you cheat!
We won't forgive you!
No! Calm down, calm down!
Oscar.
Did you forget about the benefits? Okay, I'll get back the money!
Capture him! Don't let him go!
Beat his ass! Yeah, let's kill him!
Help me!
That's what this religion is all about!
They were treating him like a god just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I know.
A person of religion has great responsibility.
King Hermes!
Because all people of religion have been trusted with the mission of conveying God's will on earth. Courage is needed to lead many people along God's path. A courage that is not defeated by worldly values.
Courage. The angels of light that we experienced in different eras all fought against difficulties and preached the way of God with all their might. But King Hermes, please teach me. How are those people able to live their life with such strong faith in God? I could never do that.
The courage to hold on to faith. Instead of following other people's words, common sense, or desires, they chose only God's love.
What?
Because they followed that love, they became a shining star in their own era.
What?
Shining star?
Love is what makes each life and time shine with a bright light.
Whoa.
The more people that one loves, the more brilliantly one shines with love.
That makes sense. If I
We
don't
must
think
not
about
forget
it.
the power of people's love and the brilliance that it emits in everyone. Everyone must remember it and know that you too can shine.
Javier Valenzuela, I'm just gonna read your comment. I will teach you in the way of the Greeks by making you my boyfriend. It really, like, the vibes are that right now. You know, that's what the vibes are.
Bright with its power. I hope that you understand.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very,
Like
very
the
long
wind
time.
over the Aegean Sea, be pure and selfless, and continue to sway people's hearts with the spirit of giving love.
So do you think I could be like that?
All people are eternal travelers, born again and again in time, through reincarnation.
That wasn't really
Going
an
on a
answer
little
to the
holiday
question.
with the family tomorrow, so probably won't be around so much for a little while, and I just wanted to spread a little love. I hope you are all staying safe. BWAAAY.
Distron, thank you for the $15 dono, and you have fun on your little vacation, all right? Have fun on your holiday, and we'll miss you. Come back when you're done. We'll be here.
They increase their brilliance.
So I just have to
through
die.
Time, people are born and shine with brilliance in that era, and then continue on blowing through the eras like the wind. You two
I have blown many eras.
also lived like this. Under the guidance and great love of God, the Father.
Our Father? God?
God, the Father.
King Hermes, you have shown us the great power and great love of God.
King Herpes.
Look at the Aegean Sea, it's full of men, full of seamen. I will teach you, my new boyfriend, to appreciate the seamen.
Oh, God. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Jesus.
You've saved us.
We have awakened to the truth. We would like to build a shrine of Hermes in your honor here so that we will never forget this event. Please allow us to build this shrine.
Herpes
Please
for
allow
everyone.
us. Please allow us. Forgive us our bad behavior.
Now, young ones. The brilliance of each person will change the world into a beautiful place. What kind of brilliance will shine within your lifetime?
And Nomi Sunrider, you get credit for this one. And we ripped a man apart just off screen. I got an arm.
Depends solely on the love and courage that each one of you have.
It depends on the love and courage.
The love and courage.
In every
It
one's
depends. Oh yeah. That's the good stuff right here.
一番優しく眩しい愛の記憶無邪気な子供のように追いかけた永遠の理想
Perhaps.
Oh yeah, Ryuho Okawa sings these songs.
No, never mind. Say, Elisa, the meaning of the word awesome. I think that awesome means... It means to live life with love and courage. Hey, Elisa. I want to be a religious leader. I want to be awesome.
I'm gonna be a cult leader when I grow up. You probably did hear Sanji's English VA earlier. This movie does have people who've been in other things.
Because of our crash, almost all of our energy is leaking away.
What?
With this little energy, we can only time warp one more time.
Only once. We can't go to 21st century Japan.
What if we did anyway, though?
So that means we really have to hurry, or else we won't be able to time warp even once.
Then, Elisa, we should go to your era.
No way, not a chance. We have to go to your era, Satoru.
But it's all my fault that we're here in the first place, so don't worry about me. Go home, Elisa.
No! Satoru, if you don't go back to your own time, then I might never exist at all. I'll disappear.
Elisa, what are you talking?
Elisa, what are you talking about? this would very clearly solve our problem. We go to your timeline, fuel back up, and get your dad to fix the time machine, then I go back to my time. That would be the easiest solution here.
Talking about?
I don't have time to explain this.
We must recover the energy immediately, W Megaman. Das a good question.
Dr. Wowie. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
This too. Just hurry up and sit down. Now we have to leave. We're losing energy by the minute. Come on. We're about to pass by the 21st century. Oh, beautiful.
All people are eternal travelers. Born again and again through reincarnation, they increase their brilliance.
Eternal travelers. That's what we are.
Everything is piss!
Looks like we've just passed the 21st century.
Yes, but... I think I was born in the 21st century, too. The 21st century, the era when the Dharma of the Golden Laws was taught.
I just have this really strong feeling that I was born in the 21st century, probably with the name Ryuho Okawa. I just have this really strong feeling about it. God, I'm so tired. After this, I'm going to bed. You guys can't stop me.
The era of miracles, when the highest god of Earth, Lord El-Kantari, the core part of the soul group of King Hermes and Buddha, was reincarnated on Earth.
Oh, God.
That light! The Father God, El-Kantari!
All those things that happened to us, they weren't accidents. Yes, our journey through time was guided by the great love of the Father God, El-Kantari.
El-Kantari?
Time is... I guess time is actually God's great river of love. The purpose of time is to increase our brilliance.
What?
Let's go.
Okay. Nothing more to see here. Our job is done. River of love and urine.
It's my house.
But I repeat myself.
Oh, I guess I can't return home.
So you
Part of
really
they have to go
can't
before
time
they
warp
reach the
anymore?
piss mind.
Ah, that's it. Energy. Can't you get it in this era? Something that can work as energy? What do you think?
It's impossible.
Only love energy can fuel
This uses a special
it.
meteorite that's brought from the Pleiades star cluster. Oh.
Then, Well, If you want to, you can just stay here with me.
As long as we're refueling with tacky gold liquid, I'll take the liquid Schwartz for my Winnebago with wings.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Huh?
2 time machines?
It's Dad and Mom.
Alisa!
Mother!
Alisa?
Dad! Mom! How did you... I thought that there was only one time machine.
I began to work on a second machine right after you disappeared, you know. It took a whole year to build it.
You mean I've really been gone for an entire year?
We were so worried.
Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. This is Satoru. Satoru is one of our ancestors. So I'm your ancestor?
My great-great-great-granddaughter?
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. Sorry.
Dude has been crushing on his great-great-granddaughter for the entire goddamn movie. Oh,
Are
God.
you telling me that when you went time traveling, you were with Satoru?
Yup, it was so much fun. Right, Satoru?
Yep.
You know what? This cult anime is boardroom meeting. Okay? 12 p.m. Everyone just got back from lunch. All right, so guys, I think we have ourselves here a real banger of a film. Just something that it's got something for everyone. You know, it's got love in it for the chicks. It's got dragons in it for the guys. It's got everything you could want. All right, but how can we make it even more uncomfortable? Well, we did add that scene with the crucifixion of Christ, and it is a cult, you know, recruitment video, so that should be pretty uncomfortable. Okay, but like, what? I just mean like vomit inducing levels of disgusting. All right, like just absolutely positively disgusting in a way that you would never want your loved one to find out you knew about. Boss, I had this idea that I've written in my notebook a lot about, and a lot of people tell me it's gross. And my last wife, she left me when she found my notebook, but it was about, you know, having a crush on my great-great-great-granddaughter. And, you know, she kind of returns the crush. And no, say no more, say no more, say no more. It's perfect. We want everyone to vomit when they see our film.
It all started when I looked up
It really adds to the love and the ambiance.
our family tree to write this report during my summer vacation.
A report for the summer?
I guess I'm way past the due date by now. Oh, well. Anyway, I dug up these records that one of our ancestors was at the top of his class in the legendary religious school, UHS. That was you, Satoru. Mom and Dad didn't know much about you, Satoru, but I just really wanted to meet you because you seem so interesting. And so what I did was... Hey!
What are you talking about? This person is the most honorable in our family.
I'm gonna have to break your neck now to restore our family honor.
Not just that, there is no one that does not know him. He's the famous priest Reverend Satoru.
I thought she knew that the entire time.
He's a great religious leader that lit the light of hope in the hearts of many, with love that blows like the transparent wind in wisdom. What would the future be if something happened to him? Alisa, what's wrong with you?
Satoru becomes a famous religious leader? I guess the future has changed.
What are you talking about?
It's nothing. But Dad, Mom, Satoru was able to discover his inner treasure through this
You know, if the future has changed, doesn't that mean that's not really your mom and dad?
journey, right?
Like the version of your mom and dad that you knew are not this one. So they did mess up the timeline a fuck ton? Yeah. Guess
That'll
it doesn't
do it.
matter though.
Now, I think it's time we got back to our era, isn't it?
She killed her parents. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Thanks. Traveling with you has really been a lot of fun.
For me also.
I'm gonna go and be
Well,
trapped in a different
goodbye.
future full of people I don't know. Haha.
Bye, Satoru. Bye.
Goodbye, Elisa. Elisa!
Huh?
Remember, love and courage.
Oh no, Elisa, you're slowly disappearing! No! No! You're turning into nothing!
Satoru! You're awesome.
Echoplex Media, welcome Raiders. We are wrapping up some insane cult propaganda.
I will shine bright, and I will light the hearts of many people, like those angels of light in the past, beneath the great love of Lord El Cantare.
I'm sorry, and I know I'm being real pedantic here, but just when we watch this zoom out. So Atlantis is off the coast of South America. It's like somewhere like right here. I guess. Like somewhere like right here. Right? Like this is just where Atlantis is, somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico. All right, whatever. And sorry. Not Atlantis. I mean New Atlantis, because as everyone knows, Satoru was from a New Atlantis in the year 2403. So, you know.
Gulf of Atlantis.
Yeah, they in 200 years they rename it the Gulf of Atlantis. Piss World! We're back in Piss World! We did it. That story definitely made sense. Planimals. 0 out of 10. I almost believed, but there were no Planimals. Holy shit. Well, I don't know how to close this out. That was I was expecting more of a plot rather than just weird incest time travel. we're all Mormons now. You know, notably, no Mormonism was detected inside of that cult anime. We didn't see Joseph Smith and his discs. You know? I just, Van Briggs, I just lifted. Ninjestra, already did the 5 arm curls. I'm sorry. I fell asleep, so I failed at enlightenment. Oh no, Amber Brains, you missed out on the crucial, on the crucial elements. We do still have like 6 cult anime films from this group, so, you know, it's not the end of the world. But ugh, my makeup is so off today. Six? Yeah, they've made like 12 or 14 movies. One just released like this year. So, yeah, Tim Pool would call them cowards for not incorporating Islam. It's true. We're not watching 6 more tonight, guys. I pace you. I pace you guys on this shit. All right? Now, folks, I have to say goodnight. We will reconvene tomorrow. I would be doing more coverage of the attempt to pass the budget bill, but unfortunately, I have like real world things I need to do tomorrow, so I can't keep going. But I will piss you. I will piss every single one of you dearly while I'm gone. But I will return later today, okay? And we'll talk about the events of the day. If things get real spicy, I might stream in the morning after I wake up if things are still going with the budget bill, okay? I am going to raid you guys into... God, no one's really covering this. I guess I'm not going to raid you guys into anywhere tonight. Sorry, folks. But I will see you all later. Good night.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Attil. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Budget 2025. But in 2005 you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Attil. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA's dying grasp to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Attil.
couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.